Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. This is the Call of Duty League and we are ready and live here on Bravo to go into the beautiful Pro-Am Classic. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Tun. Tun, how are you?
Very, very happy to be back. I do not know how I filled my time during this little off-season that we had, but well, to be honest, with lots of golf and trips away. But other than that, Brycey, I've been bored. I've even missed you. I've even missed you. So I don't know what that tells you about my time off or my personal, my personal life, if anything. But I missed you, and most of all, I missed Call of Duty. So yeah, very excited to get back into it.
Yeah, I am excited too as well. Today, obviously, is the start of the Pro-Am Kickoff Classic and a very important event for a lot of these players to get themselves up against the very best competition. In my mind, it's definitely one of the preeminent events of this season. And the reason for that is we could be looking at the next generation of talent, players who may be winging their way into the league, the biggest opportunity they may have to make a name for themselves on the Call of Duty landscape. And, well, Ton, incredible game to kick it off as well.
Yeah, it is going to be a very interesting game, of course, with OpTic Texas going up against Ultra Academy EU. It is a bit of a standout one. I mean, many of us would have looked at this, and we'll delve into the game maybe in just a second as we can see the groups on your screen right now. This group for Ultra Academy EU, I looked at it and thought to myself, right, OpTic Texas, that's maybe a step too far. But Mutineers and ROKKR, originally I thought this is definitely something that could be achievable for some of these players. However, they just recently had to change their roster. I think all you guys at home would have seen the announcement, Harry going over to the London side. He was one of their best players. He was one of those players who was really dictating how the team is playing. And the fact that they've had to forcibly change within a couple of days' notice of probably the biggest tournament of their year is unfortunate. It has to be said. But let's see what they can do with the group of players that they now have. Of course, Rafi coming in and joining alongside the squad. It should make things interesting. But yeah, it's not the kind of thing you want in preparation for, as I said, the biggest event of your year.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll come more to that in just a few minutes' time. Of course, on your screen at the moment, though, of course, are our groups for this tournament. Very big. We're going to be keeping an eye on StrikeX War, Ultra Academy EU, and Ultra Academy NA. Those are the amateurs that are trying to wing their way into the pro side of it, Ton, and mixed feelings, I feel, from the community about how well they're going to do.
Yeah, I think it's something that we just don't know. I mean, look, we haven't really had this format of an event since Black Ops 4 champs. I think with the last time that we've seen something of this kind of level, where we have seen some of these pro teams in the franchise squads go up against some of the amateur teams. So it is kind of a bit of an unknown. I think a lot of people, I think the expectation is that there will be some results where there will be some teams who are going to lose out to some of these challenger squads. But I very much feel like the core members, the teams that we expect to go on and have decent placements, I'm talking those top 6, top 8 teams, I would even say, should go through relatively unscathed. It's others that I'm slightly more concerned about. And I would say that there's a couple of these teams that now, and you know, just touching on what we talked about there with Ultra Academy EU having to make that roster change, I think they are potentially in danger of having a rough time of things. I think they would have done okay had it not been for that. StrikeX as well, I think I look at that group and I worry for them in that sense with Faze, Surge and Ultra in there to go up against. That's very, very tough. But I think the other two teams have got a good shot at doing something at this event. I think specifically you look at War. Thieves have just completely changed their roster up in terms of their role swaps, etc., etc. Let's see how that's going to go for them. Subliners have just had to change their roster. Ravens have just had to try to change their roster. So Wall have a really good chance to do something here, Bryce. But Ultra Academy NA are the team that a lot of people have been speaking about, haven't they? Because of the videos that came out after Minnesota. Of course, they were the ones who went on to win that Minnesota event. That guy Scrappy in their squad, we were talking to him after the event. He just breathes confidence, and I'd be very interested to see how they're going to do in that group as well, with Guerrillas, Legion and Breach in there. Those are all games that you would look at and say it's not definite that those teams will be able to beat a squad like Ultra Academy NA.
Well, that's an interesting point, actually. We've got time to fill now before this game starts, so let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about Group D, because that's the one you were just talking about. Oh, a little while ago, right, if you said that this was the group you were into, this would be the great group. I think Paris Legion aren't bad at the moment. They're not the greatest team. They're certainly holding down 12th in the power rankings. but they're not a bad team. They're able to give a good game of Call of Duty with just about anybody on the entire CDL roster. The issue goes when you start looking everywhere else. Boston Breach third. They've gone from strength to strength recently. It is a very good team to come up against. We know how well they've been playing. Gaps and all methods, all gunning on fine form, and they're actually looking to accelerate and go even higher than what their cap has been so far. The other team is the wildcard team, LA Guerrillas, the winners of Minnesota. The Cinderella story that even 2 months ago, you wouldn't have put them as the best team in the CDL, but they won the major, and they're walking into this one hoping to do it again. But it's a big question a lot of people have been asking. LA Guerrillas, the real deal or a one-off?
Well, that's going to have to be the thing that is going to have to be decided this week. I think a lot of people will be looking at them, see how they do this weekend. For me, I think, a lot of people would have said when the Chance released his what is the word I'm looking for? When he released his tiers of where everybody's sort of sitting at, a lot of people would have questioned whether or not they should be higher up. I think he had them in 6th or something along those lines. I would still put them in that spot. I think a lot of people will look at that one and sort of say, right, okay, yeah, is it just a flash in the pan? I'm not going to say it's so much a flash in the pan, but that is something that it will not happen very often ever again. I would say, like, that kind of result specifically. We will see surprising results, of course. It is going to come with the beast that is Call of Duty, so to speak. But that was on another level, and I think, there is Cinderella stories like that. I would compare it to EG winning champs that time. Very much unexpected, especially with how it happened, and it was just a perfect storm for them. However, I still think they have something to prove. These other teams have kind of been consistent over the most part of things. I think Faze, were consistent. They finished second at both events that we've had so far. OpTic didn't have a great time, of course, at the most recent major, but online they've consistently been there as well. This LAG team, if they can show some consistency over this weekend, and of course of the games that are going to be coming up during a regular season before the Toronto event, then that's when a lot of people sort of, their ears will prick up a little bit, and will sort of get maybe a little bit of an understanding of where they're at.
Yeah, I think so, of course. And as we kind of go through all these groups, the group that we really need to focus on now, obviously, is Group B. This is our very first game. We're kind of opening up with an OpTic game. And OpTic have... How do I put this? OpTic have had a little bit of a roller coaster recently. Obviously, Minnesota, disappointment statement for them, coming in 6th. Then we found out that Illy would have to be sub. General was supposed to be coming in. Then we find out today, no, it's all back. Illy's back in the running.
Poor General, right? I mean, he was going to get his shot. He'd been doing well, of course, in the challenger side of things, but yeah, General out after he was in, but then Illy coming in as well, so must be feeling okay. Get himself up and running. A reported injury, of course, that does need to be figured out, but said to himself that he wants to play. So I think for the other teams, that was maybe a little bit of a surprise. I think, with all respect to General, they probably would have rather played with him in that OpTic squad than with Illy in there. And I said that's no disrespect to General, but Illy is an absolute monster. But yeah, I think that is kind of something that a lot of these teams are looking at and who they would have rather played. However, I think, for the rest of these squads, they will also be looking at that Ultra Academy EU team and saying to themselves that this is a worrisome time. I would say that, when it comes down to all of these games, it is for the Challengers teams, it is their moment in the sun, so to speak, to try and have a little go of things, to see how they do up against the big boys. But can they actually do something? It's not, the pressure isn't on them. The pressure is very much on the pro teams here, Brycey.
I disagree.
Do you think?
I disagree completely, and I'll tell you why, right?
Well, go on then.
This group is a weird group. It is a very, very weird group, right? OpTic beat ROKKR in the recent major. Mutineers beat OpTic in the recent major. So you've already got that dichotomy of these two teams obviously looking to get one up over each other, right? Ultra Academy EU, you say there's no pressure on them. I don't believe that for a second, and this is essentially one of the biggest games of their career. Like, you can say there's no pressure because no one expects them to win. They expect to win. They know that all the talk about, challengers being the next come-up team, like, they could beat some pro teams. Well, there's no excuses after this. You have to take them down, right? Don't get me wrong. They have a standing in Rafi. But you're coming into play in the pro league now. That's where the pressure is. Like, it's still a huge amount of pressure. They're going to be feeling it. They're going to be sitting there in that LAN center. They'll be sitting there going, oh my God, not only we've managed to make it this far, we've hit the goal of making it to the Pro-Am, and now we're sitting down across the green wall.
Yeah, well, I was also, you know, we can agree to disagree on that one. I think the Rafi pickup kind of takes a lot of that pressure off. I think had Harry been coming in here, then the pressure is on themselves, but they will also know to themselves they have had to just pick this pickup. So that is definitely a factor. But I was considering something maybe a little bit different when I was having my shower just before we were getting ready. I was standing there and I was thinking to myself, would you rather play OpTic now or your last game? Would you rather just get it out the way, so to speak, see how you do? Is it one of those games that could be a confidence crusher, or is it one of those that you go into and you sort of say to yourself, right, okay, well, let's get ourselves nice and warm, see how we're feeling online. If we can take a map here or there, then look, we're feeling good going in against Florida or Minnesota. Or is it the opposite way around? And I said it just completely crushes your confidence. That's why I'm querying in my mind which way you would rather have it.
I don't think so. I think playing OpTic first is great. They're going to expect it to be the biggest and best competition to play against. They will have seen them 1,000 times. They've got the prep coming down. If anything, having Illy back in the roster may throw them through a little bit of a loop, because they'll be trying to figure this one out and figure out how it all goes down. But yeah, I can kind of agree a little bit. All right, like going against OpTic first is never going to be the easiest thing. This is a incredibly storied team. It has a huge amount of fans. Very disappointing last major, but they won major one as well. And just look at the players in this team, right? Chotzi, Illy, Dashi, and Scump, legends for Call of Duty right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think nobody would argue against you to say that they would still be one of the favorites heading into Toronto, the Toronto event, pending what happens online, of course. But I very much expect them to come back in and still perform online. And then we'll see what happens over in Toronto in just around 4 weeks' time. I still think they're within one of the top 2 teams in the game. I think it would be very difficult to argue against that. I think minimum top 3. So let's see how they do. I would say that this weekend for them, especially getting through groups, is seeing how things are going to work out with Illy and his injury. Is he up to full form? Is he running on full power? That's going to be a query that they're going to have. But irrelevant of that, I think that they're still looking at this one and sort of they cannot underestimate any of these squads, of course, either. But their eyes will firmly be on the prize this weekend. They will want to take that win home.
Yeah, I can see so as well. And in the interest of full transparency, we're obviously waiting for this lobby to get started. Obviously, we don't want to sit here and talk for 25 minutes, but we do wait for the players to get in and everything to be ready and running before we actually make sure the game goes on. So don't worry about it. The game will be started very, very soon. I know you're all very, very impatient in the YouTube chat, but this is the maps and modes that we'll be seeing in this series. So, Gavutu, Hardpoint, Berlin Search and Destroy, Berlin Control, Berlin Hardpoint, and the Tuscan Search and Destroy, and Ton, there's a newbie in the middle.
Yes, Berlin Control, of course, played it at home, and we haven't really seen too much of it, obviously, other than that. So it's really going to be a test to see how some of these teams are going to adapt to it. And, a conversation we were kind of having in the green room there before is, are some of these Challengers teams going to throw this in as a curveball quite a lot? Is it something that they've been able to practice more? Is it something that they feel they've found something now? Because the thing is that none of these pro teams have that head start in the sense that they've all played up against the best opposition. They all know exactly how the other teams play. They'll be heading into Berlin Control with no clue how either one of these teams are going to play it. So it's going to be a very interesting map number 3, and I think a lot of the Challengers teams are going to throw that curveball. Another thing I do want to mention before we drop into this one, we were just discussing it beforehand as well, albeit that Toronto Ultra Academy EU finished within the top 4, of course, at Minnesota. They didn't drop a Search and Destroy. Albeit, they aren't playing up against pro teams, they aren't playing up against the likes of OpTic, but not dropping a Search and Destroy over a whole tournament is very typical. It does not matter any which way you look at it. A very, very solid result on the Search and Destroy front. Of course, there are other game modes. Typically, you would say that they haven't been able to get them going, because if you're winning every single one of your Search and Destroys and you're not winning the tournament, then obviously something's going on with your other game modes. However, that's still something to have in your back pocket. If they can try and force that map number 5, it's a tall order, it has to be set against OpTic, then maybe they have a chance. I was speaking to Vortex beforehand, though. He was saying to me, if it's going to be anything, it's going to be a 2, 3, and 5 if they are going to try and pull the win out here. But at the same time, they are knowing going into this, it is very much a raid boss that they're coming up against.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. This is the point where I kind of wanted to pull back from what you were saying. You're obviously talking about the fact that, look, essentially, Ultra EU are expecting to be very good in Search. The problem is that it's OpTic, right? Yeah. You got to remember, the record before Major 2 was practically flawless. One of the statistically best teams we've seen throughout a qualifying split in every single game mode 2-3-5 is yeah, maybe the way for Ultra that they think they can do this, but the problem is it's still OpTic Gaming. It's still one of the absolute greatest teams we've seen on this game so far, especially just a little while ago.
Yeah, I mean that's ultimately their task, isn't it? That it doesn't matter how good you are at every single game mode, you're going up against one of the best teams in the game. That's not arguable. So for them, as said, it kind of goes back to the conversation at the beginning. Is it a team you'd rather play now, or would you rather play them later on down the line in the day? I think you'd rather play them now, get yourself thrown in there, get into the mix. Even if you get beat heavily, getting some of these players, back up and running, for themselves. I think, and I'm saying this specifically for the Ultra EU side, especially having Rafi in there and not really having too much time to get some practice in, then I think this is kind of the one that you would rather want, because Florida Mutineers and the Minnesota ROKKR are games that they will look at as their winnable games. Going up against OpTic, yes, okay, they will feel the confidence within themselves, but I think they will also know that it's going to be difficult. I think it's important for them to get some good practice against a very, very good team with their new fourth that has just stepped in. And I think it's the perfect time to possibly start up against OpTic. But yeah, as said, they are very much one of the teams who are better at every single game mode. Berlin Control has to go in because you're not going to play them on Tuscan, are you? So I think, it's maybe a bit of a curveball. It's maybe a necessity, but we'll see how it pans out for them. As I said, I think we'll look towards that search and destroy. I think the hardpoint is going to be very, very difficult. But let's see. Gavutu, he's talking heavy rotational hardpoints when it does come down to that in Berlin. When we're talking about search and destroy, relatively fast plants that will come in from OpTic from time to time. You've got to be able to deal with them. I'm curious if the snipers are going to come out from either side to maybe try and throw something else in there as well. But then again, Tuscan search and destroy is not an easy map to take up against OpTic. I remember the 6-0 against Faze as well as everybody else does. I think that's also a very slippery one. I think, we're kind of building a case up against the Toronto EU squad.
I don't think we're building a case up against them. I think the truth is, and there's probably lots of OpTic fans in the chat right now, they're like, hey, this game should be all OpTic all the time, right? And the truth of it is, if we're being perfectly honest, yes, right? OpTic are one of the best teams in the CDL right now. Ultra have got a standard. The truth is, any map that Ultra EU can take off of OpTic is a victory for them. I am not expecting an upset here. Don't get me wrong, the CDL has been famous for it so far this season, but I just cannot see it past. Essentially, we're talking about one of the best teams, a team that, maybe underperformed at the last major, but on the run-up and before that as well, they won Major 1, they had an incredible qualifier for Major 2. Yes, we've had a month break. This team should be firing on all cylinders and looking to bury Toronto Ultra EU into the floor. And I say that even though I'm a big fan of some of these EU players.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I was kind of tweeting out and alluding to the fact that it's like last season for us. Of course, we commentated over Vortex Beams and Furious, especially. I think Rafi was in there amongst it on occasion. Last season, during the Challenger side of things, I'm very good friends with Vortex. He lives near me. I want to see them do well. I really, really do. But it's OpTic. It's one of those. But you say that it would be a ridiculous upset. I'd like to recall you back to maybe just a few weeks ago, actually, where LA Guerrillas won the event. So you tell me Call of Duty ended a bit crazy. So let's see. But I think, would this be a taller order than that? I would say maybe. Yes, it would. yes. It's not even close.
It's not even slightly close. For a lot of right. We're hammering over the same point here because we're waiting for the game to start, but I'll go over it once more time. Ultra EU are essentially coming into this under strength, right? Rafi, great player. It doesn't really matter. It's still not the team that kind of qualified for this and the team they're expecting to come in against OpTic Gaming. Like, if I put this down and you ask anybody ready to pick Ultra EU over this, I just would say they don't really have a clue about what's going on. And yes, we're waiting to get into the Gavutu hardpoint, and we can sit here and we can pretend to weigh both sides equally. And yeah, one team might do quite well out of the gate here. I will be pleasantly surprised if Ultra EU really take it to them here out of it. It's the other two games in this group that I'm more looking forward to. I want to see how OpTic play against the Mutineers in that revenge tour. I want to see how EU plays against the Mutineers as well. I want to find out where that benchmark is for these teams. I've still got OpTic topping the group, even though, like I said before, Mutineers beat them at Major 2, right? So I have full faith in OpTic to top this group, so I can't sit here and pretend it's going to go any other way.
Yeah, I think it would be very hard to argue, and I think, the conversation that we quite often have around challenger teams and where do they kind of sit. I think, you know, these teams who do come within like the kind of the top 4 at this event, or at their previous event, of course, in Minnesota, they're looking for the bottom 4, I would say, in the franchise side of things. So that's the teams they're going to be going up against. The barometer against OpTic is a loose one, but it's a loose one that we're going to have to find out again about very, very shortly, Bryce.
They certainly are. It does look like they are at least testing getting into this one. We'll have to find out if everything is sweet on the server side. It looks like I can see some players loading in, so don't worry as we jump on board. Of course, at the moment, OpTic's record pretty good on this map as well. And the KD, it will be against other CDL teams. Not against these, of course, but let's find out as we jump into the first game of Group B.
Here we go, then. It is going to be on board with ROKKR Academy EU to kick things off on Gavutu. Hardpoint, a very solid one for OpTic, as you see in the stats in the bottom left corner. 5-2 record for them. Can't ROKKR Academy EU do much about this? And Vortex, I mean, how long has he been around, Brycey? Time and time again, we talked about this man getting an opportunity up on the big stage, and well, here is his opportunity today.
Well, at the moment, you can already see it is going OpTic's way on this. They are just going to hold it down at the moment. Bean's getting a few kills as well, though. Rafi going to try and look for this one, but Shotzi will be in ring at the moment and trying to deflect all of this pressure from ROKKR Academy EU, and so far, it's not looking good for the purple team.
Yeah, really good start by OpTic. They're going to push the lanes out here as well. They've got the side of the map that they want, heading over towards P2, and Shotzi and co. just lighting it up. It's 4 in a row for Shotzi. For ROKKR Academy EU, as said, it's kind of from the frying pan into the fire. Let's see what can be done, though. As OpTic can pick up the majority of the time. This rotation heading over towards P2, though, we can see already. There's going to be ROKKR Academy EU set up, and I think the comms will have to be there, just sort of say to themselves, right, chalk up P1. Let's see if we can lock in some points here over towards P2.
Well, they are going to have to try and recover just a little bit against this OpTic team who have come out on full cylinders. They're currently just holding him off from the boat here. A little few kills going down, actually, for their Ultra. And now Beans looking just to lock down this top boat. Now finding a player down behind him, and Beans gets another one as well. And pushing forward and finds Shotzi. Beans doing every single little bit of work. And that is put OpTic back just for a few seconds.
Beans doing really good work here. Plenty of control over towards top green. And these are the kind of moments that get you maybe warmed up just a little bit up against a team like OpTic. Dashie now going to fall to Beans as well. And he was a player we started to see towards the latter stages of last season. Obviously over in Cold War, he is eventually going to get taken down by Illy, but this is some really good time for ROKKR Academy EU. And as said, this is just the kind of hill that you want to try and get his Furious absolutely smoke scump, and now they're pushing towards the back. They've got a chance to try and break over towards P3.
Well, Furious going to find one as well. Runs out of bullets for shots, and he really wanted that kill. To try and stay alive here as the rest of ROKKR EU trying to push up. You see him, he knows where Shotzi should be. He's eventually going to go for the challenge. Shotzi is just using every ounce of movement to keep away from him. Eventually wins that gunfight towards the back. It will be traded out towards Beans. Ultra, though, still not able to get into this hill. They need more bodies to get through it. And they know there'll be players ring holding it down as well. And Rafi goes for the challenge, but that is a scary thing to run into.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult pushing out to try and break on through. You really do need to try and get rid of Illy as best as you possibly can. They will get rid of him and now can make up a little bit of time here. 25 seconds remaining. The problem that they're going to have, though, is getting ring control and then rotating over towards P4. That's going to be the hard battle here. Furious is the one heading over towards the back. And we will find the kill. Furious will get shut down. So it's going to be a bit of a problem to try and break through, although Beans is going to maybe try and do something about that.
See, Beans going to try and get that cliff spawn here. Unfortunately, he's going to have Shotzi behind him. There's a player going to come boat here. It's a little bit of a conflict going down, but it will be Furious who finds that win as well. And players coming in from ROKKR EU from both sides. Dashie, though, holding down Cliff here. Furious going to try and challenge as well. Run straight into Dashie's gun. Eventually will be taken down by Rafi, but it's ROKKR Academy who break this open and now have control.
The absolute perfect start. As said, you just want the confidence to get there. At the end of the day, a lot of these players will be coming in. We can talk about the movement. We can talk about the mechanical side of things. ROKKR Academy, you can all shoot their guns very, very well. And OpTic are learning that now as the break has come through perfectly. 30 seconds remaining here for ROKKR Academy EU. I'd like to see them start to extend over towards P5 and try and get as much time as possible. But this is the perfect confidence-inspiring start that they could have possibly wanted.
Furious to slip the net, and I don't think they know. OpTic haven't turned to find him yet. And this is where the break will be huge. Furious now has to be so patient for it. The rest of ROKKR Academy will be looking to break out and give him some support as soon as they can. OpTic still holding. Now comes the change. And this is when OpTic might be able to find out. These first few kills that go down, if they can figure out exactly where those spawns are going, they might be able to do something. Unfortunately, Ultra Academy winning no gunfights, and Furious is now going to have to commit to this. He's got Illy. Looking for the player on top, and it is going to go down. He does get in the spawn, though. And now the biggest problem they're going to have to do is OpTic are ready for this.
They are ready for this. You need to fight your way out of green as best as you possibly can, and OpTic just try and go fire against fire. Vortex is in amongst it. Can he do anything? Scump will shut him down. So OpTic just about survived that. And honestly, Bryce, they needed to. They were heading over to this around 50 points behind. They are able to lock in this final 23 seconds, though. If we can look at the mini-map as well, these rotations over towards P1 are going to be crucially important for the side of Ultra Academy EU. Dashi will win the first gunfight over there, and you can see that Beans is ready and waiting to try and do something himself. Illy will be the first to fall, with the rest of the team to maybe help them out here. Dashi has just went on an absolute rampage up towards P1. Can he find any others? Beans trying his best to find the kills. Can't find the second. That would have been huge, but it will be Texas, the first ones there over towards P1.
And it's Scum. Scum's still alive in here, eventually taking down Vortex as well. You can see him playing in a ring at the same time.
My God.
And Scum continues to just push Ultra Academy back out of top ring. It gives his teammates time to get in. Illy and Shotzi combining there, although Shotzi will be combining onto Illy. But they now have control of it to get some more points on the board. It wouldn't surprise me at this juncture if OpTic go back into the lead.
Yeah, it does look that way. The kills are starting to come through, though. Vortex will find two, so the entry is there. Are they able to clean up, though? Absolutely not. Scump and Illy combining well as Scump finds two more. It's taken a little bit of time for the King to get heated up here today, but he is going to start finding kills. Furious will take down his teammates, and it will have to be the rotation over towards P2 that Ultra Academy EU are going to have to concentrate on. They picked up some really, really good time here on that first rotation. Can they do it again?
I can see they're already pushing out this side, looking for the green spawn to come in, but it's not going to be. And now, this is dangerous. Cliff is so difficult to get through when players hold down the boat. And he's going to be calling this house all on Furious, but no! Scum with a pistol completely shuts him down, and that's cracked this hardpoint open. OpTic just running straight into it now, and they continue to rack up these points. Shotzi's going to be on the flank, eventually taken down by Vortex, but it has slowed that push. Ultra Academy are no longer having this their own way.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just a momentum swing, wasn't it? Heading over towards P1 when Scump went on that 6th spree. And it's put Ultra Academy back. They haven't really managed to find a decent amount of time up since P4. It's been mostly OpTic here. Vortex was trying his best as he did find 3 or 4 in a row, but not much else he can do there. Now it's about this rotation over towards P3 and about that P1 ring control. Let's see what Furious can do from mid-map. He's trying to poke away over towards P2. His teammate is there to help him, but this rotation over towards P3 is looking very much like the green walls here, Bryce.
It does. It does look like the green walls here. Illy, though, will be the most crucial player. Can he stay alive? Can he find any kills? He has no support for it, and Vortex runs into the gunfight. Illy continuing to play his life. A player's going to come ring and eventually end up taking him down, and it will be Ultra EU who have this opportunity. They need reinforcements to now come in, as they know that spawn has gone around the other way, and it's Shotzi again, and Scum doing another kill onto Raffi. And I tell you something, you are right. That momentum swing, it went towards OpTic, and it hasn't stopped since.
No, it really hasn't. The past 3-4 hills have been all OpTic Texas. But the thing is for Ultra Academy EU here, they have held down ring control. Can they get the break? Yes, they can. Still 30 seconds to play for here. If you can pick up the majority of this time, rotate yourself over towards P4 cleanly, then maybe you're in a good spot. For the side of number 7, Raffi, well, he was alive momentarily until Scump managed to find his auto and take his head off. He would have been in a position to maybe try and slow them down over towards P3, but as it goes, this rotation over towards the next hill is vitally important for Ultra Academy EU. If they can pick up some good time here, they're in touching distance, but it's not going to be easy to do.
It certainly isn't. Raffi going to be on the back here. You can see Illy on our beautiful Codcaster X-Ray running towards this confrontation. And so slowly, both these players trying to play their life. They just want to get away with it. Illy's going to challenge him regardless, and Raffi goes down. Furious now alone in a sea of green. Has to try and deflect so much that the green wall finds one, does not find the second. And even though kills are made by Ultra Academy, it will be OpTic currently with the time. But look at the spawn out from them. They are miles away in ring. Dash is alone. And Ultra Academy eventually recover this one. But 30 seconds left on it. OpTic may not even give this a real push.
Yeah, they maybe not. Furious has done a really good job in the middle. But it's not going to be able to find much. But it does give them some sort of control over towards boat. That's the best way to try and break through over towards P5. towards the green side. Vortex having a good game at 23 and 16 here with the auto as well. Can they find this breakthrough? There's a second kill for him on top of Bo. Can he find a third on Illy, the one who's watching over? Shotzi inside of green, trying to deflect as best as he can, finds two on his own, and that's going to slow down that push very, very quickly. OpTic Texas already 19 away.
Yeah, they have nobody in the back here to try and get anything out of this one either, and now OpTic just going to go to work, start farming them from the spawn, and the man of the moment, what I consider one of the best players in the CDL right now, Shotzi. He's going to be holding off all of this boat pressure as that time ticks away. 3, 2, 1, and it's done. That's OpTic Gaming. They win that first Hardpoint, and it was anything but clean, though. Ultra EU have a great first start into this one, but turns out the veterans, the legends, Texas OpTic, just better.
Yeah, just better. I think, you know, when it comes down to those big situations, that first time that we're heading over towards that green hard point, they picked up so much time, OpTic Texas, that time around, and the transition over towards P1. There was a couple of 1v1 gunfights that made all of the difference in that scenario. They won those gunfights, and they just snowballed from there. I think it was Scumpy won a 6 or 7 spree, and that was actually crucially important as well, because of the fact that he gets the glide bomb, can then drop it in over towards that P3 rotation. That Ultra EU Academy had a really good spot on. They had P1 control, they had control of the hard point, they could pick up some decent time, then rotate over towards P4, but then they win some gunfights over towards P1. Scump has the glide bomb, calls that one in, and that's good night, Vienna. It's very, very difficult at that stage for them to try and get back. That was maybe the moment they could have. Ultimately, though, I would say, you know, that's not a bad performance, though. I think, you know, they'll be looking at that and they'll sort of say, right, there was a couple of moments here and there we could have done something differently, but I would say that's not a bad start. If you were to tell them you were only going to get people around a one hill rotation, etc., then I think you probably would have. I mean, they don't take it. The Call of Duty players, they want to win every single time. But I think you have to understand the nature of the beast here. You've come in against OpTic and you give them a relatively decent game in map number 1. It will be a decent confidence booster for them. They'll be disappointed not to win it, of course, but heading into maps 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5, if we do get there, they know that they can make them bleed, but they didn't quite make them bleed enough.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, right? Well, we knew that Shotzi was going to cause issues for anybody who hasn't had to deal with him before. We know his movement is a pain. We know even that big fight at the back, right? You know, when we went over to P3, a lot of players wouldn't have survived as long as Shotzi did with those players staring him down, but he played his life incredibly well. It gave OpTic the opportunity to kind of reset and get themselves back in that game at the same time. Ultra Academy EU, great start. A lot of things we're going to keep an eye out for, and I'll tell you something, if their confidence about 2, 3, 5 pays out, after that map number 1, we could be in for a hell of a series.
We could be. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, though, and I think, you know, there's one thing that does glare out. You don't want to put it on him. He's in the situation as much as Ultra Academy are. They're the ones who have to find the pickup. Rafi is the guy that has to step into Harry's shoes, and unfortunately that time around an 8 and 22 is going to sting you when you only lose by 7 points. That is something that he would not have wanted to start off his, I don't want to say career, because obviously he's had a career before this, but starting off his sort of showing in this squad, especially on that game. I think there was the moment where they had that P4 rotation, Illy gunned them off the back. Those are the kind of moments where, even if you are picking up 8, 9, 10 kills, you need to win those gunfights to lock down those hills for your team. So, unfortunately, not the best of games in map number 1, and I don't like to try and lean on KD too much, but if you look at the rest of the squad, if he can be in and amongst it for them, it's a very close game. It's an unfortunate one.
It certainly is. And here's another thing, like I've seen some statistics coming through, and this isn't completely nailed down yet, but talking about the bounce back from OpTic, right? So apparently, after that kind of that beginning that was going all to the Ultra Academy EU, the run from OpTic was about 170 to 30 in the second half of that map. Like, that's the difference we're talking about here. That's the comeback for it, and that momentum swing was so damaging. You know, they feel like they're winning no gunfights, they're not getting the rotations locked in, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, we've lost this map when we thought we might have had it in the bag.
Yeah, it's tough, especially when a team does go on a run like that against you. It's very, very difficult. It just seemed to be those crucial moments in those rotational fights. I'm thinking about when Scump went on that 6 or 7 spree over towards P1 from P5 after that first rotation. I'm thinking about the rotation over towards P3 around ring. Those are the sort of scenarios that if you win 1 or 2 gunfights differently, you could have potentially won them. That's how close it was on occasion. But those gunfights just don't go your way. Those rotational kills don't go your way. The points do not go your way. And OpTic Gaming will take a lead here, 250 to 183. A respectable scoreline for the side of Ultra Academy EU. But they'll be heading into their bread and butter now. They'll be heading into a search and destroy and say to themselves, right, okay, this is where we are very, very solid. They did not lose a single search and destroy at the Minnesota Challengers event, albeit they were playing against teams as good as OpTic, has to be said. But that's still a very strong basis for them to work on here. Can their search and destroy live up to what we have seen previously up against the big boss?
Yeah, and you are right. The thing is about S&D, it's always a swing game, right? It's one of the games where we find out where teams can have a very, very different skill set in terms of just how good they are at search. And for OpTic Gaming, they're not going to have that much information about, you know, the break-offs, especially considering they've got their Rafi pickup. That would have changed it just a little bit. That's one of the things people don't really think about when it comes to search.
100%.
A lot of teams have very set break-offs, and the break-offs can determine the tempo of the round, because essentially you'll be looking for the players and like, right, I know this point is covered. I know I'm looking for information in another place here. I'll be doing this shoulder peak. My teammate will be doing this shoulder peak, and we can expect the player in and around this area. When you've got a pickup, those lines of communication break down, and you might not get what you got from the teammate you had before. So it throws a little bit of randomness into it. Obviously, as we go deeper into the game, and depending who gets those first kills and the breaks and the pushes that come through, well, it becomes more fluid. S&D becomes much more of a game mode where the individual and the teamwork can shine through. But as you said before, if EU are confident on this one, it could be a very, very good game. Obviously, I'm still kind of feeling OpTic. I think they are in a different class above, and it's just unfortunate this is the first game for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, it's a tough one, but as the conversation that we had at the beginning of the show kind of went, would you rather play them now, kind of get it out of the way, get a couple of reps in with Rafi up against a team that you probably wouldn't have been able to beat with your actual full squad with Harry there? I think absolutely, because you've been looking at those other 2 games as the ones that are winnable, especially if they play like that. If they go and play up against that, against a team like Minnesota, or a team against or a team like Florida, then they have a chance to take 100%. Very different teams, I would say. I would say Florida kind of similar in the ilk that they do play very, very scrappy, so maybe that could be a bit of a different challenge. But Minnesota, new roster, that's definitely one that you could maybe go in and do something up against. So interested to see how things go that side of things, but absolutely search and destroy for them. Let's see what they can do. Can they make a series of it? Berlin is where things are going to kick off there, but we will stay on Berlin for the next map at least, and then of course map 4 potentially, and Tuscan potentially would be coming up for map number 5. But yeah, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but that is not a terrible result in map number 1 for the squad. I think that will give them some confidence heading here to map number 2, 3, maybe 4 and 5.
It feels wrong. I understand what you're saying. It does feel wrong. Essentially saying, you know, that team's had a good game when they've lost, right? But you got to bear in mind what's at stake for these. Obviously, you know, EU Ultra Academy coming this to the pickup, and nobody is expecting them realistically to win this group, right? Against who they are currently against. But they've played very, very well. And already, one thing I will say, and I've noticed a few things come through on the social media, people are noticing these players already. You know, Beans has had a very, very good game. People are very kind of fascinated about, you know, is this a potential player that we could see a team pick up? There are a lot of struggling teams in the CDL right now who could do with a wonder sub. And we might find one at this event.
We might. But, I mean, how many times have we talked about Vortex Boys? You know, like, I mean, we are literally... I feel like I need to be this man's agent at this stage. I don't know if I can do that as well as be a caster, but at this stage,
you're fairly holding on to being a caster, let's
very
be honest.
True. I mean, look, we get shoved back on Bravo at the first opportunity.
One more person puts El Caster in the YouTube chat, and we're out of a job.
Oh, God, if that was the case, we'd have lost our job after the first game. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, I think it's a difficult one, but Search and Destroy is maybe where things can come through, and maybe something could be done here. But as I said, we have championed for Vortex time and time again. I think across the whole challenger scene, he is the winningest player, so to speak, since the changeover towards the franchise model. So a lot of people have been championing for him, us two included. Let's see how he does. He had a very good map number 1. Can he do anything here on Berlin Search and Destroy? Up the Search and Destroy side of things, it's Dashi and Shotzi. You've got to watch at 1 point Search and Destroy. Very, very solid from Shotzi, and what can he do here on Berlin up against Ultra Academy EU?
Well, let's find out then. At the moment, it's still a very, very fast B push, of course. They're going straight over for it. That does mean it will be Illy to give them that information. Dashi will be backing him up here on the cross. Will they get caught for it as well? No, Raffi opens up, takes down Illy before he can do anything, and that B-bomb's going down.
That's a really aggressive angle that he's actually managed to take up, tries to get out. Dashi will punish him for it. Vortex will get this bomb down here, but it's up to Beans to try and defend towards the back there. Shotzi gone. He still has the angle of Scump. That's going to start coming on through as well. Dashi finding his way through mid-map. Precarious situation for both teams.
Furious, just trying to figure out if anybody's coming through as well. Scump, though, does open up towards the back. Down to a 2 versus 2. Dashi gets another one now. It's just Vortex for a 1 versus 2. He has to play against the 2 OpTic players coming at him. And they're going to ask you where he is. Vortex is going to be watching the wrong way.
He got the timing, though.
Now going to be going into B-bomb. Will he see this?
He got the timing.
Slowly round he goes. Finds Scump already.
Oh!
Vortex clutches up. Somehow finds both OpTic players in one spray. And a little bit of timing, a little bit of luck, but a whole lot of gun skill for this as he just gets that spray transfer on the Dashi. And Ultra Academy go 1-0 up, but it was not clean.
Oh, that is huge from Vortex. And as I was saying, I was just uttering to you, he got the timing, When he went to cross over towards Tank, they did not see him. And it was like ships in the night. He gets into that position. They have no clue that he's sitting behind the tank. And it's, well, a very well-worked 2-piece from Vortex. Not an easy one. But he was in the position to do it. Fantastic stuff, Ultra Academy. First blood.
Now, how do OpTic respond to this? At the moment, very slow, trying to figure out exactly where Ultra Academy you are, and Illy will pick up Raffi again. And that will be first blood to OpTic Texas. You see Furious is going to be here, and Vortex has gone down as well. It's now a 2 versus 4. OpTic still really not committing to anything. It's now a 1 versus 4. It's looking like a clean sweep for them. Furious is going to try and deflect so much pressure now. They're actually going to plant for him.
Yeah, good luck, Furious. This will be quite something. Not going to happen this time around. I think Ultra can be you. Maybe just showing a little bit too much of a hand there. And getting picked up at every single angle, to be honest with you. I think Vortex just got caught on the rotation. Raffi gets caught out immediately over towards B. Opens up the doors there. And kind of just lulls Ultra into the fact that they have to make a move. That first blood, very, very important. OpTic Texas get it this time around. Raffi got it the previous round on the attack. Can he do it again here in round number 3?
Well, have to find out. I'll tell you something. OpTic Texas have looked pretty good so far in this search. Could have won that first round as well. And there's maybe an A push coming through. Raffi just giving it the shoulder. Furious will go and open the door here. Going to go straight in towards it as well. Looking for the player inside. Scump will win that close range gunfight though. And now he's going to get the pre-fire coming through. Raffi managed to get the train away, but shots. He's got one outside. And Ultra Academy EU, their pushes kind of falter down to a 2 versus 2. And all will go quiet on this map now as both teams kind of contemplate what do we do next.
Yeah, Bean's playing that angle that we've seen so many times from Trey, actually, from the London Royal Ravens. You sit in there, in and around the mid-map, and you can maybe try and find some picks. But speaking of picks, Raffi tries to make a movement over towards the bomb site, gets picked himself. So Beans was providing the cover. They know exactly where he was. Well, they know that this push is going to come in over towards the A site.
It's dangerous. OpTic will just play this as a unit. They will not let this slip through. Beans is trying to figure out exactly where they're holding here. He has no information and no idea where they are. He also doesn't have the bomb, so he's going to have to try and go back here and go for the plant. OpTic Texas haven't seen this. They may wrap back here because they haven't seen anything come through. They're leaving one player to watch.
Yep, there you go.
Does Dashi see him?
Did he see him?
Oh, he's
throwing it on its way in. Yeah, Beans is going to get out here.
Beans found
Dashi. Did he need to?
Surely not a 1 versus 2. Illy versus Beans. Has the bomb down. Has a good position for it. Illy has to find him in 30 seconds.
Oh, is he going to get
He's
the
looking
timing?
for him as well, and Beans is going to 1 versus 2. Ultra Academy EU again with the clutch of a 1 versus 2 versus OpTic.
Very, very well played from Beans. He clears out the backside, so knows that that's not the angle they're going to be coming from imminently. Appreciates that Dashi is potentially going to be pushing from train side. Finds that first gunfight, and it's just about who gets the timing. Do you guess right? He does this time around. It's 3 in a row for Beans. 2-1 to Ultra Academy now. Hey, if they can keep up this clutch factor, Brycey, you never know.
Just to be clear, that is not how.
No, it's not. No, it's absolutely not. But it's nice to have. It's nice to have.
OpTic this time, been looking for another very confident offense round. They did it last time. Looks like they're going to go for this B push. A couple of players keeping an eye here. Raffi and Furious. They'll be the players to first come into conflict. And OpTic not confident about really going for a push here at this point. They're just looking for information. You can already see Furious has to get out there. He takes a few bullets.
Expecting the grenades to come in there, Brycey, but Furious deemed not weak enough to waste the utility on. Get a little bit of information though, and OpTic just trying their luck with a few different angles, trying to spot somebody out, trying to eliminate one of the Ultra Academy EU players to maybe get something going. Furious playing a very aggressive angle here. Has to be careful. The rest of his team are there to help him along the way. Raffi's going to be the one for maybe for the trade. There's the first one onto Illy. The second one of the shots as well. He's shooting bodies. I'm not sure about that, Furious, but okay. I'm down with it. I'm down with it.
Oh, I mean, that is... There are no real words for it as well, but Furious is finished! Oh, body shoot! He shot Scump! Oh my goodness! This man's Twitter is going to be exploding as Dashy managed to get a reply back, but it's now going to be 1 versus 4, making it 1 versus 2. Surely not! There's no way Dashy can handle this, surely, as he finds Raffi outside, eventually goes down. But the fires have been lit here on Berlin.
Oh, I wish we had a camera in the venue.
My goodness.
I wish we had a camera so bad. Oh my god. 1-0 down. This is the 4th round of Search and Destroy. Shotzi and Scum's body have simultaneously been shot by Furious. I absolutely love it. This is what we come to see. A brilliant round from Furious. He finds his first 3 kills of the game, all in 1 round. Fantastic stuff from Furious. Ultra Academy 3-1 to the good. I respect it. I respect it. You don't get many opportunities.
OpTic's bodies.
You don't get many opportunities, Brycey. You've got to take them when they come.
Well, we'll see how OpTic reply to that. If anything, they'll be incensed, and it's probably not a team you want to do it against. We'll have to find out how it plays out. There's a big push coming in from Ultra Academy down the middle. Illy, Raffi, and Dashy all lining up the kill feed. And now Ultra Academy have come off worse in that trade. They do no longer have the numbers. A 2 versus 3.
Shotzi. Locking thing down from fire. Just calming it down just for a moment. See, OpTic now just all playing together. Raffi with a little bit of control over towards A though, but of course Ultra Academy don't know how much control they have and don't know. Now, OpTic Tex is very much wolf packing around the map. They might get some good timing though if they do rotate that round towards B, but Beans could do with finding a kill here. Did they hear him drop? I think they did. You seen a couple of members of the minimap swivel around for a second. Beans making a lot of noise here.
They're so close to actually sweating for Beans. How on earth has he not found him? Eventually they will take him down. And Raffi will now have to 1 versus 3. He's going to put this bomb down. But OpTic should play this close. And already you can see he's got trouble. He cannot watch every single direction. He's got the bullets in the back. The stun's already hit him. And they slowly but surely squeeze this position until we can no longer have any movement come down. And Dashy will be the one who gets the pick. And OpTic Texas will win that eventually. And I've got to say this, Beans was so close to the OpTic players for so long. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, again, just an unfortunate side of things when it does come down to these rotations, but OpTic play that well. If you play together, you always have that opportunity. If one of you falls, you're at least going to be able to trade it, you would think. And then ultimately a difficult spot for the Ultra Academy EU boys to be in nonetheless. Another round back here for OpTic. 3-2 to the good. I'm curious, what's your opinion on shooting bodies in round number 4 up against OpTic, Brycey?
I wouldn't shoot bodies ever until I'm literally already won the map. Like I just wouldn't do it. But hey, you got to have. I suppose if you're coming into this event, you've got to have confidence, and it's something they clearly have in spades. You can see at the moment, Furious almost gets taken down. Dash will be calling out to his teammates. He's going to have to back up there as well. OpTic, though, knowing this, I'm going to go for an aggressive B push. Raffi may be calling this out to his teammates as well, saying, hey, we've lost a little bit of control. Lily will get out of there.
Not much utility to deal with the players around B. Ellie's going to poke his head once again. Furious will get out. The grenade will find him this time around, though. OpTic adapting this time. Furious playing the same spot, and he will get dealt with this moment, but Raffi can't find the push. OpTic have found their way through. Now Beans left all alone in a 1 versus 4. He will be hunted. He will be killed. And that is now 3-3. OpTic bring it back very, very quickly. And again, I think Furious in that situation, that previous round, what worked so well for him on the defense, he tries it again. But OpTic just concentrate a little bit more resource in that direction. And it's so much more difficult when there's a couple of eyes staring at you, then one by one. And this time around, those eyes staring at you are shooting back. And all of a sudden, it's 3-3.
It is, and I'll tell you something. OpTic Texas have come back into this with a vengeance. Said don't shoot bodies. Said don't shoot bodies. And now they're going to have to really try and justify it. Here comes the A push from them. OpTic Texas, though. Dashy so far playing out of his freaking mind. You can see they're going in for this push here. They managed to get in. They're now looking to figure out if they're going anywhere for it. And Illy gets that first blood.
Oh, and then they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place because that first blood comes in on the flank. And you've got to worry if you're Ultra Academy when you're stuck inside of A. How do you expand out? How do you get a little bit of map control from here? It's difficult too. You got to just shut down the hatches and hopefully you can win your gunfights as the entries come in. Shotzi from up top, already inside of office. Vortex won't have a clue. There's the first one. And it's just the movement from Shotzi that makes that moment possible. 2 versus 4, Bryce.
Texas have been nothing but flawless so far. And I was going to say it could have been the fly on the ointment, but doesn't matter. They have numbers at 2 versus 4. Still 2 alive at the end. And Dashy will now be defusing. OpTic Texas, again, flexing that incredible muscle they have in just pure gun skill. And you are right. You don't expect shots to just make that move and caught Vortex unaware.
Yeah, I know Illy is shouting on them right now. Like, there's no doubt he isn't. After that moment, the Juju Man has well and truly been in full effect since Ultra Academy and, well, specifically Furious shooting the bodies. They haven't won a round. 9-3 out of Dashy, 6-4 out of Scum. And it's been tough going for the Ultra Academy boys. And I think, honestly, that it's just the picks haven't worked for them. When the first bloods have come for them, they have been able to maybe work that. And the clutch situations obviously came their way as well. Since that moment, though, that Furious found those kills, which he did brilliantly to do so, Ultra Academy EU have floundered just a little bit.
I just can't stop thinking about the fact they shot bodies that early on.
Kind of funny, though, isn't it? Anyway,
it is. I mean, it won't be funny if they lose this.
Nope. No, it won't.
Beans coming under an awful lot of pressure. They're going to try and trade him out here as well. He needs some backup as well. Rafi will get the first blood. Furious trying to get a bit of a pinch going on.
Oh, Vortex finds Shotzi inside a train as well. Can't snap on a Dashi. But Dashi is left all alone this time. This is going to be stopping the bleeding potentially. So 1 versus 3. Dashi on a 5 spree. Not going to find any more. And Beans will stop the bleeding for Ultra Academy EU. And it comes down to that first pick that they get. They know that the push is going to come in towards A. And Vortex spreads his wings just a little bit, forces it out. And Rafi and Furious holding on with Furious flanking in round from the middle of the map. Well played from Ultra EU. A little bit more aggressive, I would say. Some of their attacks and defenses have maybe been a little bit passive, but that was a little bit more aggressive. They get paid for it as well. 4-4 now.
And this game is very, very close between these two teams. OpTic on the defense here this time. I wonder what Ultra Academy have left in the tank. It's looking like another big B push. And Dash, who's currently 10-4, will be here to intercept it with Shotzi. This could all come down to it very, very quickly. You can already see these players being aggressive here from OpTic as well. And he's going to go straight in for it. Vortex going to try and challenge him. Eventually just run straight into the gunfire as it goes down to a 3 versus 3. But OpTic have control of this site.
We'll slow down now as Ultra Academy EU are kind of going to have to try and find a little angle through to try and find this break. I think for Scump, it's crucial that he stays alive over towards A because that's where the rock could potentially come through with a minute to go. It's going to be hard to find these picks, though. I don't think OpTic Texas will show much over towards B.
OpTic are in the driving seat here. They have the better position. Ultra Academy, you have to break back in. Rafi's going to go for it. This is aggressive round on the corner. He somehow finds Dashi.
Needs help.
He does need help. They're going to know there's a second player here. Rafi continuing to go all the way around. Eventually he's going to find Illy. Knows Illy is here as these two are just dancing around each other left, right, and center. They are refusing to engage.
Somebody
help him.
They
just keep going through. Beans is going to try and help him as well, but Illy eventually wins that one at the same time. Looking for Beans as well. Beans eventually will get that one. And now Scum for the 1 versus 2. Ultra have had 2 themselves. Can the king find it here?
Oh, well, they know where he is. Inside the bomb site he goes. Beans will the first to fall. 10 seconds to go. The gunfights are going to start coming on through. Which way is it going to go? Furious will win the 1v1 and the bodies have been shot again, Bricey. Oh, yeah, I love the pro and me. I absolutely love it. We got bodies being shot on first day, and that's now going to be 5-4. Furious just about wins the gunfight towards the end. A couple extra just to make sure. Match
I was convinced
point.
Scum had that.
Yeah, honestly, I thought he did as well. They would not have expected that to come on through. Eventually, the 1v1 does go Ultra Academy's way, though. Map point.
It is, and I wonder if this will be another fast B. It's been working out for OpTic so far. Well, I say fast B. They've been very, very slow towards B, but now it looks like maybe a fast A. Big hit coming in from them, and it's going to be Beans to deflect. already taking some shots. Will go down. Shotzi is not letting him out of there at all. It might even be a fast plant for them now they're convinced there's nobody here. Furious though going for the flank, gives them straight in to 2 gunfights as well, and now a 2 versus 4. Dash is going to hold it down by tower, and that's going to be over. We're going to 5-5, round 11.
Oh, this is where the quality will shine through. That situation, just a very fast air plant. It is difficult sometimes if you don't have the numbers, if you don't guess right, if you don't have the info. It's hard to deal with. This time around, Ultra Academy EU cannot deal with it. And we will go to a round 11. It's Ultra Academy EU on the attack. The ARs have been performing well. Vortex hasn't necessarily found himself in a spot to a great deal. And what are we going to see? Is it going to be that confidence? Well, it never helps when you don't pick up the bomb immediately. It is going to be that confidence. It is going to be a big hit over towards it.
Look at this. They're going to be challenging already. Look for it. They might try and push through the middle here. I think Dash is going to be on Overwatch. He is. Vortex gets caught. OpTic take the lead here in this final round of Search and Destroy. And maybe some hesitance coming in from Ultra Academy EU. Somebody has to make the play.
And I kind of understand what Vortex is trying to do, because he'll then push over towards Plant of Fire. Good shots from Furious. Nonetheless, that will make it a 3 versus 3, but nobody on Overwatch to help him out and making that push. Gets shut down from Fire. Now OpTic, Wolf packing, bomb down.
Looking for it already. Furious gets another kill here. Actually going for that Chow. Furious gonna find him at the same time. Furious gets 3. Now gonna be looking for the ace. And it's only gonna be stunned. He gets taken down. Ultra Academy EU win the Search and Destroy.
Well, there you go. That we said it could be a weapon for them here today. 6-5 against OpTic Texas. Plenty of confidence, obviously, breeding from that one. And it was Furious, the one who started shooting the bodies, who's actually the one who finds 3 in round number 11 to get the job done. Let's... All
right, let's talk about the S&D.
Yeah, okay.
We'll get to that point when we get to it. Let's talk about the S&D. Let's break down what we actually saw here. I have to say, Ultra EU, yes, they have just won that map. Bearing in mind, they got 2 1v2s in it as well, Ton. I don't know whether to put that on them just being absolute ice in the veins on a big stage like this, or whether OpTic made a few mistakes. I will say there was the round where we saw OpTic split up and try to watch both bomb sites together. And this is going to be it. This is Beans 1 versus 2. They actually end up going in kind of disjointed as well. I don't know why Dashy ran in so early.
Yeah.
But didn't even wait for a player, just went straight in for him.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's moments like that you need to clutch up. The Vortex one was just kind of unfortunate timing when he did get around that tank, gets that little bit of time and finds that 1v2. But then the Beans one is definitely one you can point towards and sort of say, but that shouldn't be happening. Well, should you be splitting up like that? It's questionable. But then from there, I feel as if Ultra Academy, especially this push towards A in round number 11 for me, was kind of a little... I mean, the start was terrible. Vortex pushes out in the middle of nowhere and gets punished. Rightfully so as well. And then they get the free plant off, and Furious is just picking them off from the bomb site. I mean, it's very easily done. I take no control over towards A. Don't find that push that they want to. Disjointed, I think, is very fair to say, but Ultra Academy EU, they made these situations work in their favor. We knew Search and Destroy was strong for them, and we get a taster of that there in map number 2. We're going to be heading into map number 3, and the game is tied up, Bricey. So, interesting.
I will say this. I feel like OpTic's S&D round wins were much more confident than Ultras were, right? They were much cleaner. They knew their exact game plan. They were cutting people down. And as soon as they seemed to have any sort of advantage in any of these rounds, they just converted it straight into the end of it. Obviously, that doesn't really count for the ones where they end up kind of losing in the 1 versus 2, but you got to think like that play there was all shots who just go straight in to take down Beans, right? You know that that is something they have practiced. Beans had to just try and get out of there, and Shotzi was ready to kind of counteract that entirely with that fast A push. And it's interesting to me to see how obviously 2 teams who really haven't played each other coming up into this one are kind of trying to counterplay.
Yeah, and I think that's another point that we'll probably continue to make over the week. There is so much VOD for these teams to have a look at of all the, obviously, franchise squads, whereas there's not so much on the other team. So maybe using some of that potential information to their best use, Bryce.
Yeah, it certainly is. All right, well, we're going to go to a quick break before we head into map number 3 here at the Pro-Am Classic. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty Pro-Am Classic. My name is Bryce, joining me here for this one, Chris Tunn. And if you are curious for what has been going on so far, we've got Texas OpTic versus Ultra Academy EU. And so far, it's been kind of both-sided and a little bit spicy, Tunn.
It has been a little bit spicy. We've seen plenty of body shooting, which you know what? Look, I'm on board with it. If you know, a lot of people say the Juju man will be there for you, and he may well.
Was almost there. Was almost
there.
He
was almost there. But as I mentioned throughout, you don't get many opportunities during the season to go up against CDL teams. Just make the most of your opportunities. If you feel like you want to shoot shots in Scope's body in the middle of a search and destroy when you want to zero down the series, then you know what? You do you. Either way, they managed to tie it up. So maybe it is the case of just having that confidence that is going to spur them on. But here we go into Berlin control for the first time on a CDL stream as well. It should be very interesting, and maybe there's a case of saying, are OpTic well practiced on this one? Have they had much time to practice with Illy, with the potential substitute that was going to come in? Many questions to be asked about Berlin control for both these two teams. So it is a very interesting map number 3 here. And I just remind you guys at home, when I did speak to Vortex of Ultra Academy EU, he said if we are going to win it, it'll be by 2, 3, and 5. Well, they managed to get 2, 3's coming up, and they need 3 if they want to force map number 5.
Yeah, they really do. And going into the Berlin control, it's an interesting map because it's new, although we've seen Berlin a million times before, but Berlin control was only recently added to the rotation, and this does mean that maybe the meta on this map hasn't developed as much as it could have done. And if you're wondering what I mean by that, say essentially the longer a map is in Call of Duty, usually the faster paced it gets, people start expecting the timings better, they get very used to playing in a certain way, and that develops over time. With Berlin control being so new, what we can expect is an absolute blender at some points, as both teams will just default to get bodies into position as quickly as possible. And I'll tell you something, Ton, I've been looking forward to seeing this played against two very good teams, mainly so I can take points for rank play.
Yes, I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, honestly, Bryce. Yeah. No, but it is very much a steady one when it does come down to control. It's very much that one that does have that one point that can go away very quickly, basically get control of A and then see what you can do from there over towards B. You kind of throw it, well, you don't throw A away, but it is one of those points where it is a little bit easier to get a hold of and then see where you can go from there on the attack. But it's one of those where a 4 down is very dangerous because of where the points are. It isn't necessarily one that you can get utility into if you are the defensive side. It's hard to bring back as well, so it's a little bit different to some of the other maps because how the spawns do work. We should be jumping in very shortly, but it's going to be interesting. I think teams will have to adapt as time goes on, and I think it's the best possible time for a new map to be introduced, especially for the Challengers teams here. I think it's opportunities like this that can be offered to maybe cause some upsets up against some of these big teams. So, Ultra Academy EU, in this scenario, perfect time for the new map to come in.
I agree with that in the fact that Chaos can work very well. My problem is that for Texas OpTic, I consider them very good in isolation. And what I mean by that is every single member of this team has the ability, whenever they put into that situation where they might not have a trade available or they are alone away from their teammates, I always expect them to pull out madness and win, especially with players like Shotzi. If things get a bit chaotic on the map, well, let's put it this way, Shotzi's entire playstyle was like that. He's going to be hitting flanks, his movement is on point, he's a difficult player to deal with at the best of times for well-practiced teams. Going into another unknown variable like Berlin control, where, yeah, they've been playing it since it's come into the rotation, they've got their strategies down as well. I still think if maybe they come against something they don't expect, Texas OpTic should be the better team for it, because I think they work great in that scenario.
Yeah, they do. And look, their control game play in general is very solid. So, you know, when it does come down to it, they know how to play the game mode irrelevant of what the map is, if it's new or not. It's still going to be a tall order for Ultra Academy EU, but I think, you know, what would you rather play them on, Gavutu, Tuscan, or the brand new map? I'd rather pick the brand new map, especially up against Tuscan. Do not go anywhere near that if you are any of these Challengers teams, especially the one that's going up against them now. So, yeah, get Tuscan out of the way, see how you can do on the new map. We're at least going to see a Berlin Hardpoint as well, so it should be interesting. But looking at the map set, I absolutely need to see a win for Ultra Academy EU here if they want a chance in the series. We've seen in the Search and Destroy, they can hang with them. They have that clutch factor as well. Tuscan, very different to Berlin, albeit, but they have the potential. So if they want something to happen here, potentially, they need to win Berlin control for me, Bryce.
Yeah, no, I actually fully agree with that one. I will say at this point that I am still very excited for this game, and I am very excited coming in for the entire Pro-Am, and the reason for that being is sometimes it's good to just upend the schedule of things. We've seen the franchise teams play over and over again this year, and they're kind of becoming expected what to kind of come out of them. I know there's been a lot of like roster moves at the moment, and things have been a bit chaotic in the break. But now we're throwing in these Pro-Am teams, and questions will be asked. I think questions are already being asked as how good are the players from challenges and who can be stolen to kind of move into franchises fully. And I think from what I've been seeing and kind of keeping up with the other games during that 3-minute break we just had, it looks like it's got a little bit mixy everywhere, Ton.
Oh yeah, I'm interested to see how things do go down across the whole of the tournament. I think there's a really interesting game coming up after this one. I think a lot of people would have looked at this game and thought, yeah, OpTic clean cut. Not necessarily clean cut so far. A relatively close game, map number 1, and of course a win for Ultra Academy EU on map number 2. But I think a lot of people will be looking at the game after this, which is LAG taking on Toronto Academy NA, who obviously went on to win that Minnesota event on the Challenger side of things. That's one a lot of people will be looking at and sort of saying to themselves, this one is very hard to predict. That they're pretty much the team that a lot of people will be looking towards this weekend to really cause some issues. But I mean, Ultra Academy EU proving that it's not just them that could potentially be causing issues. A very good start for them in a 1-1 series. We should be getting into map number 3 very shortly, but I don't know, man. A lot of people ask the questions of these Challengers teams and how they're going to show up. I mean, so far so good is all I'm going to say. I mean, I hope they show better than my internet connection right now, because as you can see, I am very pixelated. But we'll maybe
I think it's an improvement. I think it's an improvement, and I know what the thing is, right? Obviously, we're talking about how we expect these teams to go down. We are expecting the game to start very shortly. But what we're going to do while we wait for this lobby to get underway, rather than you have to look at our ugly faces, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We will see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. My name is Bryce, joined here by Ton. You are joining us to watch OpTic Texas versus Ultra Academy EU, and we are waiting for map number 3 to start. Currently 1-1 in the series. There you go, you're all caught up. Ton, how are you?
Oh, thanks, mate. I'm really good. I'm glad the fans are caught up. You can just go onto Twitter to see what happened to the Search and Destroy as well. I've just retweeted the clip myself, actually. I'm not the one farming interactions. I think it maybe is Furious on that one. I'd like to say he's probably had more in the last 10 minutes than he has in the last year. So that'll be interesting to see when he picks up his phone after this one. And I'm sure he probably won't be that bothered. Either way, let's talk about how the series has broke down so far, Bryce, because it has been interesting. You know, number one, Ultra Academy EU came out looking very nice. And map number 2, 6-5 win on Search and Destroy. So we've got an actual series when we didn't think we would get.
Yeah, that is very, very true. And some of the key points for this one, obviously, Ultra Academy having those 2 clutches in the S&D. They had a good start on the Hardpoint, but then OpTic Texas just managed to completely obliterate them in the second half of that. Great comeback on the Hardpoint for them on Gavutu. Going into this S&D, and it's kind of like a footnote, really. When you look, if you look back on this historically, it'd be a footnote. The body shooting coming in from Furious. Yes, social media is blowing up with it as well. I think the 1v2s were a bigger deal. I think the fact that OpTic Texas as well had a very good S&D apart from those. Bear in mind, if there hadn't been 2 clutches in that game, this would have been like a 6-4 or something along those lines for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been comfortable, wouldn't it, to a certain degree, but I mean, clutches are part of it. I think, you know, you can say a little bit unfortunate, as I was saying before, for the one with Vortex. He just got a nice bit of timing, I would say. Got himself in a good position. He still had a lot of work to do and pulled it off. The one with Beans is the one that you probably look at and sort of say, right, come on, boys. I don't think Rambo Ray will be very happy about that one. If I'm frank with you, Bryce, I think he'd be seething. So I think, you know, you look at that one, you look at these situations, they can come across, but at the same time, OpTic have those players that can also do that. Like, don't get me wrong. It's one of those situations where they didn't. You have to clutch up on occasion. Toronto Academy, you did. Sometimes it happens for you, sometimes it does not. That little bit of luck falls their way, and they find the win. So now you're heading into Control, a brand new map that's going to be coming up. It's a questionable one, isn't it? You know, you're heading to this, if you're OpTic Texas, how practiced are you with Illy after what happened with, you know, the fact that he was dropping out as a sub, General was coming in? How much practice have you had with him on this map specifically? I don't know. I would like to think Rambo Ray has put them through their paces on this map, but it's brand new for both teams. So both of them are starting on the same playing field. However, OpTic Texas, that overbearing rounds of control, 9-1 in the last 10 rounds across the LAN event that we just had. It's going to make hard work for Ultra Academy EU, however, which way it happens.
Yeah, we'll have to find out as we go into this one, of course. Both these two teams are about to throw down as we head straight into the burning control. Already OpTic going to be making a push towards B. This has been dangerous for a lot of teams to try and hold. It is not easy to break in usually. And I say that, and already OpTic are going to be in.
About these routes that are going to come around the side, it's kind of similar in that sense to when you look at Tuscan, you look over towards B on that side of things. You've got the routes that can flank in behind, but when you get the men down and when you get control of the site so quickly, it's very, very difficult for the teams to find their way back in, and Ultra Academy EU finding that out in earnest here. OpTic locking this one down. Good luck, Ultra Academy, getting back into this one. I say that. Beans finds 3 all the way through, and they break back immediately.
I was going to say, it can be very difficult to break back in, and it looked like OpTic were holding. Unfortunately, they get broken by the beam of Beans. And there will now be kind of a consolation prize of heading over towards A. You can see Beans is trying to get a little bit of kills off the rip here and trying to lock them back into their spawn. Not going to happen unless his teammates can make some kills around the rest of the map.
Vortex trying his luck over towards A. It's maybe a little bit of a miscommunication from the squad because a couple of them pushed, and I would like to see them just maybe give A up there. Lock it in. You know exactly where OpTic are coming from. Make sure you have B control and plenty of train side control as well. Just make it a bit of a longer route for OpTic Texas to try and find a way through. They aren't going to be able to lock down B, but A is going to go over. It's going to be about 2 minutes for OpTic Texas to make that push over with a 5 life advantage as well.
Well, A's gone down, but from what I have seen of this map, it seems like, you know, just get A down, it's pretty good. B does seem to be an issue, which is why I was so surprised that kind of OpTic Texas broke in so fast. And now they're going to try and make their way up here. Vortex is already going to get beamed by Shotzi, and so he's going to be furious. That looks so easy for him, and now he's looking for Rafi towards the back.
Oh, he's shot as well. Can he find the angles? Yeah, nicely done. Rafi finds the kills there, Brycey. So him staying alive back there just deters it a little bit for OpTic Texas. It spawns him a little bit further out as well, and he's always on that. It does kind of ring true to how Tuscan point over towards B plays. It's always that person that can potentially be on the flank, and that's the way you got to play it. Ultra Academy EU, though, for them here, their most important thing, they're down 6 lives with 1:20 remaining. Is that going to come into effect?
Oh, Vortex is just playing peekaboo with Dashi over and over again, and neither of them able to win this gunfight. Eventually, it will be Dashi. And that went on for about the longest you will ever see a gunfight go on in this game. But still, the pressure coming in from the green wall. OpTic Texas now trying to break back into B here. Illy and Dashi combining. Dashi trying to just hold off any of the pressure coming through. And it's still going to be Rafi over towards Train. That's going to cause an issue for them. But that second tick is coming in for OpTic.
Rafi falls there as well. So that little ace in the hole that they did have is now gone. They need to push fast.
Here they go. Pressure coming in. It's going to be Scump and Dashy, though. OpTic takes us Dashy again with another one. And surely Ultra Academy have no way back into this. Raffi tries to break through, but gun down he goes. And OpTic Texas will lock down their attack here on Berlin Control.
Nicely done. And as we said, when you get 4 down, when you get control of these points, irrelevant if you're on attack or defense, it is very, very difficult to find your way back in. That situation presented itself a couple of times for OpTic Texas. A couple of times they got 3-4 down, and they did their damage there. Even if Ultra Academy EU had found a way back through, it's going to be very, very difficult to ride out the storm for that final minute or so with the lives the way that they were. It's going to be immediately a B hold side of things, if you like, from Ultra Academy EU, expecting the push to come through from the B side as they slowly capture A.
Like you already see, they're trying to get towards B again. This is the one that everybody wants to break into very, very quickly, and they have managed to get some bodies in, but they are not clean in any way, and somehow he's still alive. Furious, just deflecting bullets with his skull by the look of it, as Ultra Academy managed to get a few more kills into it. They want this B capture down fast.
Scump finds an opponent gunfight there. The rest of your team can now come in off the spawns. It's still going to be a B push coming in here from Ultra Academy EU. Vortex will get wiped out as well, as now Scump can push forward. Train side of Berlin now going to be locked in from OpTic. Ultra Academy EU going to have to limp over towards it. We need to try and capture this as quickly as possible, extend that timer, and try and keep these lives as close as they can as well.
Scum finds one as well and then plays his life. That causes so many issues for the other team because they have to try and figure out where you are. Scum continuing, now going to try and challenge this again. Looks for the corner as well, finds Raffi clean and clinical. A decade of being one of the greatest players in Call of Duty coming to play here. Eventually will be taken down by Vortex. But he has done a lot of damage to Ultra, slowed them down significantly.
He has done. It's only a 1 life disadvantage though for the side of Ultra Academy EU here. And Beans, what can he find around the back? Shots are going to fire his way though, so they know exactly where he's coming from. But is this the pinch that they maybe need to find? If they can find a kill on the other side of things and Beans stays alive, maybe something can be done. Good grenade over towards Scump. Isn't quite enough to deal with him, but he is going to start flying. Scump will know this as well. The engagement comes. Beans finds the gunfight, but a well-placed grenade from Scump will slow that down. Raffi's found a way through here, but he doesn't have any support.
He's going to try and get these players off the spawn, and that's going to be a big part of this. Looking for the players as well. Runs straight into the waiting Scump, though. And this is now the issue for Ultra Academy. How on earth do we break this deadlock? Players like Dashy holding down train side. They need to find a successful wave of kills already. They've managed to get 2. Little bit of pressure coming in. OpTic will be spawning close, though. Vortex found his way around the back. They now know he's in here. Looking for him. He's going to get gunned down, though. Shotzi says thank you very much and just guns everybody on his screen.
Shots come in. Shotzi's done very, very well. The pressure is still here for Ultra Academy EU. They get kill after kill, but OpTic are there ready and waiting. And I think when the fire push comes through there, you can see OpTic Texas, they spawn on the plateau side. They're very, very close in towards B. And it's such an easy retake from that point because you spawn so close. So I think you don't want to try and push around the flank, around fire side, or around broken, because it forces that close spawn over towards B. And OpTic Texas, well, they were ready and waiting. Beans is going to find 2 here as the engagement starts to come on through. Vortex trying to find this pick on a Dashi who can find 2. Eventually does get traded by Raffi, but Ultra Academy EU, they're in.
They managed to find one as well. Shotzi, though, going to continue to be a problem. Furious now finds himself in here again, but you are right. Those reinforcements for the green wall are so, so close. They're looking for it. Dashy's going to go down, though. Furious somehow stays alive with 2 HP. More reinforcements coming in for Ultra Academy EU. They're desperately trying to hold it back here, but Alien Scum combining. Raffi finds one as well. They have to flood this as fast as possible. They need to make sure that OpTic do not take recontrol, and that's exactly what they've done here. A 1 life advantage for Ultra Academy, but they have to break back in to B.
It suddenly becomes kind of like a round of search and destroy that only lasts 25 seconds or so. Vortex on this flank needs to try and find something. Are they going to be expecting? You would love to see an automator in here, though, so you can maybe find some picks inside of the site. 16 seconds to go. Shotzi will find the first one under Raffi. I don't think he's going to have enough time to get back there. But here comes Vortex from behind, but the other 3 kills go OpTic's way. It's a 3v2. It's a 3v1. It's 2-0. To OpTic Texas. They just about hold on unless Raffi can produce a monumental 1 versus 3. Not gonna happen. Texas 2 to the good.
And I tell you something here, Texas just won every single gunfight they needed to. Ultra were trying desperately by the fingertips to hold on to it. They did not want to allow OpTic back in. That was the only way they could have walked away with it. But Texas I tell you something, the veterancy comes in, they hold the ice, they hold it down, and Scump is 18-9. He's putting them to the sword here on the control.
Yeah, dude's frying. Absolutely frying right now, Scump. Just in and around those moments where there's maybe one player left, he'll find that kill just to... So there's not so much pressure going to come in over towards B. Worked out fantastically for the side of OpTic that time around, so now Ultra Academy need to defend well, and then they need to win an attack as well if they want to try and get back into this game. They weren't far off on that last one, though, so let's see how this one plays out.
It's certainly a mountain to climb here, obviously. OpTic just seem to have, and I don't mean the pun here, but control of this game so far. At the moment, though, they are playing this a little bit slow, trying to get a few kills down, trying to figure out exactly how they need to attack this. You see them playing very, very cautious in terms of where they're actually putting their power. And now they have the opportunity to walk towards B. Vortex has been stunned. Going to find Dashy again in ticket office. He does walk away with a kill this time. And this is a little bit more of a weird mixy control.
Yeah, very chaotic. Both these teams not necessarily playing to the playbook, just getting very, very chaotic in and amongst the points, just controlling, being that nuisance team. I would imagine that OpTic Texas will look to be very, very solid at this map as time does go on. I mean, they're 2 to the 0 to the good. They're looking good right now, but, you know, it's one of those maps, I said, it kind of reminds me of Tuscan in the way that it plays. There's just so many routes to find yourselves behind the other team when you're on the defensive side of things. It's about that control. If you can find 4 down, if you have that firepower to do so, then maybe you can walk away. It's a couple of times at 3 to 0. OpTic Texas are looking to try and do that right now. Not too bad of a start here, though, on the defensive side of things for Ultra Academy EU. A pretty much locked down for a decent amount of time. It's going to be about a minute and a half or so. If OpTic can keep a hold of A here, then they're going to have a chance to push over towards B. But Beans inside the point will find 2. He maybe just deter them a little bit more.
Well, he's going to try to do the same thing here. He wants a few kills off of this one, and I just saw him put through at the same time. Goes to the challenge on Shotsy. Not going to get it onto Scump, though. Scump is more than ready with those reflexes. Puritan Dashy fighting for that train control here. Bearing in mind, that's what a lot of teams are going to be trying to do. Push out ticket side, get control, force them to spawn as far away as possible on B. Because you know that defending team is going to have the close spawn, so you're always going to have the advantage.
The hard spot to push when Rafi is down to that right-hand side, but the rest of his team starting to drop in the middle of the map. It's now going to enable Rafi to have to do something. Dashy will gun it. Now it's Vortex left inside. The rest of his team need to find these gunfights on the way back up, but it's Scump round from behind. Is he going to find this gunfight onto Beans? He does so. Rafi will clean him out, but the control in the point was momentarily there, but here comes Furious. The flank from behind. It's so hard to clear everybody out here for the side of OpTic. Defense just about holding here for Ultra.
Yeah, and that's the entire issue at the moment. Like I said, you get that push going down, and all of a sudden, Ultra just have bodies in abundance. Texas will now split up. They've got 45 seconds to do this. They'll be looking to get some map control down. And it's a difficult way. You have to basically continue slaying and out-trading the other team the entire way up the map.
If you're Beans, yeah, you need to stay alive. Scump's going to find that kill from behind, and all of a sudden this becomes very difficult to defend. Vortex will momentarily get rid of them, though, but here come the rest of them. Vortex will find another. These are huge kills from Ultra.
An outrageous challenge from Vortex, by the way. Just goes and challenges the corridor. Teammates now got back into it. You can see this is how far away they are spawning. OpTic are miles away here. This could all be about Illy going for a little bit of a challenge, trying to open the door for his teammates. Just playing around for them because now the pinch comes in as well. Shotsy gets one, dives straight into it as well, but eventually will be taken down. Dashy moves in at the same time. Looks at Vortex at the bottom. He's trying to get Vortex finds 2 somehow. And Ultra Academy hold on against Texas. OpTic so close, but not close enough. Still leading in this S&D, and Ultra Academy EU will need an offense. But that could have gone either way, Ton.
Yeah, that's huge kills coming in from Vortex. I think the rest of the team would have been there to clean up as well. But nonetheless, the flank consistently coming in from the side of OpTic. It was Scump hitting fire every single time. 23 and 16, he was finding success. But the rest of the team weren't doing anything at the front. Very well defended by Ultra Academy. Very resolute 4 streak from Vortex towards the end there as well. But as you said, the problem for them right now, they need an attack. They did come close in their first attack. Can they do it on the second?
This is the difficult one, though, because OpTic are going to be expecting it. Vortex, though, feeling himself already, going to go straight towards the back. Dashy tries to turn, but he's not going to be able to find him. The Scump is out there, so it's going to be Vortex a little bit alone against all of these players, and he's just trying to stay alive. There's just so many places to watch. Eventually, we'll go down for it. And Beans might be in trouble as Shotsy continues to hit that flank. And all of the pressure, all of the chance that Ultra Academy EU has just fallen by the wayside. OpTic have started to put them to the sword.
And this is the difficult part. You can really get put into the blender if you're the attacking team. And you allow a lot of map purchase to come in from the defensive side of things. If you go 4 down, it's so difficult. And Shotzi and Co have just been running amok over towards A and B so far. Can Shotzi continue it? Of course he can. Vortex then falls. 3 spree for Shotzi. Ultra Academy gonna have to start concentrating over towards A, but I haven't seen them win a gunfight in quite some time. 7 kill difference already. OpTic have only fallen 5 times so far.
Oh, here we go. Shotzi. So many players at Ultra Academy EU. And Shotzi's going to try and play them all against each other. Going to find Beans already. Absolutely obliterates him. At the same time, jumps straight to the point. Doesn't even care. Vortex eventually will take him down, but they do not have everything in their own way. Vortex throws the fist. He's going to go down at the same time. I tell you something, OpTic don't even want to let them have A now.
They don't. It looks like they are just about going to afford that to be given away. But I think they'll probably look at the lives here and sort of say, right, 8 life advantage. We're good. Let's just hold our shots. Even just trade our gunfights all the way through here, and we should be fine. But eventually, Ultra Academy EU get what they wanted. They've all just actually ran through mid-map here, so looking for some sort of control very fast. Can they find it? Dashi's going to be the one they have to get rid of. They do that. You keep an eye on Scumpy as well. He's going to be on the flank. He's already dead as well. Momentarily, it's 3 dead. Shotzi's the only one left all of a sudden. Push is going to start coming on through. Shotzi needs to survive. Rafi will find him. There's a little bit of control here.
However, though, OpTic have got numbers here. Rafi alone, not had the best control so far, but could be a hero at this last point as well. Does eventually go down, but there will be trades coming through from both teams. They're just not going to be enough numbers here for Ultra unless they can do something magical. Pressure is enormous, and Shotzi's about to hit the flank again. Goodbye, Rafi.
Dashi finds 2 inside the point as well. Just completely shut it down. Furious on the flank, though. Doesn't have any support. Beans running on the flank himself here. 6 lives remaining. I think you're probably just going to have to slow this down. If you're Ultra Academy EU, you do not have the lives to play with. You have no lives to play with.
Yeah, after OpTic won that first attack, I knew it was going to be a little bit dangerous for them. And now look at this, the big stack coming in from OpTic. They have thrown up the barrier, the walls around B. And Ultra Academy can't put a foot wrong. This really will be a Cinderella story if they can find something. Furious does find one on the break here. And they've got a little bit of rye.
Nope.
Found
2 and 3. There's 4 dead. This is doable.
Surely not.
Just sit tight. Hold your gunfights.
Shotzi has to find something as well. Ultra Academy somehow managed to find this. Oh my god! How on earth have they just done that against OpTic? They won every single gunfight. Ultra Academy have somehow won the offense round with no lives to spare.
Well, Proam's serving it up so far, Brycey. My goodness. Ultra Academy EU, we say if you find 4 dead on the attack or on the defense, it's so dangerous to the opposition. But the fact that you find 4 dead unanswered when you have no lives remaining.
I was about to start talking about the hardpoint. I thought
That's
that was
preposterous.
done.
Oh my god, now they've got defense, they need to lock it in.
And one of the most outrageous things, speaking of outrageous, here come OpTic. They're not about to let this one go at all. Shotzi guns his way through. Scump is now in here at the same time. That first tick is done on B, and OpTic are looking for the revenge tour. They've already got B locked in with 2 ticks. That third tick is already underway, surely. Oh my god. OpTic have found the control already onto B. A is the only one left, and after all the hard work Ultra Academy have done, they've just been shook to their very core.
What keeps happening with us getting games of control that just go absolutely mental out of nowhere? What on earth was that attack? You cannot afford to lose those gunfights if you're Ultra Academy EU. Even find 1 and you're in a better spot, and now you have to defend A for 2 minutes. It is doable, but it is not easy, as we can already see. OpTic inside the point. They've only lost 4 members so far. Ultra Academy have lost 11. Beans and Co, they need to go absolutely massive if they want to take a lead into map number 4.
This is outrageous so far as well. They're going to try and find a kill up top. There's going to be more just trading around this point. This is now an absolute blender as both teams throw everything they can at it. Advantage to Texas, though. They are here in numbers. And it will be Ultra Academy who have to break this. If OpTic get a few more players into this, that second tick is not far away, Ton.
It isn't far away. 3 gunfights go their way as Illy having his way with the team right now. This is being flawless. If that defensive round was not very good towards the end, this attacking round has been simply sensational from OpTic Texas, and they will take a lead in the series once again.
What have I just watched?
I have no idea, honestly. That was
what
berserk.
have I just watched? Ultra Academy EU do the impossible. They cannot put a foot wrong to win their offensive round, and they don't. They go into the defense, and OpTic say, hey, that stacking tactic is really, really good. Watch this. Gun every single member of Ultra Academy EU off of the map. They stack the point. They get it done in about the fastest we can see a beacon point taken on this game. And it's done. Like, I feel like Ultra Academy did the impossible by winning their offense round, and then all of a sudden, the map's over.
I don't know what to tell you though, because you head into that final round after winning it the way you did to force that final round, and then immediately your head is gone. When you lose every single one of those gunfights, that's it. That's pretty much the round immediately, because we know how hard it is to defend over towards A. B is the harder point to capture. It's like Tuscan. You push over towards B, you get that immediately. You might as well just choke the round up if you're on the defensive side. That will be very hard to take for Ultra Academy, because you said it completely right. They did all of the hard work. They were 2-0 down. They did everything possible to find their way back to that round number 5, and then threw it away like that.
I could go back and watch that control the last 2 rounds like a million times. I don't think it'd ever play out the same. But actually big rounds from him, 33 and 19. I think Rafi actually really struggled earlier on, but he seemed to brought it back just a little bit. But I don't understand it. It's almost like OpTic are running off some sort of script, like, hey, what's the most dramatic way we can do this? Let's just throw away our advantage on our defense, and then take B in one of the most dominating fashions we've seen on Berlin Control. I think highlight reel is the only way to talk about it, because there is nothing like I don't know how to contemplate what we just saw. We know B is the more difficult take, and both teams just done it flawlessly. So I'm at a loss. I'm at a little bit of a loss, and that's not just because I'm ill. It's also because that map was insane.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps though. When you specifically look at it for control, it's a case of you can do absolutely everything right on your defensive side of things or on your attacking side of things, and 1-4 down can change the round immediately. And that is just basically control in a nutshell though, isn't it, for the most part? You can do everything correct, but then all of a sudden 1-4 dead and the round is done one way or another. So I mean, that's exactly what happened the last time around for OpTic on that defensive round in that round number 4, and it's exactly what happened to Ultra in that final round. They get a hold of the defense, you're thinking, oh great, yeah, we clutched up, let's go flying in round number 5, let's shoot some bodies. Well, you can't shoot bodies if you haven't killed anybody, so that's just it's a really tough way to lose it as well, I would say, because it's one of those scenarios where there's so much hype and then there's such a low after you find that 4 down. Now they're going to be heading into map number 4. I don't know where their heads are going to be at.
Okay, so I'm going rogue. I'm going rogue right now. Look, I know we're waiting for the next map production, and I know you've been very, very busy and great today so far. Is there any way we can re-watch that B attack in the last round? I know the replay's probably like gone way past it, but I would love to see it again, because it all happened so fast for me, Ton, that I didn't even get to catch all of the interactions. Like, I wasn't expecting. When you see those first kind of pushes, by the way, you expect there to be a bit of back and forth between the two teams. What you don't expect is a complete clean sweep with not a single trade to come in. Production is asking, yeah, can we watch that attack on the very last round of control again? Just for the B side. We want to see the very start of round number 5. I want to see the attack again. I want to see exactly how well that went for OpTic, because it was insane. I mean, we can go back and rewatch the last 2 rounds, but that's the one I want to see specifically, because OpTic just did everything right. They didn't lose a gunfight going into that one.
No, they didn't. And you know, when I was speaking to Study about this, I was like, right, how do you feel as if how it plays out? And he's like, 4 dead is just so crucial on this map, and we've seen that in abundance. 2 perfect examples back to back, but both teams kind of on the other side of it, weren't they, when they did come down on those attacks. But I think, you know, for it to happen at the end of the round is one thing, but to then do it at the beginning of the round to just completely throw Ultra Academy EU off it for OpTic, that was so crucial. Unbelievable. But I think, you know, for OpTic, I'm trying to think which was the worst. Was it worse for them to lose round number 4 in the way they did, or was it worse for Ultra Academy? It was horrific, but at the same time, for Ultra Academy to not win a gunfight off the rip after you've just won that, I'm not being funny. If that was me, I'd been there. I'd been locked in. You win that round 4 somehow. You're like, got it. Or maybe it was just stage fright in that scenario. Maybe it's we could win this. We could be 2-1 up against OpTic. We're looking good here, and then dead in the water. it's one of those things that could be a momentum swinger in the series in general. Yeah, heading into map number 4 was already going to be a tall order for the side of Ultra Academy EU. Now, where's your head at? After losing it like that, that would have had you 2-1 up in the series. A guarantee of a search and destroy Tuscan, which you never know. But Berlin Hardpoint now coming up to stay in the series. I said to you before we were heading into that control that we needed to see Ultra win it if they want a chance in this series. They didn't find it. Now they're staring at with a rather large mountain to climb, I would say, Bryce.
Yeah, I mean, we would be talking more. I mean, we probably should talk about it more. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about round number 4 of that control. The reason we weren't talking about it is because what OpTic did about 15 seconds after it ended.
Yeah.
But how on earth this Ultra Academy EU team managed to take the unbelievable kind of flawless attack there onto B, right? They had already, bear in mind, they've been massively outslayed that control, by the way, like horrifically. It was over 30 kills. They were outslayed. So they ran up to B where OpTic were already locked in, right? They didn't have a life spare. I think OpTic had something like 15 lives. And somehow Ultra Academy EU broke in flawlessly themselves and then just stacked it and held it against OpTic, who obviously were just going away from it. If OpTic could stall that even just a little bit or get those staggered kills kind of come through, it would have ended right there. And we were talking about OpTic obviously just being incredible anyway. The fact that OpTic went and did something incredible, what we expect of them, and take it in the 5th round is almost just kind of is something we don't even need to talk about. That should have been locked already in this one.
It should have been.
As we move into the Berlin Hardpoint, though, I feel at this point, it's got to be OpTic. Right, it has to be. That is a devastating end there for Ultra Academy EU, but we go back into the hard points, and I have full faith that OpTic Texas are the better team here.
You would think so. You really would think so. I think it's one of those situations the way we talked about. You kind of talk towards that B point on Berlin. It's very much like what we're going to see on P1 here. I mean, look, it hasn't looked great for them on Hardpoint, on Berlin specifically as of recent, has to be said. But that P1 is just so similar to it, isn't it, of course, where you find that fall down, you can lock down some really good time. Similar story when it does come down to control, whether that be on defense or attack, you can get complete control of that site if you can find the majority of the other team dead. That's exactly what we got to see in those final 2 rounds. But into Hardpoint we go. We stay on Berlin 3 times in a row. Can Ultra Academy EU force a map number 5, or can OpTic Texas do what they probably should and win this comfortably?
Let's find out already. Obviously, going to be a bit better spawn here for OpTic. As Beans will find 2, but unfortunately, one's going to be Rafi. We're just going to wait for this flank coming through. He's caught it pretty perfectly as well, and somehow not going to get 2 shots. He just hits them perfectly. And that's all going to be P1 at the moment for Texas.
Shotzzy pushing his way through is eventually going to be dealt with, but yes, fantastic stuff from OpTic. And again, it's that similar story. It's exactly what B control is like. You find those kills, you can find control, and that Ultra Academy have to find a breakthrough. We've seen them do it perfectly once before. Can they do it again? Absolutely not. It's more like round number 5. We've seen OpTic Texas find absolutely everybody. The majority of the points fall their way. There's still some points to go. Ultra Academy EU aren't even ready and waiting here, really. Over towards P2. Shotzzy, first one here.
A little bit quiet here at the moment, and you can see Shotzzy just trying to take a little bit of a gunfight against him. Scum has gone in though, taking down Vortex, and actually that's a nade from Shotzzy that will go straight out of the Scum, but I saw that one coming a mile off. Gonna be a bit upset before it, but neither team really able to get any time on this.
He's inside the point now, trying his best. They do find a break on through, but no dockside control. It's not looking good. Beans will find another though. He's had a really decent series. He will get cut down, but this is OpTic Texas completely in control of map number 4 at the moment. Ultra Academy, I mean, they're struggling to get kills right now. Vortex sitting now 1 and 5 as eventually he does take down Shotzzy. And you see maybe a little bit more from him as Scump will deal with 1, Scump will deal with 2. And Furious will fall now. It's the rotation over towards P3. OpTic are already there, and OpTic are running away with this one. It's 7 in a row for Scump. As Rafi and Vortex also fall, it's nearly every single member of the Ultra Academy in Europe dealt with by the King.
Well, I tell you something, they're going to be even more bitter about that control if this continues to go the way it is. They said 2-3-5 is where we could potentially pull out a win here, and this Berlin Hardpoint, it is painful to watch for them. They do not have this rotation either. Time it's a hard break. Vortex is trying to make a play mid-street, but they just cannot get through them. Furious, though, Might be in a position to get 2. He's going to find Dashy towards the back. He does. Going to find Ilya up close as well. He does at the same time, but there is nobody here from his team that can get the pinch in. So now they're going to have to attack from the back.
Yeah, they are going to have to attack from the back. Then you can see OpTic immediately there. As soon as you see Furious, they start to extend out towards it, but the damage is already done. 30 seconds to play with here. As Beans will find his breaks through. Look at Ultra Academy. I mean, as I said, it's just about the score that you've already got. You've barely got anything. You're going to get broken back immediately as well. OpTic Texas. Just seems like fire has been ignited. And now Dashi and Co are finding their way over towards the train track. Scump has found a way through into docks as well. And if you're Beans, you need to stay alive at the back here.
This is where it comes. The rotation kills. Beans is going to find Illy first of all. Has a little bit of patience, expecting the second player to come through. Looking for that flank as well. Eventually taken down by Scump. And while they have points here, Ultra Academy U are about to fight the green wall as they are in position. They are stacked up and ready.
Just too easy of a break. It's just too easy, Bryce.
And that was the point. That was the stack.
Yeah. It's just too easy because they don't have the dockside control. And OpTic can just push all the way through. There's so many angles for them to find. And they're just at 13-3 out of Scump. There's not a single member of OpTic that's negative right now. Vortex 3 at 3-12, Rafi 2-9. The player that you need inside the point isn't doing the work. The player who you want the rotations to be coming in from isn't doing the work. They can't win a gunfight right now. The score tells that story.
Well, Rafi not really had a great time so far in this one. A few confidence kills could pay dividends for him, and they need him to start firing on all cylinders for this team. Gonna find Shotzi as well, looking for Scump in the distance. Gonna just play Dashy a little bit. Up and down we go. Dashy gets to stun onto him, but not going to be quite yet as he tries to lock in this spawn trap. Eventually will be beaten by Dashy. But it is a long way back for Ultra Academy EU. OpTic have certainly flexed their muscles here on Berlin Hardpoint so far.
Just looking so good for them as well. If they can start to get some sort of control over towards fire, they flip these spawns, it will look even more dangerous for Ultra Academy EU. 30 seconds left on that first rotation. And Ultra Academy EU have only got 9 more seconds than that themselves over this whole rotation. Just, yeah, honestly, you know, we talk about it so many times of how the best way to play Hardpoint and how the good teams do it. OpTic Texas are just blowing them out of the water right now. There's no right or reason about it. They are just gunning them at every single turn here.
They are, and again, rotation to OpTic. Hard break again for Ultra Academy. Vortex is going to try and play the pinch here, but it almost feels like Ultra Academy being a bit like hesitant to kind of really try and push this tempo. You see already the gunfight's coming in again. They're going to lose every single one. The Ultra Academy are faltering under the guns of OpTic. Rafi tries to make a hero play, but he is going to be massively, massively outnumbered. The spawns have flipped. OpTic have called it. And there isn't an awful lot to break down. They're just not getting anything go their way. Ultra Academy cannot find a single kill.
It's like they've just flicked a switch. Scump is causing absolute havoc across the map here. Everybody who he spots just dies in an instant. 90-6 from Scump. This is absurd. Here's another one. No, maybe not. Furious eventually finds the kill, but I mean, this is as one-sided as a Hardpoint as I've seen in quite some time. When it does come down to Vanguard, this is, I mean, there's not much to talk about. OpTic are just wiping them across the floor.
They certainly are, and this is just OpTic just being OpTic. Let's be perfectly clear, this has always been one of the best momentum teams in the game. OpTic Texas are just running roughshod over Ultra Academy. And even when they get a couple of kills, you never really think they're in danger of swinging it the other way. There is always a dream and a hope, though. Shotzi up top again will take down Furious as he looks for the spawn. But to make a comeback now, Ultra Academy would have to do a legendary story, a myth in the making.
It would be something. It really would. We talk about that 4th round of Control and how they produced something quite miraculous to force a round number 5. This would be tenfold. You need that time and time again. You need clean 4 dead. You need to win every rotation. You need to win every gunfight. Because right now that score difference is quite monumental.
Well, again, it's the same old story. They're having to fight for scraps because they are so far behind and they don't have this rotation. They haven't won a lot of gunfights. Vortex is trying to do everything he can around fire shots. He's challenging as well. Furious is going to get him. They have an opportunity to break in here, but every single second that slips away is just a disaster for them. And now they're forced into some gunfights they really don't want to have to take with numbers they just don't have. And while they've got the back spawn, they are 20 seconds away from going out of this series.
It's looking that way. Rafi can't quite line them up as Shotzi will trade that one out. That was maybe the opportunity to try and find something. Beans will fall as well. It's an inspired performance from Scumpy here, Bryce, here, map number 4. That's game.
Oh my goodness. Look at the outslay that has happened into this one. Ultra Academy EU, it's been a great series, but welcome to the 100-point club as OpTic Texas take this series 3-1 in the Pro-Am Classic.
That is as dominant as we have seen on this map. And it can spiral out of control. It really can. It's one of those maps, it's all about the flow, it's all about those rotations. Those rotational kills are so important, and when you aren't winning gunfights, you aren't going to get many rotations, you aren't going to get many points. I think Ultra Academy would be, I think when they look back on this one overall, maybe a little disappointed with, especially how the control went. I think that's the swinger, because you give yourself that opportunity after that magic moment to force that round number 5, and it slips through your hands immediately. You are then staring down the barrel of a very difficult hardpoint against one of the best teams in the game, where you were looking to at least see a map number 5. It changed very quickly. I think that momentum swing firmly went over towards OpTic, and it went over towards them in a strong way. 250 to 84 on map number 4. That was a little bit more like how we maybe expected the rest of the maps to go. But Ultra Academy EU, I would say, probably give them a good account of themselves overall in that series.
100%. And here's my takeaways from it. Yes, OpTic Texas, incredible team the entire way through. That hard point was disgracefully powerful for them. They really ended that series in style. But what I will take away is there are members of this Ultra Academy EU that are certainly hitting the radar of some of these franchises. That is not the worst team we've ever seen play against OpTic in the CDL this year, and it could have been a little bit different with that control as well. The Gavutu hardpoint was good for them at the same time, and I will not judge Ultra Academy EU off that last hardpoint, because that was OpTic in full form, and that's everything we expect from them. They were not missing, they were dominant. It was a lean forward gamer moment, and they took it to them.
Yeah, it really did.
If I was in this group, would be scared if I was one of the other teams.
Yeah, I'd be scared of OpTic if they keep playing like that, for a start. And I'd also be scared of Ultra EU. That was a very decent performance, especially in the Search and Destroy. I think, you know, they also have that leadership and that veterancy from Vortex. He's been around the block plenty of times. He will be saying, right, look, we knew it was going to be a difficult series. Disappointing in the way that it happened, I would say. They maybe will be a little bit despondent from that, but I think they have to take the positives. They really pushed them in the control. Map number 1 wasn't bad by in the stretch of the imagination. A couple of gunfights here and there, you win some rotations, it's maybe a different game. Search and Destroy look good as well. So I think they have something to take into the other 2 series going up against Minnesota, Florida. Try not to be too disappointed by that, but yeah, map number 4 was fully formed.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, that's been a kind of a kickoff for us on Bravo stream. We're going to go to a break. Coming up after the break, though, another game, a big game here on the stream. It's going to be LAG going up against Ultra, but this time the North American Challengers team, and that should be very, very good as a team we're all looking forward to seeing as well. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action of the Call of Duty League.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Hello and welcome back. We have a glorious day, Joe. We're about to have some fun, some Call of Duty to cast, and you look incredible as always.
Oh, I appreciate you very much. You look, well, a lot better. You don't look like Voldemort this time. Your lighting is good. I just had to figure something out because I was hearing you twice. So.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely here. I'm trying to figure that immediately. Okay, that might be better. I did mute the vmix call. Okay, yeah, no, that caught me off guard entirely. All right, but no, we're getting ready to rock and roll. We're gonna take a look at where we are in all of our pools and kind of how it fits. But it's an exciting event. We have amateur teams going up against the franchise teams, which I thought for a while might never be a thing. We weren't really sure when that was going to happen. So it's cool to see that back in the mix. And so far, I mean, business as usual, but at least maybe in Search and Destroy, we've had some upsets.
Man, they said my routing was bad, dude. Look at me, dude. I'm like a ghost right now, dude. I'm like, look at me, dude. Look at me go. I have no idea what's happening. You know, sometimes this is the way it is. But no, like you said, the amateur teams, this is a big moment for them. And we get to watch the champions, right, from challengers that at the Minnesota LAN. It's the champion versus the champion in our first matchup today. It should be a really fun one. But as you said, I think for amateur players and challenger players, they're just kind of hoping. We're just kind of hoping that, well, they're kind of hoping, and the rest of challengers kind of hoping that you have good results. Maybe you can have more of these events, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple things. I mean, you're coming out hoping to win. It's more money than I realized. $250,000 is a ton of cash. So you're coming out trying to win that. You're trying to show your worth against top players in the world to see if, I don't know, maybe you'll get a shot on a CDL team. And then, yeah, at the end of the day, I guess if you're on the amateur side of things, you're hoping they don't all come in and get torched, that they prove they can fight and that we get more down the line.
Yeah, 100%. And then we have our returning champs and Guerrillas. As you can see, look at this Group D. Hasn't gotten underway yet. It's a pretty interesting one because Boston Breach, they finished top 4. LAG, they obviously won. And then Paris, I think the last couple of events, Paris have shown some bright spots. And I think now is the time when you talk about maybe that break. They're a roster that, all right, you've stuck it this long. Can you now have a good result here? Can they get out of this group, I guess, is the question for me. And then Ultra Academy, a chance here too. I think there's some beatable teams for them.
Well, you kind of mentioned that break, and we can chat about it a little bit because it's interesting. I mean, you talk about Major 1 to Major 2. There's like no break, right? Like the players basically finish at Major 1 and then they're competing again like a couple days later. There's like no break at all. Now you have this like kind of massive break in between. And yeah, I guess if you are at the bottom of the pack, maybe middle of the pack, I'm hoping like that dedication is there, that grind is there. Maybe it's like catch-up time a little bit.
It has to be. Yeah, I mean, I think as a player, you know, throughout the year, you kind of have these moments, or at least I did when I was playing. It was usually like post-champs because champs was kind of like midway through the year, right? And this was just one of those times where there were teams making roster changes and trying to get better. There were other teams maybe just like, maybe they're looking at this as sort of where they're going to, you know, the pedal to the metal a little bit, get back into the routine of things. Maybe they want a little vacation, a nice little reset. But during that time, those teams in the middle of the pack or down low, they can create new metas in the game modes. There's a whole bunch of things that they can do. Yeah, I mean, this is their time to catch up. So it is an interesting time when you have a break like this.
And I guess just looking at this series, you kind of saw the overlay of how this is going to play out, what our maps and modes are going to be 1 through 5. At least when you look at the first couple of series, we have 2 matches between pro teams, 2 matches between a pro and an amateur team. The maps that were won on the amateur side were the Search and Destroy. And, you know, we saw this incredible run by Guerrillas. They win so many Search and Destroys in a row. You see what Spart was able to do on the map, whether with a Volk or just in a Search, some of his wallbang spots or what he brought to the team. That's got to be, I mean, where the upset point's going to be. I think that's kind of historically where it's been in the Search. Yeah,
100%. Yeah, and I guess for LAG, when you had as good of a Search event as you did in Major 2, being a pickup team, they're kind of thinking, all right, we can focus on respawn now. You know, we can focus on this respawn now. Now we can become a complete team because for LAG, I mean, yeah, they won that event, but they had about a 50% win rate in respawn. And I think you and I both know throughout the year, that's not going to get you very far most of the time. What they did, it was incredible. They were the one team that a lot of people thought S&D was just not going to be this dominant. Just can't figure it out. They did figure it out. Everybody's going to put them under a microscope now and see what they did, what adjustments that they have to make, maybe what maps they have to veto. So yeah, it'll be an interesting one.
Well, I think the thing that stood out to me in search that I figured something was maybe a little weird is when you look since the inception of the CDL. I think basically at every point outside of like small periods in time, this Faze roster has been the best search and destroy team. They've usually been ahead of the curve, kind of out of the gate. They've been unbelievable. This year they haven't been, so I was kind of trying to figure out why. I couldn't figure out if it was the maps, the game, something with the team, what was going on. And yeah, no one was really dominating like that. Then they go on that run. It reminds me sort of, I don't know, maybe back to your losers bracket run at champs. You just kind of get hot and search and destroy, and you're frying.
100%.
But like if you're going forward, you can't rely on that. You're not going to win 10 searches in a row at an event. It's just not going to happen. So where do you find the subtle improvement elsewhere? It's not like it needs to be some massive thing. But if they're going to be a contender, there's got to be some bump in the respawn. There's got to be.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, I mean, 10-2 in search. I don't know if we've ever seen a record like that. Like, just even more recently. You look at last year with Atlanta Faze and Ultra. I mean, maybe like during the majors, but it usually doesn't happen. It typically just does not happen. And here you can see the roster. We talked a little bit about Spart. I think for Slasher, that major 2 was such a big mental victory for him. Right, I mean, he's been one of the guys under the microscope. He had all the problems last year with LA Thieves, just roster change after roster change, and I just think from a confidence level, this guy's a world champ. To just say like I can do this again, it's got to be a big deal for him.
No, it certainly does. It was just amazing to see. I think I was just thinking through. I did an interview with one of the Guerrillas media guy before one of their episodes is coming out, and he sort of asked me my mindset through all the stages of it. I was trying to remember like how I felt, and it's hard to look back and remember at every period because it was just this progression of like, when you first heard Gunless was going to be out, Spart was going to command, I was like, oh, they're screwed. And they lose to OpTic right after that, just in a league match. I'm like, oh, they're screwed. And it's just sort of like through this losers bracket run, like match by match, you start to believe a little bit, but it still took me a long time. Maybe it was like after they beat Mutineers. I'm not sure the exact point where I was like, oh God, all right, these guys can do it. It's possible. I don't even know if I thought they could win it until we're probably 5-6 maps deep into the final where I finally got convinced they could do it. But
yeah, right.
And just think about the conversations in the green room just around like Gunless versus Spart. I mean, I think it was Belly was relatively new to the COD community, and very early on he's like, you got to keep Spart, right? And everyone's like, no, like Gunless is coming back and he's taking his spot like right away. But then next thing you know, they're in a loser bracket final, then they're in a grand final, then they win it all. It's like you got to roll with it. You have to.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, everything went well with Gunless. It seems he's back in. He's probably ready to go as well. And I think for Guerrillas, it's one of those situations where at least you do have a guy like Gunless. If things did happen to catastrophically go wrong, right? At least you do have Gunless on your bench. Like he can fit right back into this roster. We know the type of player that he can be.
Like any position, if he needs to.
Any position, right? You run a sub, run an AR, whatever you kind of need. Because maybe that miracle run. Maybe now then there's just some bumps in the road and they don't think things are going to get better. But we wish Gunless well. We know he's getting better. But yeah, it's one of those situations where like there's an injury in sports and then that player just takes over. Like Gunless can't do anything. There's nothing he can do. He gets it. He understands. They won the freaking event. Like the guy earned it. So
that's like the one good thing about it. It didn't like create a messy situation because they won. Like what are you supposed to do? I think everyone gets it. But let's talk a little bit about the other side of it, just with the Toronto Academy North America team. They come in, you talk Minnesota, they're able to win it as well. And this is a team just filled with young talent. You've got people from all over the place. I mean, I know Vickle now, he's in school in the States, but from Spain. You have Pixie from England, Mohawk, I believe is Canada. You got people all over the place. It's kind of a wild team, but it's very cool to see.
No, 100%. I think Vickle, his story, I'm going to give a shout out to Lando here because his story, he kind of told us and gave us the update. It's pretty wild. Like he was playing, in Europe and he had some decent results, but couldn't really get onto a top team. And he came over to the States to study and he just started competing again. And now he's on this roster and they just won Challenger. So like, I mean, talked about LIG, but even for Vickle, I mean, that's a great story in itself, what he's been able to do and put together. And then I think when we talk about players, maybe who's up next, right? Sort of who are these CDL teams watching? I think the two in the middle in Mohawk and Scrappy are who a lot of people have their eyes on are up next, are going to get those next opportunities.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. And if I'm them, you know, you're hot off a win. You're going up against the team that just won. There's got to be some extra fire there. Now, granted, do I think you need any extra motivation when you are an AM team getting a chance to play against a pro team for the first time in quite a while? Probably not, but I feel like the fact they're playing the recent champs has got to be a little extra juice.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, like, some of these other challenger teams, they've made roster changes. They've gone through some changes. These guys haven't. They have chemistry built. Everything is all good to go. So they know that they are a top contender here. I think you look at this pool that they're in with Guerrillas, Boston, and Paris. Like, Boston and Paris, they're beatable. I think they're beatable for this Toronto Ultra team. So I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Just I think that's probably the biggest thing lacking when you're looking at it for some of the amateur teams. I mean, sometimes they struggle in respawn because I think just day in and day out, you're not quite playing at the same pace in competition as you are on the pro side. But then it's the Wild Wild West out there on the amateur side of it. Like, it's just constantly changing. That chemistry feels like it just gets there, and then something happens where someone comes available and they end up making a swap. But yeah, they've got a little out of chemistry for sure.
Yeah, 100%. But unfortunately, guys, we're going to throw to another quick break. Sorry, just, you know, hoping the station, something's got to get fixed. So we will be right back. Thanks for waiting. I need to figure this out. I need to reconnect. I'll try Firebox, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's what I had to try because I had. Hello and welcome back. Hopefully we are good to get the game started here momentarily. Start with delays, just I guess an issue with that particular setup, but we're getting ready to rock. And Joe, there you go. I was right. The Firefox, they might have fixed it. The Firefox magic, dude.
I don't know. I have no idea. I've never had that issue before.
Yeah,
Rounding things or whatever. Who cares? I'm not pixelated.
Yeah, I've had it multiple times. I don't know why when using this particular program, but here we are. And you look glamorous.
Technology.
Not
Technology.
Not as much like a ghost, but your old tech pal Maven here to save the day.
Yeah, you know everything about everything, don't you? Just every setting.
Yeah. I mess around with one too many things. But yeah, as soon as they're locked and loaded, we will get into it. If you've just joined us, just a reminder, we've got a Battle of the Champs. We've got Toronto Ultra Academy North America, who won the amateur side of it for Minnesota Mutant Challengers. And then we have Los Angeles Guerrillas, who had that Cinderella run that none of us saw coming, blew everybody's minds. It was absolutely unbelievable. And this is the first time we've seen them back at it since the win.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, just now in the CDL, you just have so many teams who can win, and we've always talked about that. But what Guerrillas did was unlike anything we've seen. So now you truly do. You never know what's going to happen in a CDL weekend.
Yeah, that's the truth. I feel like, at times it seems like it'd be so consistent. At times I got no idea what to expect whatsoever. But this is a look at how it's going to break down. We're going to kick things off on Tuscan. We'll be heading to Berlin for the next 3 and wrapping it up on Bocage if we get to a map 5. And what you saw kind of the challenger side of it take a map in each of the first series. It took a search and destroy. Do you think this one has the chance to maybe go a little bit deeper, Joe?
I'm gonna say yeah. I'm really excited to see this Toronto Ultra NA team. I mean, they won challengers. Like they have experience on LAN. I think there's a ton of trust in one another. Yeah, like you said, just the challengers teams, they get so many repetitions in search and destroy. And then even like that map number 3, just Berlin Control, just brand new to the CDL. We've seen it a couple of times today. It seems like everyone's playing it, right? Because I think, it's based on what you and I have watched so far. It's one of those maps where both offense and defense can win. There's a lot of potential for it. There's on-trap ability. Of course, it's going to get to a point where there's a couple of teams who are just better and the vetoes are going to change. But for right now, there's a lot of Berlin Control going on in day 1.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't really sure whether we'd see, I thought it was going to be one or the other. Like we wouldn't, when a new map and mode gets in the rotation, a lot of times I guess it's kind of like a hard point, but when something gets added, it's usually like you see very little of it right away, and then it kind of ramps up as the year goes on, or you see it a ton. I guess I was surprised how much it was involved right away.
Yeah, I think it's probably just the amount of fun these guys are having playing it. It's just, again, like Gavutu and Tuscan, especially on offense, just so tough to get across the map sometimes where, again, I think it's new. They're having fun with it. They want to give it a shot, and that's what we're seeing. There will be some adjustments, though. And, of course, in practice, they're probably all thinking, we've seen some success here and there, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah, and you said, I mean, I know it's new, but there's a few things that you kind of said that reminded you right a little bit with the ability to spawn trap some of the setups.
Yeah, I think, like, obviously it's a way different map. When I first watched it, it was just like one of those maps where I think right now, the first game we saw it was 5 defenses in a row. Then, like, on another stream, they were splitting offense and defense. I think there's the ability for these offensive teams to just figure out what they need to do. The big thing is the close spawn from fire into B. It is right next to it towards that platform. The question just will be, how do you control those spawns? How do you get those players kind of spawning further away from that B point?
Absolutely. We're going to starting it off with Tuscan. We're just waiting on them to start the game. There should be starting it off shortly.
Hopefully.
Lost to the players from Academy NA, or maybe it should start. Okay, maybe not. I thought I saw 2 of them drop out. I got worried for a second, but hopefully we are all right and good to go. Another reset, our defense policies, but
Maven and I don't control the game.
No. I wish I could get everything up.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. All right.
4 players right there loading in. What about the other side? Let's see. That's 4. I think we're good.
Get it. Let's get
we're
it.
Good to go.
And reminder, this is Group D, and we're gonna, it's the first time we've had this in a while where you have so many streams going on at once. A lot of matchups going on. This is pool play, round robin style into a single elimination bracket. So everyone just kind of fighting to get their chance in the bracket play side of it. But team, what a monster he has been off as of late, and we're going to start off with this POV. He's able to drop one before getting traded out.
A lot of purple on your screen, a lot of purple and white, so do what you can. You're going to have a LAG be the white arrows. A nice start there. Smart. You know, he's ready to show it off. Obviously, a big story was around the Volk, but we know how talented this player is. He's starting off with 3 kills. Book flanking through Church. A nice start here for LAG.
See how many points they can actually turn this into. Back over to Seam as he sees at least one hitting towards you, but not at least up to the first shot. And Hook, who, you know, he's had a crazy couple of years. It's been kind of nuts, his story and everything going on with it, and the performances and maybe the letdowns, and then to come away with a win. Pretty spectacular.
Look at that hair, though, dude. Like, listen. I would love to see you with some hair like that.
I've asked for that before, and I've got it tweeted at me. It was as terrifying as you could imagine.
I feel like I remember that. Was that his hair?
It might have been him. I forget. But it was not a good-looking man.
Yeah, it was not good at all. But I'll tell you what is good is LAG right now, the first 2 hills. It will be Toronto Ultra, Academy North America. They got 3 teams here. 3. You're going to see a lot of Toronto Ultra. Obviously, they're probably proud of all their Challengers players and 100%. What they were able to accomplish. I mean, they got top 2 at Minnesota. So you're going to see a lot of Toronto Ultra here. They are investing in a lot of the young guns, similar to what we saw in Season 1. Remember, they were the roster with 10 players, and they ended up finding the roster who, well, I mean, they found a lot of success at the end of the year and last year.
It's like maybe if you're frustrated a little bit that the pro team side of it, the franchise team, is struggling a bit more than usual, at least you're finding some success in your academy squads. You know, you've got some next people up type players within your organization.
Yeah, 100%. This guy on your screen right now. I mean, look at how far they are pushed out. LAG gonna have some work to do. Here comes the first push. You're gonna have a Seam. He's getting flanked by Scrappy. Smart's able to find the first one. Okay, the setup for Toronto looks so good, and it's gone. Just the first break. That's one of those opportunities where Toronto Ultra might be biting themselves later on watching that VOD. They would have to turn this into points, especially being down 60.
And I mean, this is where the question marks are going to come, I think, especially in the hardpoints, right? Like, can the Challengers team keep up with what the pro teams are able to do in hardpoint? And so far, I mean, for the most part, the answer to that has been no. At least within this map 1 between these 2 squads and what we saw from the first round of games. But the league continues to build. Slasher is set up deep, just trying to get tags and shots and do whatever he can, but he's going to catch nades, stun, nade, everything right to the cheeks.
A lot of nades. A lot of nades. As we know, that's what Vanguard is. Spawn up, you have both of them. But LAG, I mean, they're not gonna lose the last 15 seconds, but I mean, job done. They broke that setup. They found some time. They kept their lead. Now this rotation over to P4. They have a couple of players kind of playing in the hill, and the other 2 are pinching on the outsides. You have one player who got through fire, was able to make the plays through radio side. The other one went through P1 in those ruins, and they flipped them.
Yeah, I mean, that is just the 4. And clean sweep, just beautifully done. Spark continues to roll, and doesn't matter if it's the auto, the Volk, whatever's in his hand, he's going to be dropping bombs. 14 and 6 and another. He only had like 20 HP. He hadn't even gotten back to full. From the same spot he killed the other players, he's able to keep it rolling here. 4, almost 5 in a row before he finally drops, but Spark's team's just fine.
That's what I mean. I mean, like, these guys are thinking, dude, we won an event, and like, that was our first time ever playing together. You know, the fact that they could go 50-50 in respawn, I think that's just a testament to how good this squad can be. And they're starting to show it here in this first hardpoint.
Yeah, I think there was like 2 ways to look at it. Like, maybe more pessimistic in the sense of you're not going to win that many searches in a row, you got to improve. Or maybe the more optimistic that you're kind of saying, like, we barely had time to practice, like, we're obviously going to get better. Well, finally you get some kills through. You much needed for Ultras. You've got to start to make a rally. Just get in a big hole.
Yeah, what Vickle, he's trying to do what he can. He's found a couple of kills. But again, I mean, the nades come on in. Now it's a 2 versus 2 inside of P5. Gonna have Hook and Slasher find number 3, but Vickle with the 2-piece now on a 5-3, able to lock it down for Ultra in a big 20 seconds. If they can stay within that, I don't know, that 60-second mark, maybe there's still a chance for them to turn this around. But once I say that, LAG, they break right back in.
Yeah, just look at a lockdown of this scrap. I mean, that's what gets scary at this point when you have a lead like this early in the game. You can battle for that time over and over again. Just keep getting those 10 to 15 seconds and just
You
keep
can
putting
battle
out
for
a
that
reach.
time, and even more so in this game, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
With the squad spawns, yeah, you can fight for the scrap time. Depending on the hills, you're going to see that happen even when the game is close, just how this game plays out. So, yeah, it is tough.
Like when I casted Jetpack God for the first time. And then, like,
yeah.
What was it?
Yeah,
I think it was the United.
It
was whoever it was. Like, I'm trying to think if it was IW or which title it was. When I was just like, okay, so their recipe to win is just hit scrap time every time, over and over again, and eventually you'll pull out a win.
Yeah, but sooner or later, they'd find something. They'd get a break, and yeah. But I mean, it's similar here, especially on Tuscan, depending on the hill. But 100-point lead now for LAG. Set up at P1 once again. They have the numbers. Slasher just trying to find this player. Trying to find the second one. Is Hixie able to win the last 1v1, but who quick on the reinforcements as he's able to get on through.
Shout out to Hixie. You know, I saw the CDL tweet. He said something along the lines of like, okay, well, never mind his mohawk. He gets his mohawk ripped clean off his hook with a little bit of snap and a dance on the edge of that fight. I was gonna. He shut up. He's not really eating condiments on food.
Dude, we're just. I think that's what happened, dude. We are just. They're all together and they're just stopping shooting. You know, you just don't know what target to shoot for. You try to get a two-piece, you end up not shooting and finishing the one player, and then you get turned on.
It can happen. It can happen. But Hook has carried that over now to 5 in a row, up to 24 and 13. Got auto and MP40 now to work with. And we'll see how he opts to play this. Just holding his POV for a second, but you can see the push is going to be coming from the other side. They're all wrapping around through back church.
They were so far pushed up. They were like, where's the push coming through? Finally, they hit towards the back, and LAG's going to take that all day. They're like, have those back spawns. There's 20 seconds left. We're going to rotate on over to P3. We're going to try to win this game right here.
Been so close to the glide a couple of times. His teammates have gotten the kills, and they'll fall a little bit short of it, but you're not too worried about it with the 100-point plus advantage still there. First into the hard point as we take a look.
Oh, that's
2/3, our second set of rotation. They get Slasher trying to get set up deep again.
Yeah, Mohawk, though, he gets that spawn. Yeah, back rooftop side. No one was blocking it. I think with a little bit of presence through the middle of the map, Mohawk, he's going to get gifted, and with that gift, they're going to break that hill.
They had nobody in the back alley at all, right? Like, everyone's basically
front. It was just, I mean, you know, it was open. That's for sure. I think they probably thought that they had it blocked. That player roof side, he kind of backed on up. You saw him just sort of wrap back for a second, didn't see anything, but Mohawk with some good timing turns it into a 4 screen. They turn it into some time.
Maybe this is the rally you need. Maybe a little bit of a mishap, a little bit of a gift, but maybe now you can turn it into some points and try to bring it back. You only need, what, 35 or so for Guerrillas to close out the map 1. It's just these little, like, 10 to 15 seconds they'll keep getting over and over again, making it so difficult. But here's where you got to do a better job. I mean, last time we were inside a church, it was just so quick and so clean. They busted through with straight 4 down. This time you at least go 2 for 2.
Yeah, but this is when it gets messy, right? Now it's a 1v1. A team, he's just going to wait for his teammates to come off a spawn trap with a big win there. The rest of LAG going to push towards field side, just get their nades in, try to find the weak players, and then use their numbers. Here we go. Nades on in, but it's 2 from Ultra to give them that advantage, and they've turned this into some time now. It's just, is 226, is it too much already, that lead?
I mean, that's kind of what we were worried about. Yeah, as soon as the lead got out to about 100 points relatively early in it, how can you chip away at this? Because it's going to take some perfect holes, and this is about as clean as we've seen. But the upcoming rotation, what are we going to be able to do? Slasher can't get gun up in time. They're going to go 3 down again. It's Mohawk. It's able to get 2 of them as he's working his way back towards positive. Spark still having himself a map. Him and Hook will combine for around plus 20.
Well, that team nade. Now that's going to set up the team pinch. You see this here. Slasher and his team on one side, Spart and Hook on the other. They get on in. Hook continues to have a game 32 and 20. Spart with 31.
Okay,
but
hold up.
Trap and Vickle with a nice 2 versus 4. We're hyping this up, but you and I both know they only need 6 seconds.
Yeah. Listen, they got a lot of work to do, but I thought it was going to end there. Vickle is in behind basically the whole roster. There's 3. Give him number 4 on. The name blows up right in front of him. Seam ends up getting 2 behind it. And what I thought was going to be 4 straight kills might actually be the map there for Guerrillas. They're able to take it, but it got a little exciting towards the end. Vickle had some plays around the hard point.
Yeah, and maybe that's just one of those things where, all right, you can carry some momentum towards the end of that map 1 into map 2, but Asim, I mean, he just kind of says like, yeah, this one's done. I'm not letting it go any further. He give him the old knockout punch, that's for sure.
Well, I didn't see if it was his nade up or if it was a teammate that kind of tossed one through on spawn, but you saw from Vickel's POV, he's about to line up the 4th. He probably gets all 4, but as soon as he goes to shoot, just yeah, there's an explosion in his face. So it makes it a little bit hard to line up the shot as your entire screen is shaky with the realism of a grenade explosion.
Yeah, MP5. I mean, that map or that hill is always just blowing up constantly. So that is just what you deal with. But we're going to take a look at the replays from that map 1. And I mean, right from the get-go, it was LAG in control. I think maybe one of the big talking points was that first P3. This is when you had Ultra right here at this moment. Ultra was in a setup and boom, the first push. And once you had this 60 to 70 point lead, it just never went away. They couldn't get back into it. The slaying just a little bit too much. Spartan Hoop, they both put up a couple of 30 bombs. I think respawn wise, with what we saw at the major, going 50-50, and I don't even think you got a great event slaying wise from a lot of LAG. I mean, even just looking at the stats now, it was only Hook who was positive in Hardpoint. If you can get this consistency a little bit more from someone like Spart in Slasher, that's when this team's gonna get dangerous.
Do you think it helped? Okay, so I guess I was thinking about it this way. Maybe when it comes to Search and Destroy, just in general, you saw Spark's impact immediately when it came on LAG. Whether it's a fresh look on things for a pro team or whatever it might be, I was thinking, that might be where they get caught off guard a bit. That kind of challenger's experience with the reps they get searched. But I guess on the other side of it, when you does it help to have a player like Spark on your team if you're Guerrillas, kind of knows what to expect here. And it's not that pros don't, but you know what I mean. Like, he was just in the pit. Like, you kind of get what you're going to be going up against a little bit more.
I think in terms of sort of maybe their play style, maybe individuals, right? Because if I'm on, back when I would play, who you're playing against. If you know who's left in a 1 versus 1 or a 2v1 and how they like to play that situation. I mean, what you think Slasher, Asim, and Hook have a good idea of this Ultra Academy and A-Team? Probably not. No, they probably don't know the sort of players that they are and what they like to do. Where, yeah, exactly. That's where Spark can kind of chime in on the comms and, yeah, just let them know this is what they like to do 100%.
This is the one I'm kind of excited for, is like 2 and 5, Search and Destroy, to see if the surprises, or whatever you want to call it, upsets will continue. Is that where they happen in the first round, or if Guerrillas can kind of stay hot? Because are they going to go 10-2 over the course of a tournament? No, but is it one of those things? I don't know what to compare it to. I guess this might be a terrible comparison. I'm going to try my best here, like a sports analogy. It's almost like when you see a starting quarterback get hurt, backup quarterback comes in and can pop off early because people don't know how to scheme for him. It's like they make plays early, and then once people kind of figure it out, they shut it down. But there's like that initial sort of surprise, which maybe Guerrillas kind of got away with a little bit with some of the stuff they're doing in Search and Destroy. I'm curious if it is going to be like a quick catch up, like, okay, we're ready for this, or Bears can continue to kind of lead the pack in that.
Yeah, I think sometimes we see that in COD with a specific map and mode, right? Like where teams just aren't vetoing it. They're letting it slide. Now this team wins the 5th, fifth control in a row. And then finally there's a veto that comes in and that sort of is thrown away. I just think for LAG, it was just sort of their play style in general, because if you look at their 10-2, they did that across all 4 maps, right?
You have to. Like, if you're winning that many, like I would assume, yeah, you've got to be winning it across maps.
Right. It's not just the way they were playing one specific map and mode and this and that where you can veto it. But it is one of those things where the teams preparing for this event, watching the VOD, are trying to figure out what the heck did they do that made them so successful. 100%. Everyone's watching it, trying to, what can they bring and put it into their game? How do we counter this now?
I mean, just from us casting them or watching them at the last major, like, I know what a team's going to be doing on Berlin, Detroit, 100%. I mean, we watched it how many times where he's got like that island guy towards the site, just whether it's trying to get a quick planet or sometimes trying to fight off people in a 1 versus 3. Like, we watched so much of it, and I guess I'm wondering how people are going to scheme against it. Granted, we've seen that from other teams, but Asim has just he's had these frustrating moments or the ability to take over rounds.
Well, that's just a spot on that map. I'll tell
Yeah,
you what.
yeah.
I mean, right. And no matter who it is, gameplay wise, if they opt to play, towards that dock site, that's just sort of it. It's a risk reward, and I mean that's a position like back when I would play, I probably would have loved to play it because you can learn a couple of different spots and locations where if you make the right play, you win the round for your team pretty much. Like that's it.
Yeah.
You are going to get hard focused for sure.
But the difference between when he would get a kill or like when he would die early, it's like it goes from it's winning a round for your team or like the round's over. Like you just don't really have a chance. It's nutty how impactful that can be, and we'll see what he is able to do here as we are getting ready to roll into it. Apologies for the earlier delays, but it seems we're cruising now.
That happens, dude. We got the old school LAN center going.
I bet the players are having a blast, man. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
just
the fact, I'm really happy, I'm sure they are as well, that we can get this on land. That is for sure. And speaking of that sort of island player over at B, it was Hixie. He gets picked, and this is what LAG was so good at with their first bloods, and then converting them into round win. They find that first blood over to B, the rotations over to B from Ultra, and well, guess what? Vickle's like, they're going A. They are going towards A, as now it's a 4 versus 2.
But there was just no hesitation there, right? Like they got the pick, they don't hit the point, they just instantly cut it back, and Asim giving out haircut. This Mohawk's gonna drop, scrap, blast up, he will fall, and that is a quick round. But I just like the decisiveness you saw from LAG. They got the pick, literally zero hesitation, they are out.
And when you're winning, whoever is making that call, there doesn't have to be one voice. There's just a sense of trust in one another, and you know exactly where you need to be and what you have to do. And that's like one of the best feelings as a player with your team, 100%.
I can only imagine, because on the other side of it, when stuff's not working, I mean, we've heard the comms.
Yeah, you make that call and you're just like, why did we do that?
Yeah,
what should we have done, right? It's the complete opposite.
Now Guerrillas to defenses. Ultra Academy trying to set up this push, but it's going to be another first blood through to Guerrillas. It's Slasher, and then Hook right behind it with the grenade. Once again, just picking them apart.
Scrap, though, with the snipe, able to take down Spart. So it's going to force a 2 versus 3. But once again, no hesitation. Look at this. 3 players right up the middle. They're going to use their numbers to try to hit this flank. Scrap is kind of snuck on through. Mohawk as well. They went in between the players. The trade's trying to come on in. I thought that Slasher was going to get taken down, but him and Asim with the team shot, able to force a 1 versus 2 now for Scrap.
If that's a one-on-one, he might have caught him like knocking up, and I think he got first shot, but now on to Scrap. He got the opening kill with the snipe. He's been able to find an auto. He's got a free plant. Now, what do you got, young man?
Well, he's got a sniper too, right?
I would imagine that's probably his secondary.
I like this. Just getting a little bit aggressive, trying to find information. I don't think they're going to expect this. They're not going to expect this at all. He finds one. Finds the second. Scrappy with the read. Scrappy with the 1 versus 2.
And that there, like, I guess we see a lot of players, maybe on the pro side, like you get that plant, you just kind of get set up, you find a spot, you post up, try to find the free pick. He just goes. Gets a fantastic timing, shoots both in the back. And I guess I'm wondering if that's one of those situations where maybe Spart would be able to call something like that. Like,
how do you call it, right? That's a tough call. I mean,
no, it is. I just mean like it's a generalization kind of for how they might play search. Just a little more aggressive.
Yeah, because you just got to think, obviously they're rotating through A. If they go through fireside, through defensive spawn, they find that free kill. I mean, he just is literally taking the risk. He knows they're going to be playing together. They aren't separated. And that's a good timing. That's what we would call that.
Yeah, no, that was incredible. You get your luck on your side, but you still need the gunny to finish it, and he's able to do just that. Now you're feeling a lot better. He scraps on 3 in a row. Here's Slasher above. Just give him the angle. He does. There's the first blood, a much needed one. As that'll be the first on the board for Academy.
Well, Scrappy with that kill. And now just playing with Mohawk and Vickle, right? The 2 players over towards A, just trying to hear something. Mohawk's going to find 1. Scrappy, he continues as he's on 5 in a row. Hook all by his lonesome, and Ultra Academy starting to get going.
Maybe it takes just that 1v2 clutch, because, I mean, they were kind of dominated up to that point. Guerrillas kind of just doing what they want on the map. Now maybe if the boys fired up a little bit behind the big play, and they dominate this round.
Well, we saw at the end of the map 1, they were starting to get a couple more multi-kills. Felt like they were winning some gunfights. They weren't winning earlier in that game. Maybe it's just as simple as them getting a little bit comfortable.
Or it's just Scraps kind of popping off because he is accounts for 5 of their 8 kills right now as he's building towards potential streaks. No angle for him. Vickle now going to send it. I think just boxed one and backs out of it. Now just trying to time the nade.
Wait.
Oh, wait, that killed his teammate through the wall. And Hook's fine. I think his teammate was hitting outer, right? And he just...
I'm pretty sure.
I'd have to see that again,
but
yeah. It just looked like Hook was going to get smoked, or at least take a lot of damage. His teammate would trade it.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but it's a 2v2.
Yeah. Unfortunate for sure. But now Vickle 1v2, not able to do it. Yeah, I'd have to see it back. I mean, maybe we're crazy, and it's very easy to understand, but it just looked kind of absurd from our POV. I was trying to think. I gotta see it again.
I'm really curious too. Like, all right, well, whatever happened, happened. Can't change it now, that's for sure. Maybe to just don't be there when your teammate throws a nade.
Yeah. Brush it off. Focus forward. Side up 2-2. Scrap has been the hot hand. Now Hixie. Well, round 1, he gets picked from this position. This time it's Scrap. He's able to connect. He's able to find the kill onto a seam. And now you've got bomb down right outside of B. And now it's sort of your Guerrillas. What do we do? They're able to recoup the bomb at least. Spark's got it in hand.
I mean, you have so much map information. Look at Vickle's position, right? Number 3 on your mini map where he is. He knows there's no rotation. Slasher with a huge pick is Hixie. He's looking at the bomb here. You know, another second or two. That player is going to find that information as soon as the bomb's down. But now Scrappy trying to do what he can. Trying to get on through. He's able to find Spar. Now knows where Slasher is. They need to find Hook. And now they have that info. With 25 seconds left, Slasher doesn't finish the kill, but knows there's not a player on the bomb.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's just got to trust your teammate. Like, you got my window? I got you. They just beamed him through it, but Slasher has been huge in this round. Hook as well. Now 11 seconds to go. Nothing can do. The crossfire is in. He gets tagged up from everywhere, and Guerrillas are able to take it. But that looks so crazy from our POV. Like, Hixie's just about to peek and have a free kill on bomb, but Slasher, like an angel, looking over him.
Well, that's a really, I mean, even like that gunfight on the Slasher, he's got the position there, but it's just where Slasher's pre-aiming. Probably hits a headshot or two, and yeah, Hixie gets melted. Having a tough game here at 0-3, but there was a chance there where he finds that kill on the Spartan. They probably take the lead, but instead, oh yeah, there's that trust once again. I mean, just a very team effort out of LAG.
You've got a 3-on-2 towards A. That shifts quickly, though, as Hook is able to get the kill. And there's a flurry of trades back and forth around the point. The battle goes down at B as well. LAG able to win that. So they've got a 3-on-1. Mohawk going to be the last one up. Able to get bomb back, but can he pull off the 1v3?
You can see with Slasher kind of in top fire right now. They're just kind of watching all the crosses. As soon as he peeks backside, yep, he gets that call out. Slasher puts some shots in. Now the rest of the teammates are going to swarm on in, and a Seaman Spart. We're just going to play as a unit and try to hunt him on down.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than the 1v2. A little bit different indeed. Trying to find some kind of opening. Not going to happen. It's Hook standing tall and able to get the kill to push out the lead to 4-2. Oh, sorry, with Spart. That was set up. As he gets the 4-4, just kind of holding the steps push. But they kind of, I mean, they won on both sides. The numbers, I think, were towards A. You had a 3-on-2, but you take the 2-on-1 on the other side, and you go even at least on A.
Dude, even if he gets good timing in a 1-on-3, it's just tough with that auto because it's got 20, 25 bullets in the clip.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it would be insane to find all three. Hixie gonna go back to that spot, and they're just gonna hunt him down. Poor Hixie. He's 0-5, can't get anything going. This LAG team, so good at punishing that play. They show it once again. Scrappy, though, has been finding so many timings. He does it again. Mohawk with another one. That first blood, it is gone. And they find all 4 kills.
Okay, all right. Well, that got flipped on its head real quick. I was about to say, I mean, that's what I was talking about before the match started. Like, they've been so good towards the B site. Whether it's the team making plays or isolating a player, they do a good job of that. But then, yeah, it's Scrapping with an opening again. Nice trigger discipline. I believe he gets 2 before he snaps away. And he's up to double digits. Don't worry, Hixie. I got you, buddy. Get in the backpack.
Well, and he's kind of playing this sort of, he's taking a lot of chances, right? He's taking sort of these routes that LAG's not expecting. And on offense, what they tried to do last time, they sent 3 towards A. And he was kind of playing this lurk role. He was trying to flank through B. Similar to, I don't know, what we see like Simp do it sometimes, where he kind of just plays off on an island, wait for certain timings in the rotations. This time he's going to play with his team a little bit more, but another first blood comes in for Slasher.
And Hixie's going through it now. She's like, boys, I'm trying.
I've gotten naded 4 times, so I don't know what you want me to do. Honestly.
Oh, God, as he gets a mantle there in the middle of it onto the table. Granted, it was a circus fight to begin with, but get eliminated. Guerrilla gets another one. Guerrilla's now up to a 5-3 advantage, 1 round away from going up 2-0. We'll see it from Hook's POV now. Nice centering, able to get the kill. But that dude, when he was trying to snap up to the player on the bookshelf and the mantle hit, like that just looked like my nightmare. Like that close range stuff can be so tough.
Hook's doing his taxis in there, and this guy is just auto mantling. That is nothing you can really do. But they are dominating at that A site. We'll have to see if Ultra can switch it up. If they get back to another offense, maybe try to play middle of the map more or work over towards B, because A not working.
They're trying to just push their way right on in. They're going to back up Mohawk all the way out of the site. They're able to get it, but on the other side of the A point, it's Vickle and Scrap that are able to go huge. They'll drop 2 deeper on the site. Flasher just trying to get away with his life.
Oh, poor Hasty. Oh, no.
Oh, God. Dun 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 dun. Not only are you on a big game, you're on 12, but you're also saving Hixie's life. His social media life.
Is he though, dude? Like, I want to be like a double agent,
That's true.
I'll be James Bond. That sounds pretty awesome. Well,
you'd be great as the next James Bond. Holy, you in a suit? Oh my God.
Well, let's see. What can Scrappy do here?
I kind of went off the rails there a little bit, huh? Okay.
It's a game-deciding round, baby. Focus.
Yes. See if he can clutch up. He's already had 1.
He's reading this well again, dude.
The nade hit. It hits himself in the face, and unfortunately, he had the one that somehow killed a teammate. That one, just the bounce, not quite what he wanted, because instead of timing the peak with the nade hit in order to get a free kill, it more just exploded in his face, Joe.
Yeah, they've had some unlucky nades. They had the 1A push where I'm pretty sure the nade went through the wall, and that just happened. You get the 12 kills out of Scrappy there. I mean, he had a really good game, but LAG continue their S&D dominance here in their first one since the major. And it's kind of just the same thing, just very quick and decisive, a lot of first bloods. Even a couple of the rounds that Ultra were able to win, it was a man down. So, yeah, their game plan's still working.
Yeah, it's not a huge thing by any means, but usually talked about amateur teams or I don't know, in champs like Australian teams. We talked about where up would have to be searched, and I know it was a small amount, and I don't know what happened in the second round, but at least when you take a look at the first round of games we watched, amateur teams focused on the search and destroy. Your was able to do it. Now, does it mean a whole lot? Maybe not. But is it one like little step in me maybe believing that they still got it in search? Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'm aboard that train.
Yeah, me too. No, they look good, and they've looked good so far. I mean, this is just kind of a way a trap game. Maybe that break kind of helps, right? Like maybe if you're right into after winning, right in just regular season play, you get caught a little bit. But because we had this break, they're back to land. And it's sort of all right. Let's do this again.
Yeah, I think it sort of helps them. You know how I asked you if you are the Ultra and A side, like going up against the champs, might give you a little extra fuel or whatever it might be. Yes, but I think the same is true to like how to make it not a trap game. The order, like if you're someone that's been around forever and you're slasher and maybe you don't respect some opponents, like I don't know, maybe that's the thing, but if they just won, I think it makes them want to smash their face into the ground.
Yeah, in a way, because they were a failure, they've still been working really hard because it's their first month of practice, right? But you can see just a balanced effort from the LAG side. Scrappy, 12-6, had a really good game, some individual plays with the rest of the team. Honestly, they just got stopped today. The defense, which is way too strong, they didn't show them enough different looks on offense, and LAG now up 2-0.
Yeah, so far so good for our Minnesota champs. Well, when you talk about the CDL's professional side, Guerrillas continue to look good, and yeah, it might prove that like that was almost like the perfect time for everything to happen. I mean, granted, no one saw the win coming, but the fact you're able to somehow pull off that magic, and then you have this long break now where it's like, okay, now let's turn this into an actual team, which is a very scary thing maybe for the rest of the squad. But they are up 2-0. They still want that to get out before we get to game 3 control. Ready to work great.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't cave under pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top rope.
Hello, welcome back. LAG, they lead 2-0. They're looking to close this out in 3-0 fashion, and it's hard not to think they're going to. I know we're headed to a new game. Well, not to know when you think about Berlin Control, but so far they've handled business. It doesn't look like they've skipped a beat.
No, and I think for the Ultra Academy side, it's just honestly throughout maps 1 and 2, they just look a little bit behind, especially just scale wise. They were not playing with them in map number 1. In map 2, I mean, besides Scrappy, nobody really stepped on up. So I mean, you never know what can happen if they can get their guns hot, but that's really it. They're just simply getting outskilled in my mind. It's not like LAG's shown anything crazy so far.
Well, I think it's, you know, it's tough to be, I guess, you get you're only good as your competition. Like, they're not competing at the same level of competition day in and day out like the pro teams are. And I think that's why a lot of times, you know, when you see this format, it's a struggle. And while you don't usually see a full 4-man team of amateurs come up and compete at this level, I mean, it comes to mind off the top of my head, maybe like a midnight team or something. But usually it's like a one player into a system type of swap. It's just, it's hard to get to the pro level when you're not playing pros all the time. Is what I'm trying to say.
100%. Yeah, I mean,
it's a full unit.
No, it really is. And you know, you'll see that throughout here. I mean, maybe there'll be an amateur team that turns things around, but so far it's been all about the pro teams. But we're only 10 maps into it. Now going to Berlin Control. I think everybody. I'm just excited for the veto process in general. Right, that can change a little bit more now. You know, obviously a lot of teams are playing this now. But as time goes on, as Major 3 and Major 4 champs comes around, it's always going to be a big discussion point. What are you going to veto on the other side? What do you want to play? So, yeah, I'm just happy to have a third control map in.
Oh, it's needed in the sense of just when you take a look at the history of Call of Duty and like the number of maps and modes we've had, like this is just on the low end. There's just not a lot, right?
Yeah, no, there's not. There's not.
Yeah, and that's just one part of me, you know, maybe likes the pros in a way of you don't have as many things you have to practice and get strong at. But on the other end, yeah, it's just a lot better when there's more diversity when it comes to veto process and what you're going to play.
Yeah, no, we definitely need, heck, I'd love a couple of more, you know, right, to make some switches in, but see what happens. I mean, we're already halfway through.
No, it's you spin off the top of your head. I'm curious what the highest that is. What's like what we usually aim for back when you were working with League Ops? What would we usually shoot?
It was usually like, we try to, I think 4 or 5 searches in controls, or searching hardpoints was kind of the number we always try to hit. 4 is the least amount that you can do. I think 5 was kind of always the sweet spot if there's like a map left over, just because, yeah, that kind of opens up just some diversity. And then 3 or 4 for your game 3. I think the most though was like Black Ops 3. That was because we had 4 game modes. That was like 15 plus. I mean, that was to the point where one scrim literally took like 3 hours. You know? Just way too many things going on here.
Yeah, that's a little different. But yeah, no,
yeah, well, just different.
Here where you're saying for 3 or 4, yeah, it's clutch that we get to a third, just to at least boost it up a little bit. And yeah, I'm sure we're still going to see a lot of it. And it was fun to watch. I mean, we just kind of watched what went down the first round of games, and it's just, yeah, the pace of it, just a lot of gunfights, maybe finding more openings just based on the timings. I think it's going to be a fun one, but it usually takes time. I feel like every single year, people always have like the control versus CTF discussion, and early in the year, they're like, oh, the control's so lopsided, and this and that, and everyone complains, but like people just get better at it as time goes on. They find improvements, and suddenly the offensive side of it is finding more wins. It's happened every single year. As some people understand, like, I think there are a lot of us that wouldn't mind maybe having CTF. It's just things have to be way more tailored to it. Like, you have to have maps that are just sort of designed around CTF, whereas control, right. I mean, you can see this year it's been tough to find 3 control maps, obviously, but it's much easier out of the box to play control. 100%.
Well, it's similar to Search, where we have a year like this where there's not a ton of competitive maps. You can usually move bomb sites or zones, where with CTF you can moving CTF points, it just doesn't change the flow of it in the spawn system, where just because it's kind of like a 2-point area, it always opens up some more options. Like there may be, like Search has always been, you know, a map like Desert Siege, there's always been some wild card maps thrown in just due to the game mode, and because you might not know like how this map is going to play in this game mode. So yeah, it opens up that for sure. But let's it was like great in Black Ops 2. Outside that,
no, that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah, everyone's just kind of hanging on something that feels like it's 10 years ago now. But we're gonna see if Ultra can bounce back. I mean, obviously they have the ability to do so when you talk about just the year they've had and the fact they're fresh off of a win. But this is a different level of competition, and now you got to dig deep. Maybe you have to rely on that chemistry that's got you to this point, and some of the playmaking ability. If you're Hixie, you have to brush off that game too. I'm sure it was frustrating. You had some deaths that, yeah, they were tough deaths without question, but you just have to look past the goose egg, continue and battle on.
That was just, it's one of those spots where, like I said, I think, you know, leading up to it, it's a spot where you can win the game. It's also a spot where you're just going through hell, and that's what happened to Hixie. It was just that LAG, you know, over towards that B site. He was the one just isolated time and time again. The nades were hitting. There was nothing he could do. He switched up his positions. And then when that happens, right on offense, I think he's the one that got naded through the wall. That's just a game you forget about. You move on. You basically say, listen, guys, everything that could have went wrong, it did go wrong. I'm going to step it up here.
Yeah, just got to laugh it off and then think to the fact that, like, this is your toughest match in the pool, right? Like, you're starting off with playing the reigning champs. When you look forward to, what is it, Breach in Paris, there's certainly more upset potential there, without question. So get in here, try to get it going. If you can get a map and maybe push this a little bit deeper, great. But if not, learn something and prep for the other matches.
Yeah, and then on the other side for LAG, just taking care of business. I mean, Hook and Spark really stepped up in map number 1, game 2. I mean, it was just an entire team effort. I think there were moments where Slasher had multiple kills to kind of even things out or give them those first bloods. But it's what we wanted to see. I mean, it's a strong showing so far.
So now, I mean, I guess there's been that long-running, you know, kind of joke that Slasher kind of decides all VAs and makes all decisions for the community. It's been kind of a running joke. But I guess now, with the Wolf no longer in play, that's dead. I mean, it was on his team, right? Like, it just can't be a thing anymore.
Well, he's only got 1 vote. I mean, you know, or whatever, however that works now, I have no idea. But
Actually, no clue, yeah.
yeah. So, but yeah, you're not wrong. And I think for Sparty's like, yeah, whatever, guys. I really don't care. Like, I'm really good with whatever you.
Yeah, it didn't strike me as a thing. Like, it didn't strike me as a. I don't know what really comes to mind that changed. Like, I don't know, the Rampart.
Classic Rampart.
Yeah.
That was nuts.
Yes, we were all watching. We're like, dear God, like,
yeah, I mean, Classic had like a 1.3 or something.
Yes.
We're like, dude, this guy is insane. A Vicento with a skinny bot, like.
Yeah. Like, there's been things where you're like, oh my God, like that's a problem. But I guess I didn't really get the feeling with this. I mean, whatever the reasoning for the decision, I guess I wasn't worried it was going to impact him in some big way, and suddenly Spark was going to struggle. And
I just want to see a trophy, dude. Just one.
Yeah, that whole thing is interesting as well.
We're just gonna cash, but I just want to see it.
Yeah. I thought we were, and then I don't know. I was lied to or fooled. I'm not sure, but we stay on Berlin. To Control. Maybe for some of you, the first time seeing it. If you didn't watch the earlier round of matches, a lot of you might be hopping between, just kind of checking out what's going on. I mean, I know we've had some downtime and stuff, and lobby resets and apologies. But the good thing is, with 4 streams and matches going on, hopefully you'll find an action somewhere.
Yeah. Got the 4 streams going, just like the old days. It's one of these days where you're gonna ask me what happened then, and I'm like, I don't know, I don't remember, because there's just so many games going on. But you got A over towards P2, you got B towards P1. I mean, basically what we heard is you can set up some nasty spawn traps on both sides. And so far, B has been the harder point to kit for offensive teams. A little bit easier, and we've even seen some defensive teams just give up A. But this time through LAG, they're gonna find the first 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, typically it's whatever's further from offensive spawn. I mean, usually it's kind of how it plays out. It's just based on how quickly you can get to the point. But they find a little bit of progress doesn't lead to anything. Now Hook trying to get him behind it. I mean, lines, he's able to take down 2 before the trade comes in. It's a seam on the cross that follows up as well. So that'll be 3 down. And now you're getting to some dangerous spots. I mean, look how far push up a seam is. He's going to drop instantly, but I thought he was going to be a threat for players pushing towards that.
Well, and where Slasher is right now, number 5, this is kind of the area where defensive teams want to be. When A is complete, is there is some progress being done, but who comes in and he is snapping as he just looks better and better as this year goes on. He's able to defend the rest of A. Slasher does get taken down. For Toronto Ultra, that means we're going to try to shoot over to B as quickly as possible and force the rotation in.
Yeah, it just feels like he's getting back to that POV when you watch it. It's like, you know, it's him. Like, it's just clean. The snaps are clean. The centering's on point. When he's at his best,
for a little bit, for a little bit, you know.
Because that's one of my favorite POVs to watch, and he's getting back to that point. But they get one bar at A. They've now cycled it on over to B. Progress is there for the first tick through. Scrappy's still trying to be a nuisance. A little bit of an awkward engagement there as they both cross paths, but now a reach out comes in. He's able to take down Slasher as well, and Spart, the next man up, but through the Fury Flames and dust that's covering the map, not quite able to hit the shot.
I mean, he gets 3 kills there, does Spart. I mean, he finds all 3. He finds 2 players on the B. Then he's left in that final 1 versus 1. If Spart gets taken down there, B might be done. But quickly, Ultra, they're only down 4 lives. There's only 20 seconds left. They're going to get done with A. And they're finding a lot of these kills.
That's a big sequence of kills, too, because you get them right as a point in a cap, so you're able to get across quick. Now, this is the spot on the map you were talking about being crucial, kind of pushing out this lane.
Yeah, you'll see
or the defensive side, and Spart just able to get out, and through that, Asim's going to find 2 as well.
Yeah, you saw where Scrappy spawned. That's where the defense wants to spawn the attacking players when B's just the last part in that. Yeah, now he's in this position. Mohawk going to try to do what he can on the flank, but you're 3 dead. They're calling out. All right, last player is Mohawk. He's probably going to be on the flank, and Slasher, he's on top of that file cabinet, but he's just going to wrap all the way through. I think Slasher may have seen him because, yeah, Hook is hunting him down, but Mohawk's going to win that gunfight, but Slasher, he's still just going through his files.
Yeah, but that one sequence was huge, just in the sense of it was, what, like a 4 live disparity, I think you were talking about? When they were getting A, it just elevated quickly. I mean, they went up close to 10 just off of that one major sequence, and now you just have 2 players left, make it 1. Mohawk going to be the last one up, and the boys are out and haunting quality beams there to get his 4th kill in the round, but not enough time. Maybe the gunny to do it, but you've got 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, if this is old control, we'd say good job. But they got 4 ticks done on their first offense. Not a bad job. I think there was an opportunity when you had, Scrappy at those plat stairs. If Spart doesn't find 3, maybe that turns into the B capture, maybe an offensive round win, at least another tick done. But LAG able to hold on behind a couple of clutch plays.
So you get the 4 points, as you said. See how significant that is. Obviously a bit more so if you get a really good hold here on defense. And they want the first hit to go towards B. Guerrillas are trying to get freaky with it right away. Scrappy there. Wins that fight onto Slasher. And now Vico's looking for an opening. Teammates dropping around. Hook's able to take down 2 before he gets through, but if anything, that's just what alleviates some pressure off A, allows them to get set up a bit.
Yeah, now, do they want to go for this? That's going to be the question with this when you're spawning them over there towards that A side, towards dock side. Do you want to go for this? It looks like Hixie's kind of sneaking on up. He's able to win that first gunfight. Just trying to cause problems. While that's happening, though, there's a lot of moving pieces. In the middle of the map has opened up. Spartan Hook have gone on through. Hook's going to find 1. Spart's just going to get on to B. Middle of the map was open. They take it away. They find the route.
Yeah, it's like 1 pushed out trackside, and the other 2 just whatever route they're taking towards A. They found an opening just basically running straight across the map. And they get onto it, and you have this one-on-one that's about to go down on the objective. It's Scrappy that's able to take that onto Hook. You've got a 4 life advantage now, just trying to continue to build that, but Nickel can't quite center, and Spark's able to put him down.
They go for A again, though. Dixie off of spawn, able to find 1. Slasher now trying to do what he can, just buying time. 2 ticks done at A. The other 2 players from Ultra, they're just going to go towards B, but Hixie stepping it up here after that 0-7. He's going to find 3 kills over towards A, steps up here in round number 2. Now they have that 6th life advantage.
I mean, it's twice now. He's been huge. Just make sure they don't get that clean. Make sure the relay over isn't where you're sitting around even in lives. He's doing his best to disrupt it. Now shooting people in the back is going to be Vickle as he's looking around for more. Back onto the 8 point will be 2 players from Guerrillas. Third trying to rally in, and this should be a point in the extra minute. Now you're down 6. I mean, you're going to have a little more time to work with, but from a live standpoint, not in the best position.
I mean, they're just going to flip the map. You're going to have Hixie kind of lurking here towards top fire, top broken. Try to push through the middle. That's going to be the information. The rest of his teammates are going to rotate on over their train side. You can see on the minimap, you just have Vickle, who's inside of the B point. Here comes Hook now, trying to fly through the pinch towards fire, able to find a couple of kills. Can they time it correctly? Doesn't look like it right now, but it seems he's just playing around the spawn kills. Just trying to stagger the defense, but Vickle finds him off the spawn.
Yeah, it's just like, how long can you do that? Like, when you only have a minute and a half to work with and you're doing kind of that deep push through and thinking about spawn kills, like, you just don't have a ton of time. Like, eventually, you just got to get towards B. And now as they're coming off spawn, I mean, obviously, you still have that front held down by Ultra Academy. And those teammates get to him. I mean, it's Hixie is trying to do his best to make sure he can't get through. He's only able to take down one before he drops. Now you're about halfway to the second bit of progress. You're finding the kills. Scrappy, though, with the wall bang might slow it down, but Spartan's still here. Second bit done. You're up 1 in the overall progress. The big thing here is, can you get the round W? Every time it seems like there's one more man. Now there's quite literally one more man. It's just going to be on Slasher 1v7, similar to what we saw last time around. And, well, they get what, 5 versus the 4 on the other end?
Yeah, 5-4. Vickle just smoked that ceiling. I don't know what he was looking at, but he destroyed it. He made sure nobody was coming through that way. But I mean, you know, for the Toronto Ultra side, there was a couple of just kind of holes in their setup, the communication, right? You had the mid map from Spartan Hook where they were able to get towards B, and then Slash there towards the end. They got to make sure those comms are on point. They're counting players, saying their names, so that doesn't happen. I mean, their setups were good. The slaying is really coming in. Is Scrappy? He's on 20. Vickle on 15. Hasty stepping up into double digits. But you give them, you know, a couple of chances. You're just lucky LAG doesn't capitalize.
See what Spark can find. He's got a legion of players in front of him.
Oh, you just go right to B off the start. That's B done. B's done.
And that's going to be massive. They get the tougher point instantly. They have a 4 life advantage already. You still have a player deep towards fire trying to be a nuisance. Mohawk just basically chest bumps a player, but now the reinforcements start to rally in. And this could be one of those massive rounds that can decide that can they close it out? They still got work to do.
I think I was watching Ultra earlier versus I think it was Strike X, right? And in their first round, they just go to B, and they were able to do the same exact thing. Now it's going to get a little bit easier here for LAG. Just focus on 1 point. But with 2 minutes and a lot of time to work with, Toronto Ultra Academy break on in. Mohawk with some nice shots on the hook. That's going to clear this. You can see where Slasher and Asim are set up. With nobody on it, they're just kind of waiting right now. They're just kind of waiting. But with that pick, that might start the stack here for Toronto Ultra.
They're on it. How quickly can they progress it? You've got everybody just set up around looking for the point of attack. Spark now coming off spawn, trying to get there, but the shot's in for Ultra Academy. They get 3. That might be enough to do it. That's the second point of progress. Looking to take it. Sport, though, is doing everything he can. Finally going to drop. As Piccolo is able to pick it up. Asim then through. And they're still alive, but you still got over a minute to work with, Joe. There's a ton of time. And you're up, what, 7 in lives?
Yeah, they're up 7 in lives. I mean, just keeping it. Well, Scrappy is Scrappy as he finds a couple of more kills. And well, they catch him off guard with that B hit off the start. And there we go. Ultra Academy. They're able to win an offense here. And now this is where this gets interesting.
It certainly does. I mean, I guess I would have thought, I mean, of the respawns, what might be easier to come in and get upset on Protein? Probably the control, especially a new one that's been added to the mix. You could argue, but to go in and get B just so efficiently like that, it felt like it was just a matter of time, right, to win the round once they got it that quickly. And they're up 4.
Yeah, I mean, just you've seen kind of what A turns into. It takes one fight for offense, and once that offensive team just establishes some position in there, it's just tough for the defense. And when they were down so many lives, there's 2 minutes. That's going to be a really hard point without like a spawn trap or a life advantage to hold down for 2 minutes. And well, I mean, LAG, they're trying to do the exact same thing. Off the start, they're going to find 4 dead, 2 players on B.
Art just trying to survive it. He's getting shot from everywhere. The wallbait coming through, the bullets just barely missing. He continues to hold. He wins another one. Now going to be 4 in a row. 1 by 1, they continue to push finally through the desk, the wall, banister, everything. They take him out.
And now with Slasher spawn here, he's just going to rotate on over to A. Hook finds 2 kills. This is a 2 versus 4, but Hixie, he finds another multi-kill. He finds 3. Nice shots from Hixie. The snap on the Spart. That's what an MP40 is. He cleans that on up, and now I'm going to force LAG to go over towards A. Okay, here's the spawn trap now, too. 4 dead. And here we go. This is where Ultra could put this away.
They can close it out here. Clean. From Scrappy. Wins the next one-on-one. The lives advantage continues to build. Now up to 5 on the map for Scrappy, continuing off search and destroy. You see a bit of why they think he might be the next one up. He's able to take down another. The streak continues up to 5 in a row. And they're just bleeding them out.
37 and 21, 38, 7 spree now has the glide bomb, can call that in. You do see Asim has worked his way over towards B. Can he extend that time? Not gonna happen. Vickle with a big one-on-one win. Only 8 lives remaining for LAG so far. We're just trying to get a point though. The glide's gonna be called in. Scrappy wants to put this to a map number 4. Trying to end it here.
Give me the 40.
Vickle's gonna find one more. Yeah, give him the 40. Why not? Scrappy.
Here's a
He's going
chance.
for it.
39.
He's going for it.
There's one more. The snap is there, and number 40 is in. 40 and 21, 9 in a row. A statement in a monster map. As they are just moments away from taking this. Mohawk on the other side, and it's him with the last kill. Scrappy going big. What a map it was. Just beast mode to keep them alive in this. And oh, Joe, we were wondering, can they rebound from the search and destroy? Well, they sure as hell did, and Scrappy's keeping it going. But Hixie too. I mean, considering he had the goose egg, he had some moments, especially in that second round defense, where he was special. He had some massive moments, but I mean, Scrappy, oh, dude, the guy put on.
Yeah, this is why we were kind of talking about him and saying he might be one of the next players to move on up into the CDL. Maybe this year, maybe next year, who knows? But you can see what he can do versus our major 2 champions. LAG, I mean, Scrappy going huge, puts up that 40 bomb. But yeah, I think the key was, though, because he had a map too as well. But there were moments where you needed some bright moments from the other guys, and you got that. And I think that was the key.
I mean, it's a game at the end of the day, especially in something like Control. I mean, one guy can pop off, but he's not winning it by himself. Not going to happen. But at this moment, I mean, when Spart was making those plays, kind of pushed up in the round 1, they were getting them locked in. Like, I was like, oh, here we go. This is looking like a 3-0. Yeah, I was very wrong, though. What a rebound. What a run over just my stretch over the mid of that game. Just beautifully done. And now you got something to feel good about, because this is your toughest matchup. Yeah, maybe this isn't one they walk away with, but I think it just has got to feel good to get a map win in that fashion.
There you go, 41 and 21, almost puts up 4,000 damage, but the damage from the rest of the crew pretty on par, right? Everyone put around 2,500 or so. On the other side, I think it was a solid game. I mean, you can tell the slaying. Slasher 15 and 27 is Spart as well. That's 2 of your, those are your ARs. They kind of get shut down by Scrappy. To me, it's just that a round on defense where they give up B, Ultra Academy, they take it right away. We're able to turn that into an offensive win.
Yeah, it's just like before you blink, it's just like that first hit just catches them, and they just put it away from there. And yeah, at least in the first we saw, I think he said it was like first time we saw it was all defensive victories, but not going to be the case here. Just beautifully done, and shows why they were able to take the challenger side of it, the most recent event. Impressive stuff, but still work to do. We stay on Berlin right for the hard point. What was the final map?
Bocage.
Okay,
a little Macy. A little Macy on Bocage.
Yeah, so you'll try to get it to that search and destroy if you can, but you're going to have to take a hard point. And the first one, at least, it was like a 100-point game, but the big thing is it was dominated by Guerrillas from the get-go. They were up 40 to 50 immediately, and they ran away with it from there. You just can't get in a hole like that this time around. You can't.
Yeah, but it was the slaying power, right? It was the slaying power on Tuscan. When you had an early setup from Toronto Ultra Academy, boom, it was right away, right? They just weren't winning a couple of gunfights. They weren't making those hard points messy. When they had the good spawns, that's when you have to have those trades on point. Maybe with a map 1 or a map 3 win under your belt now, they saw, Hixie step up, Scrappy obviously doing his thing. Maybe that's what they needed. That confidence, right? That confidence on the stage.
Sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, yeah, just a little belief in each other, get a little gas going, the boys hyping each other up. You know you're trying to pull up an
Look at
upset here.
LAG. Look at LAG. Their first match at Major 2, they lost. They lost in winners round 1 to Boston 3-0. And then they won 6 straight games, 6 straight matches. Like, it's possible.
Flash of the losers bracket Reaper, dude. Just making it happen.
The losers bracket Reaper.
And he's got a lot of them now. I mean, I can't even think of them all off the top of my head, but the Rise Nation one comes to mind.
Probably doesn't want it to be that way, though. That's never like a thing you want to rely on. That's for sure.
a little bit more stressful to get it done that way. I can imagine that's not the way you want to go about it. Just knowing you're in this lose and go home scenario basically for an entire day or 2 days of action. But I don't know. Sometimes maybe people perform a little bit better with that added pressure.
Yeah, looking at Berlin Hardpoint, 4-1 though at Major 2 for their LAG lineup. It was their best hardpoint. They weren't able to win it. Gavutu, they were 2-2 on Tuscan. They won that Tuscan. Now going to their best map that we saw in hardpoint. So you know they're still feeling confident. I think it's just over for Spartan Slasher. You know, try to win some of those key gunfights for Scrappy.
Well, here we go. A chance for Ultra Academy North America to push this to a map 5, or Guerrillas can close it out with this hard point. We keep it on Berlin. The close spawn first in the point, it'll be Ultra Academy. You're going to be looking for the break, and okay, it's happening quickly because the nuke just going off. If he's able to get 2, I believe a seam with the other 2, and that is a clean break. You missed it if you blinked your eyes.
Yeah, you sure did. And I mean, yeah, did Spartan Slasher not have a great map 3? Sure, but this man did. He still put, I think it was 32 and 26. Dude, he is continuing his hot series. He is just running around the map. Up to 4-0, now getting on that time. A nice P1 here for Los Angeles Guerrillas. You can already see Hixie and Bickle going to rotate on over, but who's going to win his next one? Up to 5 now. Could he find that glide bomb? Yeah, he just, look at him just reading the map, man.
Yeah, he is a tear on the map right now as he continues to just pop off. Remember, there's $250,000 up for grabs. I know it's the Pro-Am. There's more money than I expected. Like, this is a big event. So much money in. Well, I think there's pride on the line for either side of it. If you're a pro team, you don't want to lose to an AM team. If you're an AM team, you want to shut up the pro team.
All right, well, LAG just wants to shut up everyone because they want to keep on winning, right? They want to keep on winning. Show some consistency, and they're going to break on through again on this rotation. Be tough to hold this P2 down. But LAG are going to get in. Scrappy, well, he's trying to keep it scrappy. Does just that as he finds his kill. And this is what you need from this Academy team. When these certain engagements come in, you have to make sure you are trading. Do not allow the multi-kills to come in. But you saw a seam. Well, it looks like someone lagged out. Slasher is not in the game. So we'll probably have a restart here.
Yeah, imagine that'll be the case. We'll wait here to see the ruling, but it looks like we had a disconnect, so apologies. We had a couple of lobby starts, something going on with those setups, but as soon as we are able to get back into it, we will. Apologies, but hopefully you've been having fun throughout the different streams, just watching the actions that breaks down. If you are an Ultra Academy fan, well, for the North America side, I got to make sure I add that on the tail end of it because there's 42 Ultra teams. Just make
There's
sure.
a lot of Ultra teams. Yeah.
You just got to make sure, or you should be feeling pretty gassed up now. They got a shot to do it, and that's I would say that's tough if they were like rolling. You know, you come off that big game 3 win and you get into a groove. But who kind of made sure that didn't happen? So for both teams, just kind of a reset. Frustrating, I'm sure, but we'll get back into it.
Yeah, I mean, for Ultra, they probably want a better P1 start, P1 restart. So, but yeah, it's gonna be a full restart. I mean, it's very early in that game. It was only a 10-point game. It happens. Well, yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us two idiots.
Oh, it's gonna be a beautiful weekend. We got what? We got matches today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. We have 4 days of action here. And yeah, it's the last time. When was the last time we had like pool play? We're going back to the CWL, right? We had any kind of pool play? Yeah, as far as I can remember. And it's been years.
I mean, I guess like regular, there's pool play.
Well, yeah, I guess the league kind of basically is pool play into a major. Yeah, that's true. If you look at it like that, yeah. But over the course of 1 weekend, it's been quite some time. So it's awesome to see. And just see what the amateur teams are able to do. We're gonna take a look at the pools real quick and just update you kind of on how the action is gonna play out or where we're sitting right now. The highlighted teams are gonna be your amateur teams that are battling it out. 4 teams that qualified for this event, and you can see why we said there were a lot of Ultra teams.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they've been doing pretty well. I think if there's probably a pool that a lot of people are looking at to be, you know, an interesting one, it's probably C. Just due to the CDL teams. I mean, you have London with a roster change, LA Thieves with a role change, which I do not believe went well. They got 3-0'd by NYSL. NYSL with a roster change. Kismet comes in, they win their first match. You have Team War as well.
Wait, did that really end up being a 3-0? I mean, just
supposedly it was a 5-0 game 2, and it was a 6-5 comeback. So supposedly it was a full sale for LA Thieves. Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of tough moments. We'll see if they can bounce back. They still got some tournament left. But yeah, I think that's one of them. And then maybe this one. I mean, if this Ultra Academy NA team start to get heated up, they're showing that they can compete with the best.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like showing they can compete here, you'd be crazy not to give them a chance against Legion of Breach. And I know Breach came out and they kind of bopped. What they were who knocked Guerrillas into losers, right? Very beginning of the tournament.
Boston, yeah, they played twice. It was 3-0 and then a game 5.
Yeah.
So I mean, Boston wants some revenge for sure.
100%. That'll be a fun one to watch. And for Legion, I think you kind of nailed it at the beginning. Like they've been improving. It was cool to hear the crowd kind of get behind them. They were the underdogs basically at every event. But I'm hoping they were one of those teams that, with this long break, took advantage of it. As others may have been resting up and taking that time, they were working on perfecting their game.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where they had a couple of roster changes and it took some time. I think they've shown some improvements. This is where you want to see Legion really show what they have, as you said, right? You take those 3 weeks and 4 weeks, whatever it is, work really hard. I mean, Temp has had an incredible individual year. Yeah. But now can they get the rest of the roster locked in, right? Jimbo moving in, Gravity moving in. Everyone should be comfortable on the map now.
Well, we're just we're waiting on, I believe, a couple of players still to join the lobby, and then we'll kick it off. But we're just kind of going through where the standings are right now in case you missed into the action and you're hanging tight with us until the map 4 starts. But Faze and Ultra will get the W. I mean, for Faze, the series versus 30. I mean, Surge had its moments. There were some really close maps, but it's just too strong.
I mean, this is Faze and Surge have just been battling all year long. Yeah, and then Ultra, they were able to take their strike. Yeah, so I think for Ultra, this Ultra lineup, right, maybe the last chance of it, potentially, right? Just kind of, they've struggled throughout Major 1 and Major 2. I mean, Major 1, they got top 4 without winning a Hardpoint. Major 2, they was not good. Did they find something? And did they find a formula? Can they now beat an Atlanta Faze or a Seattle Surge? Can they come back? Because they were just so fun to watch last year.
Yeah, I'm excited. I want like Cammy to get back to being King Cammy, dude. The guy's disgusting. I want to see more of that this year. We'll see if they can get there. But standings for Group B, this is how it sits. Mutineers and Texas able to take advantage of it. We were excited to see kind of how ROKKR was going to look with Havoc, but it's early on in a tough matchup versus Mutineers, who seem to finally be peaking. I mean, you take a look at their last tournament, we casted a lot of them. They're getting closer to what we hope they could be.
Well, we're seeing their star power shine again. I mean, I think it was plus like 30 from Awakening in the series. Skies is popping off. He was like plus 15. Those two really took over and shut down the ROKKR side. But yeah, I was pumped when I saw ROKKR putting presets to him in AR. I think that he's always been the best with an AR, like from what we've seen. But yeah, it's just they're another team where they're trying to move pieces around and get back into form.
And he's now for Group C. Still waiting on the results of one matchup, but yeah, I didn't get to watch it because we've been casting. But good start for Subliners, and welcome back to the league, Kismet.
Yeah, I think he was tweeting like, I don't think he had a great individual series, but all of his teammates were really pumping up his comms. So my man is, I'm excited to see Kismet back, because even in Black Ops 4 with E6, he had some great individual moments. They had some top 6, top 4 placings. So he's back in the league. Excited to see what he can do with this NYSL roster. So they've made some more changes. Then Group D, where we're at right now, you have Breach, who's 1-0. They were able to take down Paris Legion. And now we're in the middle of LAG and Ultra Academy NA.
And we're hoping to get into it. I think I see all the players in the lobby, so we should be kicking this off momentarily. Into the map 4. If you missed the last one, Ultra turned up. they turned up. Scrappy in particular, just I mean, 2 maps in a row where he absolutely dominated. We just talked about the slaying effort and why I think a lot are excited about him, but what's he got left? Did he do it here in the map 4? Because I think they're gonna need every ounce of that. At least if you're going off the game 1.
Scrappy, the kidding me, just picture Scrappy do it every single time we say Scrappy.
I'm more every time I see Scrap on there, I just think of Scrap.
Scrap,
That's where I'm struggling. Yeah.
When you were saying Scrap, I was like, man, like I gotta say Scrappy, I think, because that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think I was just saying Scrap because that's just what was on the feed in front of me. That's just what was on the game. But yeah, no, I'm just so used to casting Scraps for so long that definitely was entering my head as well. But hopefully, yeah, no, me too. They always provided hilarious moments, whether it was in game or an interview. They were thrilling. But I'm not sure what's going on currently. I think we're just trying to start. Okay, I think they're having some issues with the lobby. We're waiting to get this started. Again, apologies on the delay, but hopefully we have some of the kinks worked out as we go over the course of the weekend. It's usually how it works with these 4 streams, tons of teams set up on LAN. We'll work them out as we go through it, but thank you for your patience. We'll be right back after this quick break. I'm going to try and see what's going on with my mic, maybe?
All right, we are back. Game 4 loaded on in. Here we go. LAG versus Ultra Academy NA. LAG went out to a quick 2-0 lead. They battled back, did Ultra Academy in that game number 3. Scrappy with a 40 bomb. Well, Husto had a great start early on in that, but Scrappy with 2. Now it's down to a 1v1 as Sparta's the last player alive, just trying to buy the rest of this time. And oh my gosh, he snaps on a 1. Oh, Vickle as well. But there's much for Ultra Academy NA before we had that reset. With that good side spawn, this is exactly what you would want to see with a 20-second lead. As Hixie's going to find the 4th, and now they're going to just push out and sprint all the way across to that P2. Mohawk cutting off those off a spawn. Asim, though, inside of the next hill. He's going to be early on rotated. Doesn't expect this. Is Mohawk, though, going to find a nice start here at 4-1, and you are back, and it's good to have you.
All right, I couldn't connect the VMix. I'm here. I missed you terribly, but what I miss?
A much better start for Ultra Academy. That's really it. And Mohawk and Scrap, well, they're still going off. Yeah, Scrappy, yeah. Well, no, the reset, yeah.
Well, and just compared to map 1, just thinking about the fact that you're down 44 to 0, you basically flipped that on its head, which you were saying you really needed to do. Hixie popping off in the kill feed as well, and I'm becoming a Scrappy fan just over the course of all of this. But it's Hixie who's now on 4 in a row. We'll see if he can add on to that. He's also racking up time. He's already about to hit 45 seconds in the hard point.
Well, that's what, you know, having an individual game like Scrappy did in map 3, even in map 2, it's just sort of, it's motivating, right? The guys you're playing with, if they can get going, that can maybe give you more time to unlock, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from Hixie. He's going to find number 6. Look at this score, 80-6 after these first 2 hills. Over to P3, LAG is set up. Well, 2 players are, but they're kind of just, well, sandwiched on in. It's going to come down to the gunfights now. Spart, though, him and Hook going to take down 2. As Hixie's trying to find number 7 with the glide, and he's going to do just that. As Vickle finds the other 3.
7 in a row. Looking to eclipse the 100-point mark, just popping off. Scrappy actually gets that headshot before he drops. Vickle over top fire. He's hitting the shots as well, but they are dominating here, and it looks nothing like that map 1. I mean, now it's going to be Guerrillas that are in that position, trying to fight back throughout the course of this game. Otherwise, we're looking at a map 5, and Hixie, just look at the man. 10-2, 9 in a row. But that search to destroy a distant memory.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from our Challengers champions from that LAN in Minnesota. Now for LAG. Can you slow this down? As we head over to P4, it's difficult to earn a lot of time here, and Scrappy's just kind of sneaking all the way in this back warehouse, just trying to find 1 kill to open this up. And they're actually going to use a glide bomb, and maybe that forces a player inside. It might just do that. He's going to hit the player on the hill. Scrappy gets all the way towards the back, but I think Slasher reads that. Slasher's able to read it, and they at least keep the spawn, so this is great for LAG.
Still hitting his shots. What, with 9 in a row? Right back at it. 5 in a row. He's shooting nukes. Give him another one. The finesse, he's still alive, and the help starting to come through, but he's going to drop. What a map the young man is having. Up to 15-4. Absolute unit.
What a response from what we saw from earlier in this series. You know, he knows how good of a player he is. This is what he wants to show the world, and he's doing it right now. Doesn't, I mean, he snaps on the second, but doesn't find that second kill. LAG, they get, what, 20, 30 points there at that P4 as we rotate over to P5. Similar to what we saw on map 1, they just kind of got to stop the bleeding now, right? Just start to earn their way back up. Just as many points as they can. It's going to be tough to do.
Like, who needs to start popping off? I mean, I guess the big thing looking at Hook, who's been having a solid series thus far. He's at 6-12. It's like every POV we hop to on Ultra Academy, it just looks so easy. They're just in good positions. They're finding easy kills, or they're world starring at times. But this has been a thing.
Well, now it's going to look easy. Yeah, now it's going to look easy. Now you have this trap, which is what we've seen. And look what LAG have to do. They're going to try and push through P2. What, 25 seconds earned on this P5? Ixie, he's going to win that gunfight. The key here, though, is on this rotation of P5 to P1. Look where Scrappy spawns, right where he wants to be, over towards P1. They know where all of LAG is spawned. They have him in the position where they want him, and now they're just choking him out. They're getting all the kills. The feed, all purple. Vickle, Hixie on the sprees. It was 11 in a row for Ultra Academy NA as they are up 100 points.
He's 22-6. I mean, this has just been a masterclass in dominating this matchup. Scrappy just not able to get away. I mean, it was a 9 streak into a 5, now into another 5. Every time the man is alive, he's at risk of getting a glide bomb. He's gonna fall there as the team is able to take him down. But what was it you said, map 1? You got to get it back within like 60 or so. Like, try to give yourself a shot, and they're trying to. They just haven't been able to chip away with it. Maybe behind Asim's 2 kills, you can get these final 20 or so seconds. That gets you closer to that mark.
Well, I think this is just one of those games. Well, at least it's Berlin, right, where it's a lot easier to do than Tuscan to make a comeback like this. But it's got to start right here as Asim. He's going to be the one to step on up. He's on 5 in a row. Hook on this rotation over to P2. Him and Hixie just kind of movements. He's going to get the call out that comes in, and this is the kills on rotation that they needed. The hill pop, and now they have a 4 versus 2 and control. LAG starting to fight on back.
Yeah, it's like this is where the rally needs to be. This is where it needs to be. 6 in a row for Asim. That is not a fun gunfight, so gonna play his life for now. Able to reach out and able to take it. Some shots into Scrappy the window, but he's just buddy hopping with the MP40. And we'll get the better of him there, and then right back into the hard point. It's going to be Ultra Academy NA. And I just think you have a free one of your slasher, but Scrappy flies in. Scrappy gets all 3 as he soars through, and he's quietly having an incredible map again. He's 19-14. I know we've been hyping up Hixie, but Scrappy's starting to take over now.
Well, now that's the tough part, right? There's 20 seconds left there at the P2. In LAG, they got to rotate to P3, right? This is a money hill. But Academy, they have such a strong or such a big lead. They're going to just take those 20 seconds. Now only be 37 points away from sending us to our map 5 as Hixie's inside a fire. Going to wait for his teammates to get pushed up. Now going to start that push as they're going to try to break through street side. You see the spawn out does come in as the team has to work back through P1. You're going to start to see the spawns come on in, but he's taking his time. It's Scrappy again with the multi-kill. And here we go. Can they hit the break?
My God. It's just a story of streaks. They've just been taking turns popping off. You have another glide to work with. Just trying to put them away with a statement. 30 points away from victory now. Not quite enough time on this hard point to do it, but there's maybe a tiny glimmer of hope right now if you're a Guerrillas fan. This isn't going to a map 5.
Well, like you said, P2 and P3, if you can chain that together, that's where you can get a large number of points. The next couple of hills, they are just not easy to do. Not easy to find a lot of time. Is Scrappy easy to blow up? I don't know. We saw his grenades. I don't know what that was. I have no idea.
It too long and then went prone. I have no clue. We just like hopped on and took a grenade.
Well, yeah, but we like saw the trajectory of it. I have no idea. But he's like, I'm just gonna blow myself up. I'm not sure what's happening. Off a spawn, he finds 2 kills.
The guy's
just gonna try to milk. They're just trying to milk this hard point.
And they're just doing everything they can to try and keep him out of this. If you're Guerrillas, just give yourself a shot. But no one's in the hard point. Like, no one's been in time throughout this. And Pixie, he's who started this, and he's still hitting in range. The MP40 from sniper range, able to drop 1. And as he falls, it's Vickle. That'll pick it up. With a contest here, that'll at least guarantee another hard point. So once again, they can't quite close it out, but the gun's still on fire. Hixie 30-13. Just dominance.
Well, now you have the map position that you want. Slasher going to try to keep him off of P5. They're going to find a couple of kills. Can they get this to a P1 where it's a little bit more controlled? Because all you're trying to do if you are Ultra Academy NA is just a second at a time. A couple of seconds, hop on off, just like they're doing. Up to 241 now. Just continue to trade. Hixie, he finds another double, 32-14. 2 minutes in the hill. This man is doing it all.
Hook, who's been great, but 14-27. Just the hot hand of Ultra Academy North America. Is simply too much. They are just getting blown out. And it's like the scoreline won't even look as convincing as it felt. I mean, you just don't have those 250-50 type games on this particular title, but how good it has been. Hook trying to find any flow and rhythm within the game, just not quite able to do it. But it feels like Ultra have been trying to close this out for like 6 hard points in a row now.
Yeah, well, Slasher's going to be the only person. I mean, he might be able to get in a P1. He's there. Mohawk is in it, though. Hook's now the next man up to 248. He's got to win this gunfight. He goes for the challenge, but Mohawk's like, I'm going to just stay in this hard point. And, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed to a game number 5.
It's just, it's crazy to think, like, if you just look at, I don't know, like the first 2 maps and then the first round of the control. Like, you're thinking.
It was very lopsided.
Yeah. You're thinking 3-0. Like, they're going to dominate this. The pro team, the reigning champs, they're going to come in and handle business. And then, wow, has it flipped on its head, and has it done it in a hurry? Just a rally across the game 3. You have to have a replay, and maybe I don't know. Maybe you're thinking the replay might phase the amateur players a little bit more than the pro team. That is not the case. They come out the gate. Joe's solo casting because I can't connect to talk to him. He's doing such a wondrous job. But yeah, I got back. Sorry about that. I just kept getting a blue screen. I couldn't come join you. I didn't see your beautiful face there.
I don't know. We're just here to have some fun. That's all we. That's all we.
Well, you know, it's a fun show at Game 5.
It sure is. Yeah, I mean, it's not what we expected, but these games have been lopsided. I mean, it started off LAG just dominating, and then right from the get-go, look at that score. It's 84-11, and then similar to what we saw on Tuscan, it was the P3 where Guerrillas were able to blow it wide open. It's similar here. That P3 was, what, 85-15 or so in that scoreline? You had the rotation if you were LAG, and then it's immediately broken. And from that, it just continues to grow. And with hills like P2, P4, and P5, where I mean, Ultra, they can just get super, well, you know, make the game hectic. Just play around your slaying, like Hicks right there. And they close it out.
Yeah, and I've said it about 10 times now. I know I'm a broken record, but it's not the easiest thing probably to have 0 kills, to search and destroy. And then it's not like he popped off in the game 3, but he had a lot of good plays, especially on, you know, retakes at a point. But then there, I mean, we've seen it all out of him now. A goose egg to just a streak. He was like, I felt like he was getting a 5-kill streak every time he was alive. I know I'm overreacting a bit, and he slowed down a little bit as the game went on, but basically double positive, a monster map. The MP40 was hitting at any range. You saw Scrappy just snapping and winning gunfights he had no business doing. That was impressive stuff. And yeah, it's just like, it's the whole time I thought we were gassing up Pixie, but then like Scrappy ends up like 1 kill off him. Like he was just quietly there, just still putting on. What a series it has been for Scrappy. It's been incredible.
I think for AC, it's just, you know, just get a map like that when you're having a struggling series, just to get that confidence under your belt. And now your MP40's hot, and we're going to a Bocage. We're going to a Bocage search when Hook has been kind of dominating that area. Now can Hixty do it, right? Can he find those openings? I mean, you talk about a Bocage, we have seen some ridiculous plays throughout the year, and I got a feeling we're going to see some more.
Well, we continue on. There's 4 streams going on. We got matches all weekend long. It's the Pro-Am. We're seeing what the amateur teams are capable of. And up to this point, not a lot of surprises, but now maybe a chance for that first and big upset here within pool play. We're headed to a quick break. When we get back, massive. Have fun. We're back and prepping for what I'm sure is going to be a thrilling and crazy map 5. I didn't see us getting here. Here we are. You did say, Joe, at the beginning, you thought this is one of those first-round matchups that probably had the most potential for an amateur team to maybe come out and win. There was some chance
Well,
there
I
would have
was
been
saying
playing.
that, and then like I watched the first two maps, and I was like, man, maybe not. Like, you know, maybe just the talent of the pros is a little bit too much. But they have turned things around. Yeah, Scrappy starts it off, but then everyone else kind of ignites off that. The team play is there. We saw it in control. They played well together in that Hardpoint. Everyone had their moments. They get us to a game 5. You can see it. I mean, just not close Hardpoints. 250 to 160, 250 to 150. You don't see it often on Vanguard. You just don't. So those 100-point wins, that shows you a lot.
Yeah, that's like almost like, I don't know, 100-point clubbing a team in the past. Like, we just don't have we don't have a lot of it in this title. We just don't, due to the nature of it, the maps and the spawn system. Those are your blowouts. Like when you're winning by 100, you're dominating a team. And it was like for both, it was just a hot start and they never looked back. And the team trying to chip away at it never could like eclipse that 60-point deficit. I mean, it was even more dominant from Ultra Academy and A. Like they brought it to them. It could have been worse. I just felt like it took, it was like they needed 30, 40 points, but it felt like 6 hard points in a row. Again, I'm exaggerating, but they just couldn't quite close it out. But finally, they're able to do it. Now, it all comes down to this. And granted, I mean, regardless of outcome, there's still a lot of full play to go. But this would just be huge. I mean, this is your toughest test if you are Ultra Academy and A. This is your toughest test, and you might come in here and get a win.
And then for LHG, maybe they just wanted to. I think they're on 11 SD wins in a row. I think 12 is the record, so I think they're trying to tie the record. Or I think I maybe saw a tweet where they're already at 12. Either way, they are close, and they have been a dominant S&D team from Major 2 to now. Can they do it once more?
The good part you got to hear. You got it to a search. It has been your bread and butter. Now, can you
I like
do it
bread
again?
and butter, honestly. That sounds great.
Yeah, pepper it together. I don't see a stick of butter. What? No, I'm kidding. I won't do that. That's
okay.
Gross. That's gross.
Yeah, it's a little weird, you know?
I'm a little freaky, Joe.
Me too. I'll bet you, honestly, dude. Like, you know, you sit down in a nice restaurant and bread and butter comes out. I'm a happy boy. I truly am. You are a horse on Bocage, but both of these teams playing a pretty slow round, but here comes the hit. It is a team kill, though, but it's a 2 versus 3 as the swarm comes in from Ultra Academy.
Yeah, like you'll take the team kill in that situation. You at least take the edge for a moment, but now after the slasher pick, you get to a 2 versus 2. They're both just kind of set up deep on either side of it. You can see the minimap. They start to group up now. They get slasher. It's going to work over. There's 20 seconds on the clock. They have to work a plant, and they're going to start to collapse right as this plant goes down. Trying to get the angle. It's Slasher. It's Spart that's able to get the kill. Now, this is a good job. Just back down from that. Work with your teammate. Don't let it become a 1 versus 1. Play the time. And Spart, just from deep, is putting in damage. They're able to clutch up in the 2 versus 2.
Yeah, and at first you're thinking, all right, that team kill, not a huge deal. Then it becomes one. It's that 3 versus 2. Slasher's able to find the pick. And then in the 2v2, Slasher and Spart able to clutch on up. You know, obviously Vickle and Mohawk, I think, are trying to they're trying to collapse. that push is happening. And, you know, they get caught in the crossfire. We've all been there. Or, you know, well, sorry, Hixie, he gets team killed. So that happens, and it ends up costing them a little bit. But in the clutch, it's Slasher and Spart doing it again.
Yeah, Hixie again. He's done and seen it all. He says pop off. He had a weird team kill from a nade. He has that death. He's fine. He's got thick skin.
He got team killed again. Yeah,
he's got thick skin. He's good.
This guy's been through the ringer. Look at this push, though. Look at this push coming out of Ultra. They're going to try to hit out towards A side. Scrappy's going to find a pick. He's looking over his teammates. Then Hixie's winning another one as it's a 3-man hit towards lower A by that tank. And now again into a 2 versus 3. A Slasher, he's going to get hunted down now, and it's all on a hook.
I can tell you one thing. I'm pretty positive that Scrappy plays default because I've seen about 7 panic melees. I've seen him punch the air multiple times, and I'm guilty of that.
It's just gripping the controller too hard a little bit.
Yeah, he'll get shot, not expecting it. Just right there when he was around the corner, just punched the hell out of this guy. Just laid it out.
I don't know how you do that. I'm very like loose with it. I don't know.
I do it all the time. So I'm just telling you, if that's the case, I feel your pain, brother. I do it all the time.
You could ask him.
Literally, I had to remap my controller.
Here we go. They're going to tie it up 1-1. Big round from Hixie, but I just love that team play. It's kind of what we saw from LAG in map 2. They're just very decisive, working together. Their stuns and their nades were hitting. Now they're going to try to line a nade up, and Slasher might be in trouble here, and he certainly is. He gets taken down. Mohawk with another one. It sure was. Now it's a 2 versus 4 for Asim and Hook. And Asim lines up 2, almost gets number 3.
What a play that could have been. Just lurking by the site. Yeah, now Hook, he gets the info. I think he sees both players. He gets spotted. I think they may have saw him there. I was trying to think like, from that spot.
Did they go back? Did he go back, right? And he hit a nade.
It's ambitious, but it's hitting. The MP40 the entire way down the ravine. Puts it to a 1 versus 1. 35 seconds on the clock to work with. And what a huge round this kid.
Oh, Hixie found him. Hixie, he got the timing. He got the timing. He was waiting in the middle of the map around P1 at that fence, just waiting for him to push on back. As soon as he peeks around the corner, boom, spots him. Hixie. Don't worry about me being 0-7 in map number 2, because I am 5-0 here in map 5.
Way to flip it on its head. The ice is there in this map 5.
He does have a death, but it's a team death,
yeah,
all right? So it doesn't count on the scoreboard. Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Incredible map 4, and then just into this. Now up to 4 more rounds to go. They're going to take this first series.
Again, look at this A defense. There's 3 down low, but Spart's going to find that first blood in a pretty slow round offensively. You can see where everyone is set up for LAG, just trying to feel out the map, find that first blood like they know they like to do. And they're sticking with their game plan.
We catch the tail end of a Hook kill.
Oh, Hixie sneaks on through again. Okay.
Scrappy is good. Last man up. I think 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, but he'll get dropped. Now you bring it back even. Just imagine if you're able to come in here and beat the reigning champs and also end this crazy S&D streak they have. It's like the deeper it goes, you know, it's on land. I know it's not like a full crowd there and everything, but I don't know. As the pressure builds, does that lean you towards Guerrillas any faster? And nah.
No, because I think the momentum is shifted. If they were up 2-0, right? If Ultra was up 2-0, they just came out hot. Like, maybe I would say that, but no, because they're the ones on the comeback. I think they're just playing with confidence. And maybe as the deeper this goes on, right? If it stays like, you know, if we go all the way to a round 10, maybe then I would give it to a team like Guerrillas. But not yet. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Ultra.
And it's just this slow build-up once again, offensively for Ultra. And Hook's kind of the point man right now for Guerrillas. And he might have a lot to work with. He's just going to peek out. Can he get 1 or 2? It leads to a team kill, though, so he might as well get 2. And who is it? It's Hixie again. The poor guy just is in front of all the bullets for both teams, and he gets dropped, but it's going to be a 2v1. Mohawk, the sole player left now for Ultra Academy. And poor Hixie.
He's saving his stats, though, you know? I'm just saying. Yeah, it's looking good. He looks good, dude. 6-1. The bomb's down. Again, it's Slasher and Spart just kind of in these 2vx situations where they've been so good. Slasher's just going to run through a door, finds the kill as well.
Yeah, I mean, as much as that's a frustrating death for Hixie, it's like, great job by Hook. Not that he's in total control of how that goes down, but the fact that he gets the first kill and it kind of makes people panic and turn and snap and shoot, and it leads to a team kill. I mean, that's a 1v3 where he effectively goes 2 for 1.
That's true. I know it really is, as you said. Yeah, being that point man, they were starting that attack, and yeah, you know how it goes. As soon as your teammate dies, you're looking for that trade, well, and you know your point of view. You're switching around. Yeah, it's just the way it works.
I think it's a chance. It's the thing. He was the aggressor, right? Like there were 3 people looming there, and it wasn't they all like slid in and hit it. He slammed through the door and got the first pick, and it kind of led to, oh god, you know, it leaves that scenario where he really kind of makes the play.
Yeah, more of a default defense here, though, from Ultra, where last couple of rounds they were playing that 3 outside of A. Not going to do it this time. Nades are coming in. Mohawk's going to have to dodge these in the back, and he does just that. We need Slasher set up. I see him going for this bomb plant now. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake. Hixie, though, first blood, and here we go. And that's the bomb planter, so bomb doesn't get down. And Hixie snaps onto Hook, and now the collapse onto the rest of the players in another round where they're just going. They find the first blood, and they're playing together.
Let's just not team kill Hixie. Just let this man do his thing. I don't know if he got some help there, but it looked like he just had an absurd snap onto Hook.
I don't know if he had any. I don't know who would have helped him. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. But from our POV, it looks like Hook has a freebie, and then just a snap and a half is now 9-1 with a quote, an asterisk mark. Maybe a couple more deaths to that, but just incredible stuff. To 3-3 we go. Offense again for Ultra. Let's see how they play this. There's been like this kind of slow build up outside of the barn door mid map.
Both teams have kind of played this way. I don't know, maybe just trying to find info, trying to find a pick, making sure nothing happens where, you know, we've seen it on this map where someone just hits through a ravine, gets all the way behind enemy lines, maybe just trying to dodge some nades, but they're just feeling the map out for now. And then they're going to start and execute on one of these sites. The 2-2 split is you have Spart playing info over towards A. Slasher looking ravine side with Hook. And they seem kind of in the middle of the map, just watching crosses right now.
It looks like they're building up to kind of do the same type of push. The difference, though, is Hook's position, right? Like, he's not right at the door.
Yeah, look at this timing. The timing is they hit. They just two-man hit out towards ravine. And they're behind. I mean, for Hixie and Scrappy, that was an angle you were watching for a bit, but you're not going to watch it a minute in the round. Why would you?
I mean, so much time has gone past. And now Hook, he tore apart your push in the opening. He's looking to do it again here. Asim is able to find one on the front side, and then Hook threw on the flank. That is a tough gunfight for Hixie. He will fall. Scrappy going to be last guy up, and they pick him apart. And, you know, maybe we saw, to be fair, we saw them with a slow build-up in one of the earlier rounds, but, you know, the reason they're probably hesitant there, really taking their time, is because you run into Hook last time around. I mean, this time he's completely repositioned, and it's slow enough that, yeah, they have, I mean, that flank didn't hit, as you said, so what, 45 seconds or so in the round.
Well, in the bit, I love the call from Guerrillas because, all right, a slow build-up means it's a hit through, you know, towards kitchen, towards A. So they just say, let's get behind them now, right? We're not seeing anything that's saying they're going towards B. They're waiting to make a push. Let's give them nothing in our A building, and they go on the flank.
Well, it works out, and they go up around, but now it is just a massacre.
One of these rounds. It's a Bokash round.
Yeah, no, I mean, blood just
we're trading, we're nading.
Everywhere Spark catches a nade, and I thought it was traded evenly at first, but no, it certainly was not. Slasher now last up, 1 versus 3. They're able to take down one. You can see if Thanos can go huge. What a read. It's such a good read, but he needs another bullet or so. You can say that for him, too. He got hit down to 1 HP, by the way.
I mean, this guy is like he builds robots and stuff. He did a lot of reading.
I'm sure he had to. Yeah, but you saw the cerebral play there as he reads and just can't quite finish the kill. Now you got what, 30 seconds to work with. He's recouped bomb. Now what's the timing going to be here? Can he get it down and can he get to any kind of position? Or are they going to catch him?
Nope.
Yep, they're going to catch him. He's trying to shot both. They're lining up for a second, but they're split just enough. He can't get both. Brings it to a 1v1, but traded pretty much immediately. And speaking of trading, we're trading.
I want to see
what
how much HP this player had. Okay, he wasn't that weak, but he definitely hit some early shots onto Hixie. What's Hixie up to now? Is that 11? 11 for him?
Yeah, it was what, map 2? It was Scrappy, I think, had 12. He's at 10
now. Okay.
Still hell of a map.
So now in these deeper rounds, this is where I would give the advantage to LAG, right? Just sort of the mid-round adjustments. We saw it last defense. Now, what are you going to do? If I'm Ultra Academy, I'm playing with a little bit more pace here, trying to throw them off. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to go for this. Spart, he almost gets caught out, and now this is just a chaotic round. And I love the switch of pace from Ultra.
Yeah, guys, go out and win your ones, basically. Wow. People are just all over the map, but they're just getting caught out and picked up, and they're dropping. And I think they wanted it to get messy earlier, but like the gunfights didn't come very quick, and then everyone just sort of got split, and then they all got shot in the back. Like, I do agree. I kind of like your thinking around it.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I like it. It doesn't mean it has to work, right?
Yeah. It was just sort of like, it's like they hit a spot, and then they were like, nothing's here. And then everyone just sort of went their own way.
But they throw a different look. But LAG, they just, I mean, you're hoping to catch Spart before he gets around that corner. And I think then is when that can give them a huge advantage. Maybe they can just drop down to B, plant the bomb, or do whatever they have to do. But with Spart living back kitchen, that was the key.
Round 10 now. Can Ultra tie it up and get us to around 11. They nearly do him. Hook. He gets down to 28 health.
That's done. That's going to stop the regen. Yep, it's going to stop the regen, and Vickel's going to find the first blood.
Look awkward for a second. I thought he wasn't going to challenge in time, but nice call on the regen. So he's still able to just get through and get a bullet or two, even though Hook was gun up and ready for it. You've got the 4v3. I just close things out here and give me that round 11. See, oh god, he's just getting around the corner. He's gonna chase it. I thought gonna get punished. The trade is there, but at least he's able to get one kill, so they'll keep numbers in the 3 versus 2.
Yeah, but good job for Hixie for buying enough time, right? That challenge comes in that allows Scrappy to reposition and get that trade, give them that, or well, allows them to keep that man advantage. And now they're going to get aggressive on defense again. They're behind enemy lines. It's Slasher. It's Smart. They got no idea. That was an LAG type play. They just kind of go. They go. There's an open part of the map, and well, they're right behind them.
Here we go. Round 11 for all the marbles. For that,
yeah,
I mean,
just to be like right in that room.
Right now.
what I do to be in that room right now.
Gotta imagine the tension growing as maybe a little trash talk and bragging rights.
Hopefully Slack's got a video of it. He's been posted video, so hopefully Slack will have this for us.
Yes, please. It all comes down to this. Offense for Ultra.
Team, that's just info, right? Anything towards lower A? Not yet. It's 3 players in the ravine. A little bit of a different look, and this is open. I don't know if Slasher is going to see anything. One player's already through. Scrappy through the tunnel.
I'm kidding.
Scrappy's through the tunnel, though. But now I think maybe Spart's going to pick it up. Oh, and Hixie gets caught looking for Slasher. But look at Scrappy. Look at Scrappy. Look at Scrappy right now. He's on the flank. He's behind 2 of them. What can he turn this into? He's going to find one. Can he hunt Slasher down? Oh! He does.
He gets both. And now a 3-on-2 for Ultra Academy. 28 seconds to go. They've got that bomb planted. It's just Hoop and Esteem looking for any type of opening. Vickel able to take it. All going to be onto Esteem, able to find the kill. And there's the upset. Ultra Academy NA come through with the victory. They win it in dramatic round 11. And it's Scrappy with the play late, and Slasher, I thought, reacted in time, but the gunny, the fight goes to Scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, he reacts in time. In Slasher, it's one of those plays where he stays alive again to back on up. But I don't think he has the info that Scrappy's already through tunnel. He only saw towards the bomb site. Scrappy's already through. And I think Scrap just gives up the flank. Scrap starts to not Scrap. Spart, he rotates on over.
And
he catches that timing, just gives it up, and man, what a play from Scrappy. What a play call to hit towards that B site.
Yeah, I wonder, like, you know, I was kind of talking about Hook's positioning. He sort of played either like that inner door, or he was playing down by the site. And if he had played lower, I don't know. I'm not sure how that would have played out, but they call it when he's not there. And they're able to do it as we watch it one more time. And Scrappy, I mean, that was everything, right? Those 2 kills were everything. You get a freebie, and then you get a tough gunfight, and that was unbelievable. I mean, you go down 0-2, you bring it back with 3 straight, and if you're Hixie, you know, after the map 2 you had, it was a frustrating one. You had a goose egg. You play a tough spot on Berlin, and then you come out and you show like that for the map 5. Impressive stuff. I mean, Hixie and Scrappy. I know it was the whole team. It was a team effort 100%, but Hixie and Scrappy had some moments, man. Like it was awesome.
No, it really did. Yeah, just you see the young talent that we have just in challengers. These are our challenger champions from the land in Minnesota.
Yeah, champs for champs. That's why we were excited.
Champs. They come out with a round 11 win. They end the streak as well, so that's done. But for us, LAG, I mean, now you got to beat Paris and Boston to try to get out. You can see a recap here. It was a great start for them. They lose the control. That offensive round just swung the momentum. And if you look at game 4, you know, I think you saw maybe Hook struggle a little bit, and that kind of turned into that game 5 where there were a couple of those rounds where I think if it's earlier in the game, he's winning those 1v1s to give them those first bloods. And instead, he's the guy that, well, he ended up getting blooded on offense a couple of times, and that gives the man advantage at Ultra.
Yeah, and I think before it all started, this is the reason, you know, we saw maybe upset potential was because we thought it'd be tough for that S&D kind of run they were on to continue. It's just you're not going to win it like that all the time. And question mark was where have you improved in the respawns? And the fact that they were able to come in and, you know, win 2 respawns against LAG, it was unbelievable. Joe, that was a fun start to this whole thing. A little game 5 round 11 to kick it off.
It was a bit of a snoozer, and then it woke us on up. They hit the alarm button. They got up, we got up, and yeah, that was a good first match.
Oh, that was. But we've got a ton of action to come all weekend long. There's still another set of matches to go on, but another one coming on. Bravo here once it is ready to roll. But for Joe and I, that'll be it for the day. Thank you for watching, but stay tuned to keep hopping between channels. Watch whatever action you want to. It's going to be an incredible weekend for the Pro-Am. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, this not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open, everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice, you can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judges, stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore, endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, 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 ever gonna live again.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. This is the Pro-Am Classic. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn. We are about to go into our next game, Tunny.
Oh, so straight into it, mate. Honestly, we were sitting here thinking we have 5 more minutes. The game is ready miraculously early. Can't believe it. Anyway, Hardpoint Gavutu, it's going to be Atlanta Faze taking on StrikeX. And StrikeX with a tall order here. I think there's a couple of games that we have seen over the past few hours or so where we thought to ourselves, some of these Challengers teams really can stack up. But StrikeX goes against Faze. This is going to be rough, I think.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, at the moment, a lot of people kind of ranking Faze still one of the most powerful teams in the CDL. A lot of people still putting them number 1. StrikeX, not a great start to their campaign, of course, against Toronto Ultra, but we will have to find out how this one ends up going down. Lots to play for StrikeX, of course. As they simply take this scalp, they are back in with a chance of getting out of the group.
Yeah, they absolutely need to, and it's not been the best of starts. Salimako doing well, but 540 doing his job as well. This man has been here before. He's fought up against players like Simp, Celium, and Abizi, etc., etc. Silly, I mean, he's a former world champion. I mean, the dude has the degree, so to speak, but can they get it done here on this game against this Faze squad? I'm not too sure. Salimako, though, with some control over towards both. Only himself here to play with, but the rest of the team are on their way.
They are. They're going to have a look, see if they can do anything. And of course, Celium, from what I hear, I didn't get a chance to watch the entire first game, but he was just running around the map, causing incredible amounts of pain for the enemy team. Looks like he might be doing that again. You are right, just trying to stay alive here up top, but eventually will be taken down, though. StrikeX finally able to get some time onto the board.
Nicely done. Can they continue to lock time down here themselves? So he's now just trying to find a route through. If he can find that first kill, that might open up the door for the rest of the team. Salimako finding their way in. Well, down and now they're going to try and have to force their way through green if they possibly can do. But ball control, that's paramount. They managed to get a hold of that now, and time will then follow. Arcity's doing really well so far. Will eventually fall to Silly, but look at the time though. For all that scrap that has been fought over, StrikeX really haven't managed to get that much, but it's very, very early doors, and this rotation over towards P3 looking good for them. Ring control as well. Pretty much ideal in this situation, but can they lock it down?
They're going to try and hit this rotate as much as possible. As you can see at the moment, obviously one of the big things we've got to talk about this series, realistically, is going to be fire. His first CDL debut was not that great, and it has been a kind of a talking point for the Call of Duty community for quite a while now. This is the redemption he's looking at, and if you can do the business against Faze, we'll all be forgiven.
Will it?
Hey, you have a good performance against Faze. Everybody's going to talk about that. 100%.
They will. They will. Very much short memories in the Call of Duty community. If you can turn up on the day, everyone will be singing your praises. But so far, so good for Faze. Able to lock this in. That rotation will look good for StrikeX. But, I mean, fair play to Fire. You know, he's found himself in this situation to get themselves back in and amongst it, up against the big teams. And, well, they may be able to find this break here as well. Arcity's doing very, very well to stay alive. Simp is there to help out too. And also, these may well suck up the rest of that time. Doesn't need to. He's already dead, but the rotation does belong to Faze. So they stop StrikeX, get as much time as they possibly could have done there, and have this rotation over towards P4. We know how devastating Faze are on this point specifically. Can they lock it in?
Well, Rambo could try and push through the cliff. Not going to be able to, though. At the moment, it will be Faze completely and totally in dominant position. Big stack coming in from StrikeX, though. They're going to be looking to try and make a position known. Unfortunately, that Ramby nade might just take them down. Do they have the numbers as Abizi pushes out? Trying to look for this player slipping the net, and eventually does find a big play from Abizi, actually. Gives his teammates time to get back into this one. And it is all going to be Faze. Maybe one last push coming in from StrikeX. You can see them looking for an entry. Unfortunately, it may be a good time to just try and push out and get the next spawn, because you can see on the mini-map there, Abizi's already ready.
Ready and waiting for this rotation to come on through, and there you go. Welcome to the blender. If you're StrikeX, that's just the worst spot you could possibly be in. Going up against a team like Faze, it is a free rotation for the Atlanta side, and well, it's about a 100-point lead. Ravi is able to find 2 on the regain to try and get themselves out, but for that, they've got to sprint across the map. They've got to get through probably 2 waves of Atlanta Faze before they even see P5, so it's just the worst spot to be in, and my goodness, Simp and Celium doing the business over towards the boat side, and Abizi just locking P1 down as best as he can. That's going to be the first breakthrough for the side of StrikeX. Can they find another way through to try and break this defense?
So just holding this cliff down and just doing ridiculous work. 16 and 8 so far in this hard point. Eventually we'll go down to City though. They're going to be looking to try and make a bit of a move. Simp will be holding both, and there are players from StrikeX all around him, but it doesn't really matter. None of them able to actually lock down Simp, and eventually only one player left from StrikeX. They're going to go down as well. That's a reset, and we've got to be off to the races for the next one here. You see Gunsy manages to get into the ring. That will give him control from the beginning here as Simp tries to lock down Boat to cut off those reinforcements.
Can he lock it down? The rest of the squad are now here as well, and it's just perfect Hardpoint from Atlanta Faze, to be honest with you. I mean, Ibizi's like 9 and 13, like that's absolutely fine. He's going around, he's getting his engagements, he's making sure he's there for the cuts, and he's doing his job. Selly, it's just gonna get the hell up beaten out of him there by Gunsy. So pushes on through. Can they find this break? It's looking pretty handy for them. Really nice break here by StrikeX, and this is good time. My goodness me, Gunsy. The rest of the squad getting the job done as well. That's a little bit more like it, but the problem is if you need players like that just to find, what, 30, 40 points, you need to be doing more to find the rest of those points over the other parts of the hills. You can't just rely on big players time and time again. Atlanta Faze have found those rotations, they've locked these hills down, and well, there you go, just break right back, just far too easy. A knife through butter. Nah, it's going to be Faze in control once more.
Going to say StrikeX had the potential to start making a comeback onto this one. Ramby going to be challenging for that scrap time, and kind of has to as well because they are so far behind. They're already at Boat though. Fire going to be sitting in that mid tank looking for the players. We'll find a BZ as well. Now pushing out towards green. Eventually will be taken down, and you can see they've gone green dominant here, StrikeX. They are going to be pushing out both sides of this hill, trying to lock it. Gunsy will get that kill as well. It's all red in the kill feed. Faze have been pushed onto the back foot, and they need every single one of these 60 seconds to start to make a comeback. You can see now they're doing it. They are doing it on this hill. StrikeX, a good amount of time coming through for them. Eventually able to get a hold on this Atlanta Faze team. And for some context here as well, you have to remember that this is Atlanta Faze they are playing. You see a lot of teams, even the biggest franchise teams, can struggle against them at the best moments. Eventually will be taken down as Faze manage to get their way into the hard point. And it is looking like dire situations for StrikeX, hun. That is the problem. Yeah. They're so far behind so early.
It's that big problem of when you do find yourself behind, you need to fight for that scrap, and then that puts you at a disadvantage on the rotations. It's just so difficult. Abizi and Co, though, looking to try and end this one nice and early. They said, right, okay, what, we're behind on schedule, let's get this one back rolling. Good start for them.
Sitting in here. Yeah, just soaking
so
the time.
Then you got everybody else watching you from ring. It's just the perfect setup.
And he's waiting. He's waiting. He's like, all right, when are you guys challenging? Eventually going to come through. I have people watching over me here. I can play this a little bit slow. Abizi not going to push out until he knows he has to. And he does. Simon Arsenal's getting one. Abizi getting two. They're locking this one completely down your right ton. They are looking to end this right here and right now. Atlanta Faze say, hey, welcome to the CDL. Welcome to the 100-point club. And this is a reckoning as that game ends 250 to 89. That is ridiculous.
That is absolutely outrageous from Atlanta Faze, showing their class there on Gavutu. And just so well played once again. I mean, it just comes down to rotations. Even if they get broken, it's just so easy for them to break back. And I think it definitely feels like Hardpoint is the game mode we're seeing the biggest difference in between some of these squads. I think Search and Destroy, you can kind of push it. A lot of these guys have been growing up as Search and Destroy players in that community. They've been coming through in Control as well. These are rounds where, you know, it looks a little bit of luck here and there. 1-4 dead can really make the difference in a round of Control. But then it comes down to it in Hardpoint. The fundamentals between these teams are somewhat different in levels of class. And that, I don't want to, you know, like hit on StrikeX or anything like that, but you guys are going up against Atlanta Faze, and the class really did show that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I want to kind of emphasize here when we're talking about the Pro-Am, and I feel like a lot of people, it's very easy to hate in Call of Duty. It's very easy to criticize and put players down, but you've got to remember, this is Atlanta Faze. For a lot of people in the power rankings, they're still #1, right? They've come second at the last two major events, and they have caused an awful lot of issues for teams in the actual CDL at this time. For StrikeX to lose this map, it is not really on them, as it's just Faze doing what we kind of expect them to do.
It was fantastic on the side of Faze, and this was the one light I think we've seen from StrikeX there, but honestly it was just a class above for the side of Faze throughout the whole of that game. I mean, a 19-9 game for Velocities on that map. It just shows that the lanes that he was shutting down, the power positions that he had, and just dominant. I mean, the rest of the team didn't really need. I mean, of course, the engagements are there, the slaying is there, especially from the side of Celium with 21-13. But Velocities makes their job very, very easy in that scenario. Fantastic stuff from him. The damage across the board just fantastic, and just nothing else to really say about it. That was dominant, Brycey.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's the issue. There isn't a ton of breakdown. Atlanta Faze just flexing how good they are at this one. They knew exactly what they needed to do coming into it. And if we're being honest, coming into this game as well, there were conversations in the green room about how we expected it to go. I think a lot of people are picking a 3-0 for this. StrikeX did not look great against Toronto earlier, and Atlanta Faze a different gravy.
Yeah, I think, you know, you can kind of look at the other games as that we have seen on Bravo. Of course, it has been all challengers teams going up against, of course, the CDL teams. OpTic against Ultra EU was kind of, we probably expected something similar. We got something similar in map number 4 at least, but we knew that the Toronto Ultra EU Academy had the search and destroy thing in their back pocket, where they hadn't lost a single search and destroy at the previous event. So we knew they were going to be good at that. We know they're a very solid team. I want to say that StrikeX were maybe a little bit of a surprise to see coming through in that top 4 over in Minnesota. I mean, some of the guys over on the challenger side of things might quote me wrongly on that one, but they kind of surprised a few people on that. I think a lot of people thought they would maybe struggle here this weekend, and well, so far it's kind of proven correct in that instance. Didn't necessarily have a good time with things up against Toronto Ultra actual, I should say. It's very difficult when we have Toronto Ultra Academy and Toronto Ultra Academy and Toronto Ultra just in general. Anyway, the actual Toronto Ultra they struggled up against, apart from the search and destroy. That was a struggle up against Faze, and I wonder if that is going to continue, especially you head over to a Blockage. It doesn't matter if it's Search and Destroy or Hardpoint. Faze are going to meet you on that map at every single turn, and then Gavutu control, you're going to need your ARs to be on their egg, essentially. And I don't know, I think it's maybe a step too far. They've done very well to get this far, but can they go one step further at this moment in time? The answer is looking like
well, let's be honest here with the fact that it is S&D coming up next, right? Like, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen teams strike some vengeance in the search and destroy. Different game mode. It is very much a different pace. Lots of play, especially when you talk about, you know, these players coming up from challengers. S&D is their bread and butter. A lot of the times they will play so much S&D that S&D specialists are almost the norm coming up in front of it, and it can be a bit of a difference essentially when you talk about the respawn between pro teams and these amateur teams. S&D though, I feel like is much more of a fair playing field.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely feels like the search and destroy is something you can find something on, but again, it's maybe something like curveballs, something different on the search that they can throw into it. With Hardpoint, it's very much fundamentally how you play that map is something that Faze are just going to be better at. Whereas search and destroy, you can bring something maybe a little bit different. Get a little bit of luck here and there, but you never know.
I don't know what luck's got to do with it, Tom, but let's find out how this search and destroy does end up going. We can see right now a bit of a break off from a BZ. Big games last time around. Already being aggressive. Gunsy, though, takes down Celium with a nade straight away. Advantage to StrikeX.
They go for a BZ will find nothing. It's the right grenade, and the information will be there. Bit of BZ now. Trying to find a route through. The rest of the squad are here with him. This next kill's massive.
And it is advantage now to StrikeX. 2 versus 4 for Atlanta Faze. Narcy, he's desperately trying to find a pick towards the back tank. I think he's seen him and gets a couple of hit markers, but a couple of hit markers will not take him down. And he's going to try and challenge. Narcy says, all right, thank you very much, but there's just too many players. StrikeX take that first round. Well, I'll tell you something. StrikeX played that S&D, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You have to have every part of your game well-rounded. I feel like S&D is where these challenger teams are going to be much more practiced, are going to be well-prepared for anything the CDL can throw at them. And you can tell, Ton, that obviously StrikeX knew exactly what they were doing. Then RCs went for the big challenge, and unfortunately didn't work out.
Didn't work out, no, but you know, for the side of StrikeX, the all rounds you expect to take after finding that first blood, and Atlanta Faze just really didn't have an answer. They tried. They did try. Sorry, chat. I'm plugging some wires in. We fixed it now, Bryce. Don't you worry. I know everyone wants to hear me in both ears and not just one. Although arguable.
Well, I'll tell you something that's not arguable. That's another first blood for StrikeX. Rabbit looking to make a play down the river. And you can see now it's all gone a little bit quiet and a little bit still. Atlanta Faze playing for positioning, trying to cover all the angles for them. There are going to be a little bit of gaps, and they know this as well as Ramby gets another pick. Sim taken down back river. And down to a 2 versus 4 again. RC's and Celium. And they don't really have the map control. Celium takes down, and this is now a 1v4 for Celium. StrikeX are hitting back hard on the S&D.
Yep. Looking good for them so far. Celium left in a 1 versus 4. This would be very, very difficult, but these first bloods are really just paying dividends to the side of StrikeX here. At every single moment, they are making them count. And that's important. Fantastic stuff from StrikeX. 2-0 now. That's an attack and a defense, if any of you needed to know that. And that's the way you want to start search and destroy. Hold on to your defenses, or either or the attack all the way through. Now you should be able to take the map, but my goodness, that is not the kind of start that Faze would have wanted. Only 2 kills to talk about between themselves, and just these first bloods are making things count here.
Well, let's see if they can do it again, because that is just putting pain to Atlanta Faze. And here comes a big push. They are overextending all the way through river, and I don't know if they're going to see this as well. It's going to be called out, but is it going to be enough? Sim finds one somehow. Gunsy goes down. Sim going to find the second. And they've gone for an aggressive river push and going to get shut down. Ramby eventually gets one back, bringing it to a 2 versus 3. But Sim managed to play that perfectly.
Dude's an absolute enigma. Honestly, sometimes some of these teams, I mean, okay, well, did they predict this, though? The Enigma, did he know that this is going on? No, he didn't. Ramby, fantastic play. I absolutely love that. Players don't jump the bomb enough. We've seen it more and more this year, and StrikeX will take a 3-0 lead off Ramby. Just throwing himself behind a bomb and holding square. Fantastic stuff. It's the right call. Those are the moments when you've got to do it. They've got to evacuate the site because they know that you're coming, so they have to get off. And you just jump in immediately. Fantastic.
Well, so far, big struggles for Atlanta Faze in the search. And from what I heard earlier, that was the same case. But this time, it's not Desert Siege, it's Bacage. And they are having some serious issues. Might start doubting themselves. Abeezy been stunned. Going to have to try to get out there before any follow-up nades come through. And it's slow now from StrikeX.
Celium able to find that pick, though, and it... honestly, Faze have had nothing to write home about here at all. Can they keep this up? StrikeX, though, that's the question. Or are Faze just going to download the information and throw it into their supercomputer brains and figure out exactly what they've been doing wrong? Well, maybe not. Simp is going to fall 3 versus 3. Celium will trade this one back out, though, and the fights are going on, but not a lot of map control gained from either side so far.
Gunsy going to try and make a huge push around the back, though. Can he find Celium? Can he see him? He's seen him, but winning that gunfight's a little bit different when you know that first snap. Celium is ready for it as well, but Gunsy is going to win the gunfight. Eventually the trade comes in, though. Fire with a 1 versus 2. He sees Abeezy. And knowledge is power. If he can make this play, if he can find Abeezy, bring it back to a 1 versus 1. Oh, no, Abeezy's going to be wise to it. And unbelievable.
Knowledge is power, but time is very much relevant in that situation as well. Abeezy ready for the push that comes on through, and there you go. Eventually Atlanta Faze will find themselves in a bit of a better situation here now. 3-1. They will argue it should be 2-2 after that bomb defusal, but you got to keep an eye on it.
Well, a little bit of a strike back for Atlanta Faze. Can they manage to win this one, though? A big aggressive push from Abeezy. Don't know if he saw anybody there, but this might be a fast plant. Nobody here to actually stop him at this second. Might be a trade as soon as it goes down, though. StrikeX in position, but RC's is going to take down Silly. Abeezy gets out as well. He knows the player's going to be up top. And at the moment, they have managed to get out clean here, Faze.
Oh, shots in from a BZ. Are they good enough? Did they get the kill? Rambi takes down Celium, though, and all of a sudden, we're in a 2 versus 2. Next gunfight is absolutely huge. Zarcities finds one. Now Rambi left all on his own. Difficult spot to be in now. Diffusal just surely doesn't have time. No, he does not. And that is going to be another round over. Atlanta Faze seem to be awakening just a little bit here, Brycey.
Faze back-to-back rounds as well. And I tell you something, right? I feel like it feels like a very different game from what we just saw in the Hardpoint. I have so much more faith in StrikeX already on this Spacage.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, we needed to see a lot more than what we've seen on map number 1, right? I mean, it wasn't good enough. So we are definitely seeing a little bit more life, and it's again that situation we talked about it before in regards to these ARM teams coming on through. Search and Destroy is something where they maybe can find that little crux on the other side of things. I mean, you know yourself, you can fly through a ranked game at home and play up against one team in Hardpoint and find it fairly easy because it's fundamentals. It's knowing exactly what you need to do, and then you rock into a Search and Destroy, and you always feel like it could go either way. I mean, it exists at the top level as well to a certain degree. Celium will find the first blood this time, though. Atlanta Faze maybe starting to adapt to their enemy as Rambi is able to enter back 3v3.
And Rambi's been so crucial for them as well so far. Made some incredible kills. The point will now be, once they grab that bomb, where are they going to choose to push? Was City checking this? He might go for it. He's going to see Simp as well, but somehow Sim outguns him with the MP40, even though City was pre-aimed. And Atlanta Faze are now stacking this heavy. They have numbers. They are going to check the B site by the look of it. Sim's going to be here. Rambi's going to find him at the same time, but Sim with the movement just dunks on him. And now Fire trying to do something 1 versus 3 and gets taken down before he can make the miracle happen.
Yep, Atlanta Faze starting to heat up now. Much more like it from them. That's 3 rounds in a row. And arguably should have a 4th as well. Just a slight misstep in that 3rd round. Changed things around pretty quickly, but nonetheless, here they are. Much, much better from them now. 5 in a row for Zarcities. 2 in a row for Simp and Celium with a kill of his own in that round also. Can they keep this up, though? Can they keep this momentum?
Again, aggressive. Abizi. Hanging out by himself. Will be looking to try and figure out if he can get this bomb down. Nades going in towards the back here. Team nades as well. Goes for a little bit of a check. Has been seen. It may cause Gunty to try and check this window in a few seconds. Abizi wants to go across and plumb. They've got to be careful. Sim actually cracks through the middle door, though. And Celium gets another kill, and they have got into action here at Atlanta Faze. Fire going to get taken down by Abizi as well, and it's a complete collapse. StrikeX, just nothing on the board as Rambi tries to make a hero play, and he manages to get it.
Well, he manages to get it, but not for very long. He couldn't do much. And there you go. 4-3 Atlanta Faze. It's like they flicked the switch. It just feels like that game where Toronto Ultra EU and gets that map number 4, and OpTic are like, all right, okay, yeah, let's lean forward.
Well, it's been a bit of a reversal of fortune. We were talking about how good StrikeX looked on this S&D, and now it's all Atlanta Faze. Can StrikeX figure something out now on this attack? If they can get around back, bring it back to 4-4, a little bit of weight off the shoulders, a little bit of relaxing, just in terms of not completely losing round after round. And they're playing it slow and cautious.
Zarcities is waiting on the push. Simp's waiting on anything happen over towards A. BZ now going down around the outside, though, so there are gaps in the defense, and StrikeX are running through those gaps. Simp, is he going to turn around in time? Does he have anybody else watching him? Is he just there for the element of surprise?
Well, they're going through a tunnel.
Yeah, it's aggressive push over towards B. Our Faze going to be ready for this as well.
Simp has no idea where they are, but they have no idea where Simp is.
Oh, have they moved at the wrong time?
Oh my goodness, this is actually outrageous. Every player missing each other. Faze have no idea their entire spawn is flooded with Strike X.
Oh,
Eventually, though, Selim is going to find one, trying to get out of it. He still thinks they're in their own spawn. They're not.
I don't think anyone has any idea what the other team are right now. I don't think either side has a clue. And it's going to go to the back. Sim's going to check the bomb. Didn't get it down. He didn't get it down with only 15 seconds remaining. If you're Faze, you just got to survive.
Simp with a godlike timing play as well. It's got every single player. Simp. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. What was that round? Sim's trying to hold an off angle towards the A bomb. Strike X get all the way into Atlanta Faze's spawn. Neither team has any idea what's going on. Faze especially have no entire idea that the entirety of Strike X is behind them. And then Simp makes a great timing play. He stops the bomb plant and picks up 2 more.
I didn't know if my mind was just playing tricks on me. It's 1:30 a.m. here in the UK, and I didn't know if it was just me getting tired with what was happening in that round. Everybody just seemed to be passing each other. Ridiculous. Now Simp with the streak. They want this one over and done with. Strike X. Well, fish in a barrel springs to mind. Doesn't catch anybody, but that's a lot of map control that Faze are now able to take. That bomb will go down at B. Strike X have to try and find the retake. Have to try and find the defuse.
Big kill for Simp again. He's now on an 8 streak himself. Down to a 3 versus 3. Faze looking to end it all here as well. Simp on a 9 streak. And a Selim and after these, they lock it down. And was that 6 rounds back to back? Because Atlanta Faze found a different gear. A different kind of gravy ton.
Some way to do it. Go down 3-0 and then win 6-0. I mean, nice. It's just like so many people sort of say. I want to maybe make a boxing analogy here. Loads of people would talk about Floyd Mayweather and the first couple of rounds of a fight. Yeah, okay, maybe he doesn't look like he's doing anything. He's just figuring out how to beat you. That's what Faze did there. They were allowing the punches to swing and hit just a little bit to then fight back and counter 6 times in a row. That was sublime from Faze.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we thought Strike X might have something in them, some great first bloods coming in the end, but sometimes they needed a little bit of luck and it really didn't go their way. Here's one of the big rounds where RC just throws himself out, but does eventually go down. Ramby holding down River did fantastic work for them, but as this continues on, and you can see Strike X going up over and over again, Simp started to get going, and that was the beginning of it.
Yeah, those 2 kills in the middle next to the hut, ridiculous. And as you said, that's kind of when things got a little bit mixy for the side of Strike X. Atlanta Faze just so solid over that back 6 rounds. And well, Strike X, I think, you can maybe take something from them 3 rounds, but you need to continue it. Faze adapted, maybe Strike X did not. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in a rough little spot now. 2-0 down, heading into a control up against Faze. Well, I mean, I am not a writer, but I think I could probably finish this book, Bryce.
Yeah, that's the rub here. It's no kind of detriment to Strike X, but you are playing against Atlanta Faze, and there are teams we would see in the CDL do the exact same here. But yeah, when Sim's going to hit a 9 streak like that and winning every single gunfight, what are you supposed to do? Like, he hit perfect timing on Tunnel, gets a 3-piece, was playing an off angle as well. It was just over at that point.
Yeah, just very, very solid from the side of Faze. And I think, I said Simp does get that good timing, has to be said, but nonetheless, you've got to have the gunny to find those shots. And what was it? Maybe it was 9 in a row by the end. A sensational turn of events towards the end of that search and destroy. And, well, they'll be looking to try and continue that form heading into map number 3, Bryce.
Yeah, they certainly will, and I think the smart money's now on a Faze, but Strike X obviously fighting for survival in this tournament. Everything to prove, nothing to lose for them moving forward. But we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we will be back with map number 3 of this series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is time for our next map here in our Pro-Am Classic. Right now, Atlanta Faze versus Strike X. And so far, it's been Atlanta Faze running the show. Strike X have an opportunity to make a Cinderella story, to hit the headlines in the CDL. But first, they have to hit the reverse sweep. And that all starts on Control, Gavutu. Is it a stretch too far, Ton?
Yes.
All right.
I'd say yeah.
Well, I tried to sell the dream, but I'll tell you something. I can only sell the dream so far. The ones who have to live it, Strike X. Let's see what they've got in the tank.
Yeah, let's see if they can do something here, but it's just such a tall order. It really, really is, Brycey, with the way that Faze have been playing here. They've been lights out. They've been usual Faze, and unfortunately for Strike X, I think there's been a couple of times where we've seen teams who are just going to get outclassed by the better CDL teams. We kind of always presumed that would how it would be. We know that some of these squads are going to come in and run up against some of the, I want to say, lower end in CDL teams. Maybe that's where they can get something done, but going up against your Faze, OpTic, those are the times where things are going to be very, very difficult. But so far, so good, though. They have managed to defend. It was a big, bold hit over towards B from the side of Faze to kick things off. They've now got control of A, though, and Strike X in a difficult spot to try and retake this one. Ring control is paramount, and, well, they can find a trade. See what they can do with this control now.
Well, Atlanta Faze going for the easy 8. Just making sure they give that up, give that extra time to work their magic. No, he's just playing that green control, and it's so important to try and lock that down for your teammates and make sure you can get all the time you need. And it looks like they're going to do exactly that. A going locked to Faze. 21 and 21, a minute 42 on the clock. The Faze have to make this next hit. They got 2 down and sort of went to go check their flanks.
Yeah, I think it's just mostly making sure that you do have everything you need here when it does come down to this stack over towards B. Ring control is paramount. Trying to push up and cut off from green is also where you want to be. They've got Celium in the spot where they want, but they need to keep a hold of this ring control, and well played to Strike X. They're just going to force that out. Celium going to try and stay alive and just cut off what angles he can. No way he survives all those shots from Silly. 13 HP and a dream. Zabizi and Cohen now just trying to get ring control once more.
Got to see the great flank coming through as well. Going to look for Arsenis and just cuts them to ribbons. And the Faze were not ready for that positioning. He's 7 and 2 so far. Got a 3 streak on board, and this is everything they need to do. Continue to win these trades, push Faze as far back as possible, start playing that time, as Faze do not have an awful lot to work with now.
Celium is in a really nice spot, though. If the rest of his team can get control of the mid-map, then maybe he can get something going. But here come the rest of Strike X. They're going to deal with him without taking any casualties. But because they had to deal with him, it's allowed the rest of Faze to push up. Now.
That's a big kill. That's a big kill on the fire. He's just trying to leave that door open a little bit for his teammates, trying to ensure they can get up this map and get into the hill. Sit with another big gunfight. Can he make the second one as well? No. City will shut him down, and that now means that Faze have to be careful on the flank. They will be expecting him somewhere. One big last push from the Reds. As they're going for this one.
He could have done with those gunfights as they got across now. Faze are inside the point. He has to make the push, and they're ready for him. Nelly into that second tick. Strike X need their utility to be solid here. They need this retake to be good. Atlanta Faze still building up the time. The gold fights are going to go their way momentarily here, Bryce. Which means they're going to go Simp inside the point. Needs to stay alive. 13 seconds.
Well, he really wants to jump on here, but he knows he needs reinforcements. He knows he has to win a gunfight for at the same time. Just checking this corner over and over again as he desperately hopes his teammates can make it. Simp is going to have to try and slide through, and down he gets cut. Abizi goes for it as well, and Fire cuts down the last player.
Well played.
Strike X, hold on. Confidence and ice in the veins here against Atlanta Faze for what could have gone very wrong.
Just about hold on. I said after the respawn that utility needs to be good, and it was. Just about find themselves in a spot to get around underneath their belts, and that was a very, very hard fought defense. Can they find an attack themselves? Maybe. A Faze, you would like to think, are just going to hold their defensive side now as well.
Well, there's always the dream, always the chance. Dante going straight for this one. Going to be looking maybe to get a bit of time on and then push through and slay out. Yeah, you can see he's waiting. He's expecting a Faze player to be here. Now, when that time ticks up, he's going to end up leaving it, trying to maybe push forward towards Propane, towards Green. But he won't want to throw his life away at this point.
Ring control, always paramount. It's something Faze always work on. They get ring control. If they can find those kills over towards A, great. If not, they always push around beach. They're just cutting the head of the snake off consistently. It's like, okay, well, you got 2 people in boat. Well, that's all you're going to have in boat because we're going to kill them off respawn time and time again. They are so annoying to play against. And on top of that, they've got the gunny Rice who are laughing at it because it's just a regular occurrence now.
It is. This guy has a cheat code. Sim continuing his reign of terror, now on a 5 streak. If he finds 1 or 2 more kills, he will probably try and push through into that spawn. Never mind, finds another one. Now looking for the glide, and somebody lines up for him as well. It's going to be fire. Glide bomb gone down a BG on the other side. It's a spawn trap of ages.
Yeah, good luck at now this one. Strike X now need to win 4 separate gunfights, and the gunfights where they're being preempted by not just anybody, but by the whole of Faze. Eventually, Rambi will find one on our cities. Does that open up the gates? Possibly. May well do. Guns, you're going to find 2. Are they going to find a way through? Nope. Then you've got to get past the 4th raid boss in Celium. 2 kills fall his way. 9.9 seconds remaining for Strike X. Yeah, they have stopped that timer. The rest of the team are on their way out, but there's our cities lining up as well. Rambi finds a route through here, but the rest of the team nowhere to be seen. It's only going to be Gunsy who can do anything about it, and that will be a very convincing defensive round from Atlanta Faze.
I mean, convincing one word.
What do you do about that, though? Because it's what I said at the beginning. They get ring control, they push beach, and you have people pushing in towards A because that's what you need to do when it comes down to Gavutu. You need to get control of boat, you need to get control at that point, and then you start your assault over towards the B side. But then Sim pushes all the way up, he's stopping people who are spawning, helping you, and then all of a sudden, you start losing gunfights over towards the boat, and then you're all back in your spawn all of a sudden, and you don't get out of it for 30 seconds. That's exactly what Faze do every single time. They're so good at it.
You know what? I'm going to be looking at Rambi a little bit this round because 3 and 15 currently is not the score you want to see in the second round of it. And eventually we'll get Sim taken down. That's a big kill, actually, for his 4th. We'll be taken down by a Beezy, and it looks like Faze is going to be trying to go for this early B push.
Not going to work this time. But again, ring control. It's just so important on this map. There's so many different routes you can cut off from there. There's so many different power positions that you can move to, and it's so important. Good gunfight coming in here from Celium. He's going to find one. You can see the rest of Strike X are here, but so is Beezy. There's 2 shots coming in from behind with the MP40. Gets the job done, and now Faze can force their way forward. Stretch their wings just a little bit. The Beezy is skating around Gavutu. It's disgusting. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even touch the floor, I'm convinced. Just gliding over the map and gunning people down, and Sim's doing the exact same thing as well. And Atlanta Faze, even though they didn't have an awful lot of progress, I didn't think they were going to get towards B. Plays from Simp and a Beezy. Just kind of put Strike X not only on their back foot, but barely staying above the canvas. As you can see at the moment, they are trying to regain with ring control.
Still, the lives are not too bad, though. Fire and slowly fighting back. It's just the time. There is a lot of it here for Faze to try and articulate their way through this defense, and oh, there you go. The gaps have appeared immediately in our cities. We'll squeeze through them. There you go. There's one onto Rambi. Got the rest of the team on their way through now. Ring control, you've got to look 2 different ways if you are the side of Gunsy. Can he survive long enough maybe to help his team out? Just surviving may have been good enough, but our cities will find one at the front. Now the rest of the team can start to file on through. If you are Strike X, you've got to fight through this fire once more.
Beezy now going to be in. It's going to be all on them. The nades are going to go rain through as well. Beezy goes for the challenge towards Grid, and that's what he was expecting. The nades to come through to take him down. Rambi managed to get 2, and that's a huge 2 as well. We said he needs to step it up here in this round, and Arcees goes to the flank, finds 2. Now in 3! Arcees has just broken the complete Strike X lineup.
It's only fire that can do anything about it. The rest of the team coming in off respawn. He's done very, very well to survive, actually, but there's another 3 dead, and there's another round over towards Faze. Surely, Strike X, you just not have the lives. All this time, Faze were just slaying. They weren't even bothered about the point. There you go. There's your round. Faze, 2-1 up. Defensive side coming up for them as well. They're 2-0 up in this series. This has been as one-sided as you could possibly like. Bearing in mind that 3 rounds of Search and Destroy, that's all we've seen from Strike X. Other than that, it has been all Faze.
Well, we will see if Strike X have anything left in the tank here. Their last attack did not go well. Atlanta Faze opened up the floodgates of slaying, and there was no answer. This time, they have to have a voice. They have to have some dog in the fight, or this will be over quickly.
Shot's going to come in. R-City's in core now. Just trying to lock in this defense. It's a good start by StrikeX though. Plenty of purchase over towards A. Can we get something going? But once again, look at Faze. Every single time. Ring control, push up beach. Just butter them up before they get anywhere near it. And then all of a sudden, these gunfights with Celium, which do look hard, just become so much easier.
Honestly, if we hadn't seen these players do this consistently all year long, you'd think they were cheating. Just hitting everything all the time. Eventually, though, City does take down Sim. This opens up it a little bit towards Ring. They can make a play towards B here, even with RCs in their spawn. They can make him irrelevant.
I like that. Adaptation from StrikeX, but you still have to worry about RCDs in your spawn. But they found a way through. 2 stacking it here. Cell on a 5 spree. Doesn't matter right now. Good shots from Silly. Former teammate in RCDs. Gets gunned there, and Silly will continuously rack up this time. Can they find the second tick? Yeah, not quite. The rest of Faze find their way through. Simp is here, and Simp is finding kills once more. Second tick did not go through. Faze survived that momentary scare.
It did. It did go through. They did manage to get
Did it?
Yeah, it did. I know you might be a little bit because it was already to the third tick. They did manage to get that second one. That is very, very big for StrikeX.
It is.
Now they can concentrate on going away, get that locked in, and then they only have to have one good break.
Going to start coming in now. BZ will fall. A little bit more control here for Faze. And I think the thing is, though, even though those 2 ticks are there on both points, Faze can just do Faze things on this map. And they can lock you in an instant. But can StrikeX find a way through here? The kill starting to flow for Faze once more here. Brycey Fire's the only one who can answer back. And he find a route through.
Well, he has to stay alive here. StrikeX just on the cusp of getting A. They got 15 seconds left. This is the last push. They have to win their trades. They have to stop this clock now. They've done so much work. 4 segments has gone towards them. Celium and RC combining. That last player dies for it. He knows he has to stop the time. The rest of StrikeX are trying to pile in here. Celium finds one on a 5 streak. And they are just throwing bodies at it left, right, and center. StrikeX know this is their last hurrah with 4 seconds left to go. Simp is ending dreams out here as he goes for his 3rd in the streak, but Abizi still does it. And that time ticks away, and 2 segments on 2 different control points is not going to be good enough. Atlanta Faze win the control 3-1.
And that's the series, 3-0. That was over in the blink of an eye. Convincing outside of 3 rounds of Search and Destroy would be an understatement for Atlanta Faze. And we're looking to try and get their first chip of the year here this weekend. And they're starting off in devastating fashion. StrikeX fall also. And for them, I think that's their program done. They will, of course, have another game to play tomorrow, but I think that is done and dusted now for them. Such a shame, but we always knew it was going to be difficult for them. Their group looked really, really difficult, and I don't know. It was always going to be hard for them. They were a surprise package to maybe even get to this point. Do have a very solid squad, but I think a lot of people would have not necessarily thought that they would have made it to this point, but you know what? They did very well to get to this stage, and it's always going to be hard against Faze, Bryce. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter any of these challenger teams going up against Faze. It probably would have looked quite similar.
Yeah, this team is built different, and you are right as well. Here's one of the things we haven't talked about enough of the Pro-Am. Making it to this point is an achievement itself. You are the best of everybody just below the Pro League. And for a lot of these, you're showing how good Challengers is. We've already seen some upsetting results. A lot of these teams done very well against the pro team so far in this tournament. Yes, this one was a little bit one-sided, but still some big players coming out in the end.
Yeah, look, StrikeX haven't done that great. I think Toronto Ultra EU Academy just lost out to ROKKR 3-0 by the looks of things, but close rounds, close games every time. I think it was like 6-5, 3-2. It was like a 5-point game on Hardpoint. So good teams, obviously showing to the forefront here. Of course, Toronto Ultra Academy NA winning their game against our current trading champions as well, by the way. So that's a story to talk about throughout the rest of the weekend. And Toronto Ultra Academy NA, obviously the ones who won the Minnesota event, really proving where they belong potentially. Let's see how they do over the rest of the weekend, but StrikeX not quite able to make the step that they were, although that step was a large one in Atlanta.
Yeah, it really really was. And Atlanta Faze, obviously, one of the big stories for this event, of course, is the fact they've come second in the last 2 majors, something they do not want to have a repeat going on here. So bearing in mind, they are gunning for this 1 ton.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, you know, their eyes will be firmly set on the prize this weekend. Is in all essence a major here, it has to be said. Let's see if they can get it done. They'll be wanting to do it against OpTic, I have no doubt as well, and we'll be interested to see if that one is going to run back this weekend. But yeah, what's Call of Duty to be played until then?
That certainly is, and of course that is going to be everything from us here on Bravo. We end the day, but we will be back tomorrow with even more games here from our Pro-Am Classic from the Call of Duty League. It's been glorious, it's been real, but it is going to be the end. Thank you all so much, and good night.